Chapter 351 Plant Maya. It was only a matter of time before he made these discoveries, but it certainly helped to grasp this concept early. Most importantly, VS had gathered more clues to break through his perennial bottleneck in achieving a B-graded X factor. Spirituality is a lot more intertwined in our society than I thought, VS concluded. Humans ruled over half of the galaxy with the might of its warships, but they competed against each other with the use of mechs. Every state made it a priority to cultivate talented mech pilots into experts and aces. That they managed to convert a fraction of mech pilots into the realm of the elites could be attributed to their occasional successes amid countless failures. In the early days of the age of mechs, a lot of horror stories emerged that revealed the extent that people went through to enhance their military force. I can consider these matters at a later time. VS shook his head. He still had an alien ruin to excavate. With the help of his spirituality, Lucky had managed to pry apart the roof of the tiny hexagonal palace. His cat resembled a bear trying to break open a honeycomb in order to steal some honey. Bits and pieces of tiny crystal furniture dotted the rooms inside. Neither VS nor Lucky paid any interest in them after figuring out they served as tables and chairs. Lucky continued to dig through the upper floors, but encountered a lot of resistance from the blue crystals. At least they weren't indestructible like the transparent crystals. Their slightly lower grade gave them hope that they could uncover something valuable. This must be a lesser side influence in the alien society. The longer he interacted with the alien ruins, the more he understood their society. VS guessed that the Crystal City acted as a capital or a final refuge of some sorts. It would explain the existence of the ruined monuments and the effort the aliens had made in creating a portal system. VS found it regretful that they hadn't left anything behind in the Crystal City. At some point, they evacuated it, taking away anything that hadn't been affixed to the city. The aliens sure built them to be tough. They couldn't even dismantle them in their haste to evacuate the city. He was certain the crystals possessed extremely remarkable properties. VS had succeeded in deriving their composition and structure with his Vulcan eye. As long as he figured out a way to reproduce it, he'd be able to create an extremely powerful substance that could act as both an armor system and laser propagator. Even if he lacked the capabilities to reproduce the exact formula, he could still attempt to derive a lesser version if he substituted the rarer exotics with less valuable ones. Such experiments happened all the time. I recall that Master Katzenberg from Limar is a specialist in this area. Perhaps if he submitted his readings to Katzenberg, she'd be able to come up with a host of different substitutions. However, VS did not possess a direct channel to the prestigious master mech designer. I can always attempt to fumble around on my own. If I haven't achieved any results, I can always pass on the data to someone else. Data that he couldn't use held no value to him. He might as well sell it or exchange it for something useful, although he would only receive a fraction of its true value. Lucky! Go dig the left compartment. I think there's a storeroom there. The palace appeared to house an affluent household. It contained a lot of rooms, but contained very little furniture in each. Lucky loomed over the tiny palace like a giant tiger about to engulf the inhabitants. VS found the dichotomy in scale amusing. It took Lucky a lot of effort to get past the subsequent layers. VS even had to call back Lucky before the portal closed before he opened it again. Although he faintly guessed that there should have been a way to sustain the portal, VS didn't wish to waste any time to figure out the exact mechanics. Lucky finally broke in what looked like a vault after a few more minutes of anxious digging. The vault room contained a lot of minuscule hexagonal blocks that formed the alien race's version of a resource bar. They were so small in fact that VS had to employ the magnification function of his hazard suit in order to observe them with his eyes. That's it. They should be treasures. Bring it back. Before Lucky could do anything, A number of crystals floated from their perches at the sides of the vault. So the palace still retained some defenses after all. They angrily blinked and hovered around Lucky before unleashing thin beams of light at what they perceived to be an intruder. Naturally, the noodle-thin light beams passed straight through Lucky's semi-corporeal body and blinked away into space. Lucky stared at the defense drones with a playful gaze. His tail swished back and forth as he took little notice of the light beams passing through his body. "Stop wasting time! Take care of them quickly before bringing back those treasures!" The drones might have been able to threaten a tiny alien, but even Lucky would scoff at them. The substantial difference in size had turned everything made by the aliens into a joke. Lucky took care of the drones by swatting them from the air. The drones bounced against the walls and floor of the Crystal Palace before regaining their balance. They continued to fire at Lucky despite their bumps. This time, Lucky employed a different method. He opened his maw and ate all the drones. The gem cat didn't even chew before swallowing the helpless drones into his matter-coveting stomach. VS looked at Lucky with a crooked gaze. "Are you all right in your head?" Lucky ate minerals and excreted gems. If Lucky happened to eat a crystal, would that be considering eating his own? Thankfully, his cat showed no signs of being aware of what his owner thought. Lucky opened his maw again and gulped the stacks of materials. Lucky! What are you doing?" His cat disregarded his transmissions and continued to eat the vault room bare. With a satisfied squint in his eyes, Lucky flew up from the Crystal Palace and passed through the portal before flying back to VS. His cat hacked and coughed a little and dropped only a couple hexagonal blocks. The pinprick-sized materials fell onto his palm. They seemed so tiny that VS would easily lose track of them if he dropped them onto the ground. VS stared at Lucky with a scornful gaze. "You could have left a bit more for me." Meow. Lucky started grooming his body as if VS didn't exist. "Forget about it." VS retrieved a container on his tool belt and deposited the remaining blocks before returning his attention to the Crystal Palace. He waited until the portal winked shut before opening it again by shooting the exact same sequence. After a lot of nagging, VS managed to get his lazy cat to return to the Crystal Palace again and finish his excavation of the abandoned structure. This time, Lucky failed to uncover anything of value. They hadn't found any books, resources, or machines that VS could use to uncover any benefits. Overall, besides the vault, the Crystal Palace contained nothing of value. It was another sign that pointed towards a hasty evacuation. Even the aliens that inhabited the Crystal Palace had to leave in a hurry. Why else leave their vault filled with valuable materials? The aliens evidently hadn't been able to empty the vault in time before they had to flee. A vault the crystal builders considered to be almost impregnable turned out to be fairly tedious for Lucky to break into. It sure felt good to be the giant this time. "Well, let's try again this time." VS took a brief break before he resumed his random activation of the runes. The crystal spires kept being roused and they always attempted to shoot down VS and Lucky without fail. The ground became too charred and cratered that VS had to keep moving in order to maintain a stable footing. Hundreds of combinations passed by without a diverging result. The aliens really hadn't programmed many destinations in their portal system. VS wished he could stay here for years and try out each and every combination, but his obligations to the Republic pushed him to cut this trip short. The Barracuda is currently hiding in another part of the Joe system. She's scheduled to fly back to my asteroid and check in with me after 3 more days. That meant that VS had to return to the Joe system before then if he wished to avoid a panic among his crew. His disappearance and all of the recent turbulence in the surrounding asteroids could lead to alarming conclusions that would be hard to explain. VS practically shot the runes on autopilot while his mind drifted off. He continued to refine his theories on spirituality. He came up with a lot of interesting questions that needed to be answered. What if I can induce spirituality into a mech pilot? Can I turn Melcher into an expert pilot? With an expert pilot leading the avatars of myth, VS would have no more concerns about his safety. The power of an expert pilot vastly outpaced their lesser counterparts if paired with a suitable mech. VS frowned a bit at that last detail. Even if I can turn Melcher into an expert pilot, I can't pair him up with a mech that can bring out his strengths. I still have a short way to go before I can advance to a journeyman mech designer. Still, now that he gained a rudimentary grip on spirituality, he shouldn't encounter any obstacles in his next advancement. The Crystal City abruptly responded differently after VS shot 15 different runes for the umpteenth time. The spirals channeled their energies into another portal. It's about time, you stupid city! Bring me close to something good this time. The portal actually emerged in some kind of peaceful garden estate. The alien aesthetics conformed to an entirely different standard. The Crystal City loved to utilize spirals while the Crystal Palace incorporated a lot of hexagons. The garden didn't make use of any geometric shapes. Instead, the crystals looked like they'd been dug out of the ground. They took on rough and natural shapes, exactly like the natural unprocessed crystals that anyone could mine from a planet. VS called the site a garden due to the abundance of native indigenous flora. Weirdly enough, the plant-like growths looked like they'd been crossed with animals. Their surface was dotted with purple flesh that rhythmically moved according to an unknown pattern. They intertwined the purple crystal houses and structures as if they had married the ruins. This might be dangerous. VS hesitated on whether he should send out Lucky. The growths creeped him out, but he smelled the whiff of treasure inside the houses. The alien who lived here must be very powerful. The Crystal City wouldn't have programmed a portal to this destination if someone average lived in this garden. It would have been too much of a waste if the portals led to aliens holding statuses equivalent to gardeners or plumbers. The more he thought about it, the more VS hungered to crack open those abandoned houses. He decided to shoot the growths first and see what happened. He extended the Amastendera and aimed at one of the largest purple growth. He shot it with a low-powered beam. The growths immediately went wild. Its tentacle leaf-like branches flailed in every direction as they tried to smack the source that threatened it. One of the branches reached the portal and smacked it from the sides. The branch parted in half. The tip of the branch fell away while the rest of the growth pulled back its branches in fear. Getting one of its limb cut off resulted in a lot more damage than being hit by a laser. In fact, the growth hadn't sustained any damage from the low-powered laser beam at all. Could the aliens have cultivated the growths with their crystals? How could they be immune to lasers? If a laser doesn't, what about a cat? VS sent out Lucky through the portal and ordered him to slice apart the growths. His cat did so reluctantly. Evidently, the growths didn't look very appetizing to the pet. The sheer disparity in size and power had turned the hybrid growth into shredded plant meat. This time, they uncovered something surprising underneath the growths. They found the corpse of an alien. Chapter 352 remains. The aliens that built the crystal ruins always fascinated VS. Through his continued proximity to the Crystal City, he imagined an increasingly detailed picture of their race. The crystal builders very likely evolved from a terrestrial planet not too divergent from the Terran standard. This meant they likely looked like organisms from the Terran animal kingdom. Throughout the galaxy, nature often led to the same solutions to the same problems. That was also why humanoid-looking aliens were remarkably common in the galaxy. Some radical scientists even believe that some outside force had artificially inflated the prevalence of sexually dimorphic humanoids with 2 arms, 2 legs, and a head. Of course, no one believed them. The most predominant theory was that the shift from walking on 4 limbs to walking on 2 limbs freed up the forelimbs for the usage of tools, which subsequently led to the birth of civilization. These kinds of humanoid aliens made up a substantial amount of species in the galaxy. The crystal builders happened to be a variant of the standard humanoid form. As VS peered over the remarkably preserved corpse through the portal, he noted that it was as small as he imagined. The tiny corpse possessed a weird face with cavities all around its uneven ball-like shape. VS couldn't figure out which senses corresponded with any of the cavities. One hole might turn out to be the mouth while the other could be an ear. Its torso possessed a natural hunch, which meant the alien likely walked around while holding a naturally bent posture akin to primates. Nevertheless, their arms were remarkably short and stubby even for their stature, as if they had atrophied through long generations of neglect. Their legs looked lean and normal, with much wider soles and more bend into them in order to stabilize their hunched posture. They look like little puppets. Another amusing thought sprang into his mind. He imagined a kid playing around with living crystal builders. The kid grabbed 2 of them with each hand and smashed them against each other, not caring at all how much he hurt the aliens. VS shook his head. He couldn't help but belittle these tiny aliens despite their impressive technological achievements. It was human instinct to treat any creature smaller than themselves as toys or pets. Such assumptions could be dangerously negligent, as some species of small aliens possessed a lot of might. Lucky, don't eat the corpse. Bring it back to me. Fortunately, Lucky appeared to obey him without any fudging this time. As a gem cat, his favorite food consisted of mundane and exotic minerals. Actual flesh and blood hardly whetted his appetite. Lucky carefully grasped the corpse with his maw and flew back through the portal before depositing it onto his outstretched gauntlet. Curious. VS had no idea how much time had passed since the alien had died, but it must have been millions of years at the very least. Why hadn't it decomposed? VS whipped up his trusty Vulcan eye and meticulously scanned the alien. He quickly found out why the corpse hadn't broken down all these years. The alien had actually replaced his flesh with a flexible crystal substance. Certain cavities within the body must have hosted the brains and other vitally important organs. They had long been broken down into dust, leaving only an empty shell behind. Even for the crystal builders, this must be an extravagant procedure. He imagined this alien once held a very high status among his race. He might even be the master of the Crystal Garden. While VS would never in a million years wish to replace his body with a mechanical equivalent, he still found this corpse to be of utmost importance. It was a potential treasure in the eyes of those who pursued immortality through mechanizing their bodily functions. The supple, flexible crystals that bent when he lightly squeezed them with his gauntlet also held a lot of value. If VS could derive its composition and reproduce it in his labs, he might be able to invent a new substance that would be ideal in armoring the joints and other parts of a mech that needed a flexibility. It's likely to be extraordinarily expensive. From what VS could gather from the readings of his Vulcan eye, the exotics used in the flexible crystal exceeded the ones used in the solid crystal ruins. Thus, any attempt to derive some value out of the flexible crystal could only be put off until his career had advanced. VS put away the crystal builder's corpse and ordered Lucky to dig up the crystal garden for any other treasures. The portal opened and closed several times. For safety's sake, VS always called back Lucky to his side of the portal before it closed. Although the Crystal City's portal generator worked fine so far, VS would be a fool to assume that ancient alien technology worked flawlessly after countless eons of neglect. The Crystal Garden suffered a very different outcome from the Crystal City and the Crystal Palace. The aliens abandoned the latter too, but the former still held a single powerful occupant. Perhaps a retinue of servants and bodyguards had accompanied the crystal cyborg to their deaths, but nothing of their existence remained in the ruined garden. As Lucky dug out the uneven crystal structures in the garden, VS studied the sample of the plant meat that Lucky had also brought back. The Vulcan eye read out a bunch of data that only exobiologists would understand. All he knew for certain was that it was actually still alive and that it possessed both plant-like and flesh-like traits. Considering that it had grown over the crystal garden and survived for who knew how long, VS suspected that it might be some kind of bioweapon. A clash between two different alien civilizations, perhaps? Besides the sample of plant meat, VS hadn't found any traces of the threat the crystal builders faced. All of their history was lost to time, and only their most enduring creations remained to prove their existence. So many races rose and fell in the galaxy that VS hardly shed a tear to the passing of another race. Humanity was a practical race. They only cared about the benefits. Most of the time, that meant exterminating any aliens they came across and loot the best parts of their technology for humanity's own use. VS merely thought of himself as someone who followed that trend as he instructed Lucky to crack open the crystal structures, which held a lot of cultural significance. The crystal structures of the garden contained a lot more furniture, but none of them interested VS. It wasn't until Lucky dug into the basement levels of the largest crystal structure that he managed to come across something remarkable. It was a circular plate the size of his palm. To the aliens, it must have been a large table or piece of art. To VS, its shape hardly roused his interest. Instead, he focused on the tiny crystals embedded onto its surface. Is that the galaxy? The embedded crystals on the table depicted the Milky Way galaxy in a very accurate depiction. It hardly differed from the modern appearance of the galaxy. VS could actually use the differences between the two to date the table's construction, though he wasn't particularly interested in doing so. What VS focused on instead was that the map highlighted a couple of stars with crystals of different colors. They were so small that VS had to magnify his helmet's visor in order to see them clearly. He realized that the outermost one corresponded to the location of the Komodo star sector. That should stand for this planet or where the Joe system. The other minuscule gems spread out over the rest of the Milky Way galaxy, though most of the colored gems had been affixed in roughly the same slice of the galaxy. This likely meant that the Crystal Builders' civilization had stretched from the galactic center to the galactic rim. Had they once been the dominant race of the galaxy as well? The significance of these ruins went up if that happened to be true. Had those portals stretched over thousands of light years? Was the Crystal Garden actually located in the galactic center? That would be a mind-blowing fact if that was true. Sweat started to trickle down his back as VS realized the implications of his discoveries. Perhaps he misinterpreted the map, or perhaps the Crystal Builders liked to exaggerate their accomplishments, but VS became more determined than ever to keep this secret to himself. He ordered Lucky to retrieve the table. The Crystal Garden hadn't turned up any other treasures. Lucky dug up a lot of furniture, but in his eyes it might as well be junk. Still, the table potentially held a lot of value, because when VS scanned it with the Vulcan eye, he found out that it held a dense amount of circuits. He intended to decipher their contents later once his abilities progressed. Well, that's 2 ruins down. Hopefully, there's more. The galaxy map fostered some hope in VS. It contained a score of colored gems, and VS hoped that they corresponded to all of the destinations of the portal generator. As long as he played the lottery long enough, he should eventually be able to open a portal to all of those locations. Sadly, I'm running out of time, he sighed. Much of the value derived from these ruins consisted of things that weren't immediately useful to him. He would have to improve his knowledge base by a substantial amount, and put in a lot of research before he could profit from his gains. A potentially massive payoff 20 or so years from now wasn't very useful compared to what he could earn when he went back to designing mechs. I'm a mech designer. I design mechs. Researching alien remnants is only useful if it helps me build better mechs. It only made sense for him to moonlight as a treasure hunter so long as it benefited his designs. If he could readily decipher the crystal builder's technology, then he didn't mind being stranded here for years, although he would likely be forced to subside on clawed worm meat. His face crinkled into a disgusted expression. No thanks. Over the next 2 days, VS resumed his endless lottery draw. He continued to shoot the alien rune monuments like a monkey banging at a keyboard. If the monkey continued to type a random mash of letters, he'd eventually be able to reproduce an exact copy of old Earth's classics. VS indeed felt like a monkey as he continued to persist in this monotonous task with hardly any rest. He forcibly kept himself awake as sleep would eat a precious amount of time that he could have used to gamble for another successful combination. His luck turned out to be awful as VS failed to hit a successful combination in the remaining amount of time. Every single time he hit a different combination of 15 runes, the crystal spires would shoot out their light beams at him without fail. Seems like I won't be gaining any more harvests this time, he sighed at the end of his time limit. His mind had practically become fossilized at the excruciatingly boring routine. Even Lucky hadn't bothered to do anything but sleep at the same spot. Even if a light beam passed through his intangible body, the disturbance wasn't enough to wake him out of his rest. VS was ready to go home. He retrieved the alloy key monument and wondered why the crystal builders had used metals instead of crystals. He also wondered why they made it relatively easy to open a portal to the location of this monument. Will it actually be able to bring me back home, or is it some kind of trap? No matter the truth, VS owed it to himself to try the combination. He had already fixated on the runes in question and began to shoot at them in the order depicted by the keys. He chose to read out the runes from left to right and top to bottom. A bunch of light beams hit him right through the head. Okay then. These aliens aren't a fan of reading from left to right. Chapter 353 Belief. VS employed a number of different orders, but it hadn't worked. Even if he started from right to left, the Crystal City treated him like he was an intruder. Not willing to give up, VS began to employ more creative methods of reading out the runes. After more than a score of different combinations, he finally achieved a different result. This time, he started from the center and radiated outwards in a counterclockwise circle. The crystal spirals began to focus their energies upwards and generated another portal. This time, he came across a very welcome sight. A familiar asteroid with a very familiar cave beckoned him back home. Yes! That should lead back to the Joe system. His exuberance quickly died down once he noticed the portal hadn't grown wider than his head. Same as the other portals, the current one only allowed someone like Lucky to pass through. These stupid midgets! How would he be able to squeeze through this tiny portal? The problem caught him in his throat. He let the portal expire while he furiously churned his mind for a solution for his problem. How could he make the portal large enough to fit his body? Wait a minute. What about my semi-corporeality? Even if he passed through the portal, if he remained a ghost, it was nothing different than being dead. Imagining himself as a specter who haunted people for their energies scared him to death. This son isn't going to follow in his mother's footsteps. In order to stave off a panic, VS forced himself to think in a logical manner. First, I should break down the problem. He currently had to achieve 2 essential goals. The first one should be to regain his corporeal state, and the second one was to find a way to return to the asteroid in the Joe system. Both problems presented seemingly insurmountable obstacles to VS. He had no clue how to go about the first problem, while the second problem was within reach if he could master the Crystal City's technology. VS looked at himself and his somewhat transparent body. He couldn't pick up any object or interact with this alien world in his current state. The botched teleportation had turned him into some kind of energy being that existed in a higher dimension. It was already remarkable enough that he hadn't been torn to pieces or ended up into a dimension of nihility. His eyes happened to have gazed over at Lucky, who had woken up after some time. His cat currently played with some rocks on the light-burned ground. Lucky's paws glowed with spirituality as he effortlessly crossed the line between tangibility and intangibility. Lucky isn't the only one with spirituality here. Ever since his last Eureka moment, the system had updated his status to reflect his current strengths. It explicitly added spirituality to his attribute tab. Although a score of 0.4 looked pathetic, it was already better than most other humans. Spirituality and semi-corporeality are related. One should be able to affect the other. Could he manipulate his intangible state into a solid state? And could he go back to being a ghost? He began to speculate that energy beings might be holding their intangible bodies using spirituality. It might also even be the reason why VS and Lucky had survived the initial teleportation process. If they hadn't possessed this special quality, they might have been phased out of existence. This is frightening. The thought that he unknowingly dodged an unfortunate fate did not help with calming his mind. His thoughts also spun into several tangents. He recalled the energy beings he encountered before, from the massive devourers to his mother's ghost. Is she truly even dead? A mix of emotions pressed upon his heart. VS did not dare continue to follow this train of thought and centered his mind back to his own state. Right now, he strongly believed he should be able to exert some control over his intangible body. Energy beings hold themselves together with their thoughts rather than their flesh. Their flesh doesn't exist in this state. It's all in the mind. He believed if he brainwashed himself into believing that he was a dog, his intangible body would turn into a dog as well. Not that he had any interest in trying out this particular experiment. Let's start with something simple. His transformation hadn't encompassed his body alone. His hazard suit and his gear had also transformed along with him. This provided him with a convenient way to test his latest thoughts. He retrieved a compact nutrient bar from his tool belt and stared at it with the same intensity as when he designed a mech. Turn solid. Turn solid. Turn solid. He repeated the same mantra over and over again. He knew that as a fairly logical person, he would have a lot of trouble trying to trick his mind into believing falsehoods. The best method he came up with was to think of nothing else but the same set of words. Essentially, he tried to override his conscious thoughts with a faulty statement so that it had the chance to become true. It took more than 10 minutes for something to go into effect. The nutrient bar glowed before losing its opacity. It quickly fell between his intangible fingers. It worked! His thoughts had hit the mark. Spirituality formed the core of manipulating an intangible object. VS gazed down at the nutrient bar that had returned to the material dimensions and waited for something to happen. More than 15 minutes went by until VS tentatively became assured that the nutrient bar wouldn't return to its intangible state on its own. He saw hope now. Now that he confirmed his train of thought and proved that he possessed the same capabilities as Lucky, VS tried to perform a bolder experiment. He wanted to turn his own body back to solid. However, he stopped his experiment before he began. What if he couldn't reverse the process? That wasn't an issue if he returned to the Joe system, but as long as he stayed on this unknown planet, that would be the death knell for him. By forsaking his special state, he lost any chance of squeezing through the tiny portal. I can figure this out later. First, I have to find out if I can manipulate my own size. He believed that if he could turn his body from a ghost back to normal, that it should also be possible to change the shape of his ghost form. This attempt took a lot longer to produce a result. VS patiently wished for his body to grow smaller without fail. It was a lot harder to do so because humans weren't supposed to be so small. It went against everything he learned from birth. Still, as long as he brainwashed himself long enough, he was able to accomplish the impossible. His body eventually flickered before growing smaller and smaller. Lucky stopped playing with his rocks and stared at the shrinking VS with alarm. Was his owner trying to turn into a cat? It worked! He succeeded in shrinking his body to the size of a doll, but it came at a heavy burden. Almost all his concentration had been allocated to believing the lie he told to himself. If he became distracted in any way, he might not be able to hold his current state. It's time to go, Lucky! VS wanted to leave this barren place and return home. He retrieved his miniaturized Amastendera and shot at the correct sequence of runes. Despite its shrunken state, the Amastendera's output hadn't diminished at all. When the Crystal City generated the portal back to the Joe system, VS didn't hesitate and flew up to the portal over the Crystal City. Lucky followed behind him with a fascinated gaze. The cat couldn't get used to seeing a human of this size. The downside of having shrinked himself was that it took a bit longer than he thought to traverse the distance. Unlike the Amastendera, his hazard suit's output had scaled according to its size. VS felt as if he tried to fly out of the atmosphere of a habitable planet. It took an agonizingly long time before he reached the portal. Hurry up! The portal will almost close! VS dove through the portal just as Lucky went through as well. The portal winked out 20 seconds later, but VS had already sprawled himself against the asteroid. His intangible form had also returned to its normal size. I'm back! Ha! He celebrated even as fatigue swept over him. The change in stature had really expended an enormous amount of mental energy. VS had to take a lengthy before he could contemplate his next problem. Right now, he remained stuck as a ghost. If he ever wanted to return to normal, he had to find a method to turn his body back to solid. It shouldn't be too different from turning that nutrient bar back to solid. He employed the same method of hypnotizing himself into believing his body was corporeal. It actually went a lot easier than he thought, because he essentially didn't lie to himself. He always possessed a fully material body. He just had to reinforce this truth in order to effect a change. My body and gear are solid. My body and gear are solid. My body and gear are solid. The only issue that complicated his efforts was that he also wanted to turn his gear into solid at the same time. It wouldn't do for him to turn his body back to normal, only to die in vacuum as his hazard suit still remained intangible. Eventually, he succeeded. His body, along with his hazard suit and other possessions, suddenly blinked back to a solid form. VS had succeeded into turning back to normal. Despite his success, he still remained cautious and stood still while he waited for his body to flicker back into ghost form. 1 minute. 5 minutes. 15 minutes. 30 minutes. Only after 1 full hour did VS become assured that his transformation had been permanent. He sighed in relief and let down his guard. Hopefully nothing strange would happen in the next couple of days. Meanwhile, Lucky played and floated around the asteroid as if VS had nothing to do with him. The cat stubbornly remained intangible. Lucky! Turn back to normal! Lucky pointedly turned his butt at VS and continued to play with the rocks that had been shaken loose from the asteroid. VS sighed to himself and gave up trying to persuade his pet to stop fooling around. Lucky's intangible state didn't come with any downsides as far as he knew. VS looked back to the cave entrance and thought about the grazer rifle design he had to get back to. It was such a long time ago since he last worked on it that he forgot about some of the details. With the insights I've learned from the crystal ruins, I should be able to design a much better rifle. Even without applying any of the alien innovations, VS still gained a lot from the skills and sub-skills he acquired from the skill tree. They corresponded closely with the inner workings of a laser weapon, and VS immediately thought of a number of ways to enhance his old design. The difference between the old design and the improved one would be like night and day. When VS returned to the cave and studied the design, he shook his head. It's so simplistic. The design became so rudimentary in his eyes that he quickly overhauled the entire schematic. He couldn't bear to fabricate the old design as it possessed a large number of flaws that grated his perfectionist sensibilities. A mech designer should have more pride in his work. He vastly improved the Grazer rifle design in several areas, increasing its endurance while cutting down its weight. It would be able to output a lot more power as well while generating a bit less heat. Its capabilities more closely matched the Grazer rifle design outlined in the research notes. Chapter 354 Purpose. Before VS could finish the design on his reimagined Grazer rifle, the Barracuda arrived at his asteroid. Captain Sylvester came as scheduled, but this time she brought a disconcerting message to VS. Did something happen here? She asked as soon as she established a communication channel with VS. VS knew that the initial teleportation process had been too conspicuous to hide. An accident happened with some alien relics that had been laying around here. I see. Sylvester sounded like she wanted to know more, but her employer had been acting secretly all this while. She refrained from questioning him more. There's a problem. Whatever happened here has pinged all of our sensors, and if we can pick it up, so can the monitoring equipment scattered all over this star system. Has anyone arrived yet? As far as we know, no one has transitioned into the system as of yet, but that might change in the next couple of days. The only reason why a ship hasn't arrived yet is because the Joe system is based around a red dwarf. The smaller and more pathetic the star, the harder it was to navigate towards it in FTL. Only a couple of exceptions like port systems disregarded this rule. VS mentally calculated how much work he had to do before he finished his errand. I won't be staying here for long. Return the Barracuda to her hideout and come back in 72 hours. I'll be ready to pack up and go home by then. Although Captain Sylvester revealed some misgivings, VS did not wish to go through the trouble of delaying the completion of his mission. It would be a hassle to find some other desolated star system for him to resume his work in peace. Once his Corvette turned around and left VS alone on his rock, he thought about his timetable for the next 3 days. It's going to be tight. His face pinched up. Yet I'm going to have to wrap up this design. In truth, he set a hard deadline for himself so he wouldn't keep adding more features on his Grazer rifle. It had already evolved from a rudimentary proof of concept into a formidable weapon of radioactive destruction. In designing the weapon, he had become much more proficient and familiar with working around laser weapons. The difference between before he embarked to the Joe system and after he returned from the Crystal City couldn't be more stark. His proficiency with regards to light, lasers and crystals had reached an unprecedented level to him. His gains regarding these fields almost rivaled his recent gains in the field of spirituality. It's like learning to run before learning to walk. It's the wrong order, but it makes learning how to walk a trivial problem. After finishing this side trip, VS gained a lot of confidence in being able to design a workable laser rifle. He also planned to apply some of his preliminary research gains from his studies of the alien remains. This would certainly push the quality of his laser rifle closer to those wielded by mainstream mechs. In the next 2 days, he raced to finalize his design. He stopped adding any major features but instead optimized the Grazer rifle's existing configuration. VS caught several major flaws that could have led to a bad outcome this way. He also slightly increased the Grazer rifle's efficiency by a minor step. Once he finished his final design work, he stood back and sighed. For a taboo weapon, it sure doesn't look like it now. He cut down on the bulk considerably. With his increased proficiency in lasers, he found he didn't have to compensate for his inadequacies with the use of buffers. Buffers are a sign of inefficiency. An excessive amount of moderating components only add to the bulk while taking up space from more essential components. V.S. remembered from his classes back when he studied at Rittersberg. Buffers also encourage more sloppiness because there is a higher tolerance for errors. In short, only those who lacked the confidence to design a good weapon added a lot of buffers. Bigger wasn't always better. This rule especially applied to laser rifles. Their main appeal to mech pilots was that they were light, slim, accurate, and low maintenance. While his Grazer rifle design hadn't met all of those criteria, it still functioned as a practical weapon that wouldn't fall apart after receiving a few bumps. V.S. possessed a lot of skill in increasing the robustness of everything he designed, so he had spent some extra effort into toughening up the rifle's frame. Once he beheld the entire design, V.S. thought that it deserved a weapon even if he hadn't put his full efforts into designing the rifle. He refused to infuse his spirituality into the design, but that did not mean it deserved to be nameless. Let's call you the Tainted Sun. The Tainted Sun sounded a bit more poetic than he meant to, but V.S. cared little of the opinions of others. He wouldn't publish the weapon to anyone to comment on his naming choice, after all. After wrapping up his design, he proceeded to his 3D printer and began to fabricate the components. V.S. brought a handful of old bots to assist him with the work. The lack of gravity on the asteroid helped a lot with handling some of the heavier materials. He processed them all and churned out rifle part after rifle part. Despite fabricating the Grazer rifle for the first time, V.S. did not encounter any challenge in this phase. He already completed the hardest portion of this mission. With his ample fabrication abilities, he ensured that each and every part came out well within the tolerances necessary to ensure a tight assembly. Once he finished fabricating all of the parts, he didn't immediately move to assemble them into a rifle. Instead, he inserted an extra step in his fabrication process by scanning the parts with his Vulcan eye. This thing's more useful than scanning alien components. Now that he bought an expensive gadget, he might as make the best of it. The multiscanner possessed far more power than the hulking scanning machines back at his workshop. It was able to detect if his parts had come out crooked or if some of their structure contained cracks or faults. His prudence paid off as his multiscanner detected a minor structural weakness in the casing of the battery. If the Grazer rifle fired a lot of gamma laser beams in quick succession, the battery might heat up and exacerbate this fault. It could have blown up the battery in the worst case. Phew! Good thing I caught this problem in time. V.S. went back to his 3D printer and used some spare materials to fabricate a replacement casing for the battery. Once he finished that chore, he proceeded with the final step of his fabrication process. While he hadn't brought any assembly machines with him, the zero-G environment along with the bots allowed him to assemble the rifle manually. It likely wouldn't have been possible to do so with mechs as some of their components required a lot of force to budge into place, but the largest component of the rifle consisted of its barrel, which was still manageable for him and his bots to move. It took less than a day to complete the final assembly. Once the last part clicked into place, V.S. felt as if he completed a mighty task. He created a true forbidden weapon. The thought that he outright flaunted the rules that kept humanity from destroying themselves from within had sunk in deep at that moment. His mentality experienced a subtle change. It was as if the tainted sun had marked his soul. The mark saddled him with an inescapable guilt. His fear of the MTA increased. He would always step on his toes in their presence for fear of being found out. Yet this ordeal also liberated him from the shackles imposed by human society. He had already stepped out of the box that the MTA had painstakingly constructed around him. From this point on, his perspective on mech design encompassed unconventional solutions. If VS had to break a rule to achieve a goal, then he wouldn't hesitate as long as he could get away with it. The important part was the latter half. Everything could come crashing down as long as a single person found out and revealed his misdeeds to the public. I have to destroy the evidence. That included the Grazer rifle as well as the 3D printer, the terminal, and the remaining spare parts. None of them should exist in this galaxy. VS retrieved his Amistendera and was about to fire at them before reconsidering. It's not safe to destroy them with my laser pistol. It also won't disintegrate the remains. Who knows if someone can reconstruct what I've just created from the slag that's left behind. In addition, he felt that melting the weapon down with his Amistendera was a disgraceful fate for a weapon that he personally brought into reality. He couldn't bring himself to shoot his own creation. He quickly came up with an alternative plan and proceeded to fabricate a composite fabric with sensor-blocking properties before wrapping it up around the only copy of the Tainted Sun. After that, he packed up his workplace and waited for the scheduled arrival of the Barracuda. In the meantime, he checked up on Lucky. VS walked outside the cave and spotted Lucky floating around with a handful of rocks orbiting his form. Lucky resembled a sage as he expertly manipulated the rocks with his gravity manipulation. Sometimes, the rocks passed straight through his form, indicating that Lucky hadn't bothered to turn his body back to normal. VS sighed at his pet. Lucky, it's time to stop fooling around. Who knows if it's safe for you to remain in that state? Lucky briefly glanced at his owner before turning back to his rocks. Ever since VS turned back to solid, Lucky acted like he shouldn't have to listen to VS anymore. After all, what could he do? VS looked at his gauntlets and willed them with spirituality. After 5 minutes of concentration, he activated his hazard suit's anti-grav modules and flew towards Lucky. He swiped his gauntlets towards his cat, only for them to pass straight through his target and knock some rocks aside. The interruption pissed Lucky off. He yelled at VS through the communication channel and darted off to the other side of the asteroid. Damn cat! Just like any other major attribute, spirituality could be applied in many different ways. His own spirituality leaned towards observation and the creation of the imaginary. He possessed little experience in other areas such as manipulating semi-corporeality. Lucky was a lot stronger in this area. Both Lucky and the system benefited hugely from the glowing planet. Lucky gorged himself with a priceless amount of Rorica's bone while the system absorbed the mysterious jewel hidden within the skull of a giant humanoid. While these fantastic exotics possess remarkable effects, VS believed their main value lay in their ability to strengthen the spirituality of an artificial life form like Lucky and the system. He had to remind himself that they started off as machines. Through accompanying him in his career, they slowly gained the opportunity to become more lifelike. What was the goal of the system? Where did Lucky originally came from, and who designed him in the first place? Every machine has its creator. They are all meant to serve a purpose. The Amistendera came with a brief but informative backstory. Its origin story made it clear that the system didn't invent its items out of nowhere. Almost every item that VS could obtain from the store or the lottery already existed in this reality. Anyone in the galaxy could potentially gather all of these valuable items. Yet that would never happen. Every faction had their secrets. No one wished to expose their trump cards and the secrets to their success. The true value in the system lay in its ability to gather these wondrous inventions regardless of their ownership and offer them to its user. It directly converged the collective strength of humanity into a single interface. How scary! Some organization must have mastered the production of attribute candies, while another may have unlocked the secret to creating self-resonating gems. However, despite the system's all-encompassing nature, it very much explicitly lacked things related to spirituality. This meant that a study into this field had never become systematic enough to be passed around from generation to generation. This should be his own unique strength. Chapter 355 Tainted Sun. The Barracuda quietly traversed the asteroid cloud and reached VS after a couple of hours. The corvette turned around and positioned her rear cargo hatch next to the cave. A number of bots began to retrieve everything from the cave, including the thickly wrapped Tainted Sun. VS kept an eye on his freshly fabricated grazer rifle. He was unwilling to let it out of his sight for a single second. Even though he trusted the women he hired to crew the Barracuda, he couldn't account for their curiosity. It was better to forestall any problems by maintaining his vigilance. A handful of crew members such as Jen and Usher helped with securing the cargo. While they locked the containers, they noticed Lucky flying straight through solid matter as if it didn't exist. What the? Intruder alert! Hold on, false alarm girls! VS quickly interposed when they attempted to draw their pistols. That's still Lucky. He's just a little special now. He quickly came up with a sloppy excuse for Lucky's current state. He spun a tall tale about obtaining a special exotic during the Glowing Planet campaign. Since he was already lying about it, he conveniently added that the whole reason for this trip was to figure out a way to incorporate this mysterious material into Lucky. So you turned your mechanical pet into an energy being this way? Usher replied in a baffled tone. As the ship's engineer, she possessed a lot more expertise in technical matters, so she wouldn't be fooled so easily. This is amazing. How did you do it? Trade secret, VS simply replied. He figured that Usher still held some reservations, but he didn't need to say anything more. What mattered was that VS could use the same excuse to anyone else, and they wouldn't be able to refute it to his face. After all, the Glowing Planet yielded a bewildering variety of exotics. Once the crew finished storing all of the goods, the Barracuda turned to head to the edge of the system. Just before she could fire up her thrusters, VS called a halt. What is it you want, sir? Captain Sylvestra asked as she appeared in the cargo bay as a projection. Don't leave the Joe system yet. Head towards the red dwarf in the center of the system. Get close to it as possible without damaging the ship. I want to dump a bunch of cargo into the sun. The woman looked oddly at VS before she acknowledged his order. Her projection winked out, leaving VS alone in the cargo bay. Lucky had already passed through the upper deck and played elsewhere. Since the asteroid with the cave already orbited fairly close to the sun, it didn't take too long to approach the red dwarf. The corvette still took more than half a day to navigate between the asteroids, though the asteroid cloud had become increasingly sparse the closer they neared the sun. Nowadays, suns served as the ultimate garbage dumps. It only took a brief trip close to the scorching sun at the center of any star system to dump all manner of garbage that needed to disappear. However, with the current advances in recycling used materials, only low-value bulk materials got dumped this way. The cost of transforming worthless junk into usable materials exceeded the cost of shipping them straight into a sun. The only reason why someone went through the trouble of dumping valuable materials in the sun was if they had something to hide. VS did not hide his intention to the crew, but he misdirected them by hinting that VS had employed a very unique procedure on his cat instead of violating a taboo. As the Barracuda neared the sun, she started encountering some issues. Even though red dwarfs was one of the weakest suns in the galaxy, it still radiated enough energy to scorch a planet as long as it received all of the energy it pumped out in a single second. Proximity to any star entailed a lot of risks. Captain Sylvestra's projection returned to the cargo bay. Sir, we've almost reached the threshold. Do you wish to begin the dumping process? Even VS could feel the heat creeping into the cargo bay. He nodded. Let's proceed as soon as we ready the cargo. VS waited for the Barracuda to turn around. She still continued her approach towards the center of the star system with the momentum she had built up, but this time she pointed the stern towards the sun. Once she finished her maneuver, VS began to remove the collars and safeties, preventing the cargo from being shaken around in the event of a change in momentum. After that, he quickly left the cargo bay and climbed the decks until he reached the bridge. "Sir?" Sylvestra tipped her hat at him when he sat in the observer's seat. "Shall we begin the dumping process?" "Go ahead." Then VS remembered something crucial. Wait a bit. Can you check where Lucky is hanging out right now? I don't want him to get sucked out of the cargo bay." A projection appeared which displayed Lucky's current location. Right now, his lazy cat had broken into the lab and raided some of the spare materials he locked up in the cabinets. Bits and pieces of minerals lay strewn over deck next to his dozing form. VS palmed his face. "Ugh! Even my pet is taking up after my thieving mother." "What was that, sir?" "Oh, nothing. Please check one more time that nothing is out of place in the cargo bay. After that, you may proceed with dumping the entire cargo bay." "The entire cargo bay? Including the 3D printer?" "Including the printer." He'd been ready to say goodbye to his first 3D printer ever since he reconstructed the Dortmund. The capabilities of this generic second-hand model couldn't catch up with his ambitions anymore. Even as a spare device that could be used to fabricate replacement parts, its imprecise mechanisms and terrible output prevented it from remaining relevant to the LMC. He might as well throw it away in that case. Ordinarily, VS would have sought to sell it a desperate mech designer who wasn't too picky about buying third-hand goods, but now that he used it to fabricate the Tainted Sun, he couldn't risk letting someone else get their hands on it. Even if VS had removed every possible bug and recording routine, he wasn't confident enough he caught everything. Thus, VS would rather miss out on the 50 to 100 million credits that he could have earned if he sold it on. "Goodbye, old companion." The printer deserved better. It had accompanied him in his first steps on his road to becoming a mech designer. He fabricated the Mark Antony Mark I and TUS with this machine. It was a piece of company history that would certainly become a priceless artifact if he becomes someone influential a couple of decades from now. Yet his paranoia forced him to put aside his sentiments and prioritize his safety. The rest of the galaxy couldn't find out about the Tainted Sun. It would destroy his career and ruin the Larkin Sun name in the process. The Barracuda used its reverse thrusters to continue accelerating towards the sun. Then, the captain ordered the cargo bay hatch to be opened. A bit of air had been left inside the bay, which leaked out into space in an instant. The decompression caused some of the cargo begin moving towards the edge. Simultaneously, the anti-grav modules in the cargo bay removed the artificial gravity that kept the cargo in place. They then exerted a horizontal repelling force on the cargo, pushing them away from the ship at a moderate speed. Once everything inside left through the hatch, the Barracuda ceased to power her reverse thrusters and began to fire up her main thrusters again. This slowly halted the Barracuda's descent into the sun and pushed her back from the threshold. Even though the anti-grav modules in the cargo bay hadn't exerted that much pushing force onto the cargo, the ship had been accelerating towards the sun at a brisk pace. The ejected cargo had inherited this momentum which sent them soaring towards the embrace of the sun. They'd be burning up within the hour. VS lamented the waste, but hardly felt pain by the loss. As the Barracuda turned to leave the Joe system, VS remained at his seat and kept watching the spinning cargo as they slowly neared the furnace of the Red Dwarf. He only left the bridge once he personally saw them burning up. "All right, you can head back to Cloudy Curtain now. Make sure that no one finds out we've been here." They might have to skulk through the asteroid cloud and make some detours in their route, but VS could never take enough precautions. He left the crew to their jobs and left for his stateroom. Once he entered it, he sat behind his terminal but didn't activate it yet. Instead, he held up his comm and activated his privacy shield before running the system. Congratulations for completing the upgrade mission. A mech designer must strive forth and use any means to improve his designs. A mech designer reveres their own abilities and nothing else. Possessing the means to design a special mech but lacking the will to make it into fruition is a sign of weakness. The ultimate mech designer must be free and unrestrained. That's easy for you to say, VS snorted. He was glad he finished the mission to the system's satisfaction. Even if it carried a moderate difficulty, VS was still afraid he had fallen short of the system's standards. Good thing he passed. Please stand by. Stand by for what? A mass of knowledge suddenly thrust into his mind. His calm and serene mindscape instantly fell into disorder as an incredibly dense amount of knowledge poured into its midst. VS held back his screams as more knowledge than he could ever imagine assimilated within his mind in the most straightforward method possible. VS thought his mind had improved to a point where he wouldn't feel any pain from acquiring a new skill. He was wrong. The senior level physics he waited so long to acquire was so much more significant than he thought. It carried much of humanity's recent advancements in the field of theoretical physics, with a bias in areas directly related to mechs. Many of the theories directly or indirectly touched upon the wonders made possible by exotics. Their ability to bend the laws of reality allowed for much more extensive observation and experimentation. This led to many conclusions that shook his conception of reality. Hundreds, thousands of different changes opinions happened within seconds of each other. The higher dimensions are countless, and they're not as unreachable as I thought. I made so many fundamental mistakes in designing the tainted sun. Stupid. So that is why the crystal builders are proficient in manipulating light and portals. It's their unique crystals that are at the heart of their technology. I see. This is why those materials are prohibited. They're too dangerous to be circulated. They can annihilate an entire star. So this is how a modern battery works. I understand why they use these materials. What was a senior mech designer? As someone who surpassed the level of journeyman, such a person would have an august status everywhere he went. Even the first-rate superstates respected seniors due to the wealth of knowledge they earnestly accumulated over many decades. VS had to compress all that lifetime of knowledge in a single sitting. It took over 12 hours before the system stopped pouring in a transport's worth of knowledge into his mind. It took a lot more time to digest these gains. VS only fully mastered 1% of what he gained, and those merely consisted of the easier parts. It's going to take a bit longer for me to master this knowledge. He frowned. His face revealed his fatigue. Unlike the last times, his mind simply couldn't handle the profoundness of what he gained. The system did as much as it could to help him digest the materials, but it wasn't a god. I'm being limited by my mental capacity. VS thought about hurrying up the process by ingesting a transcendence pill. Without enhancing his intelligence, it might take months before he could fully utilize his senior-level physics. He thought about how the war went so far and calculated whether he could delay his upcoming design project. He had no doubt the war would heat up in the next couple of months. By then, the MTA would certainly call him up to contribute to the Republic. Did he have enough time to ingest the Transcendence pill and complete another original design? It's going to be another gamble. Chapter 356 Human Limi. He decided to go through with the gamble, even though he might not obtain the intended result. The Transcendence pill he received from the system as a reward from the Glowing Planet campaign came with a very powerful benefit. It could directly break the attribute limit of any of his mental attributes. There were two major problems. One of them was that it hadn't mentioned any way to control the outcome. Ideally, VS hoped to boost his intelligence, because it would directly help the speed in which he mastered his new and overwhelming senior-level physics skill. The other problem related to the amount of time he'd be indisposed. The pill's description offered a very wide range of time, from just a single day to 88 days of adjustment. In the meantime, VS would fall into a coma as the pill did its magic. I can't afford to be down for 3 months. The Bright Republic situation will certainly deteriorate in that time. VS thought about it, and figured the main reason it might take so long to unlock his genetic limit. The pill would be facing an uphill struggle if the person who ingested it possessed a weak foundation. Most of his mental attributes scored 1.7 and higher, so VS had no concerns in that area. However, just to be safe, he spent the last dregs of his DP to round his attributes out to its current maximum limit. At his state, VS had no excuse for leaving his attributes so low. Intelligence Attribute Candy 1800 DP. Intelligence Attribute Candy 1900 DP. Creativity Attribute Candy 1900 DP. Concentration Attribute Candy 1700 DP. Concentration Attribute Candy 1800 DP. Concentration Attribute Candy 1900 DP. Too bad the store doesn't offer any spirituality candies. If his conjecture about the source of the store items was correct, then VS shouldn't get his hopes up. After all, not a single human in the galaxy possessed a deeper systematic understanding of spirituality. The candies worked their magic in his body, and VS could feel his mind grow in minute ways. The boost in strength had not been as large as crossing past 1.0, but it definitely brought other benefits. It appeared the closer a human got to 2.0, the more their mental prowess quickened and became more steady. It's actually an increase in stability. A small weight had been lifted from his mind, and strange enough, the internal energy cycle within his body had also grown a little lighter. VS rubbed his stomach and chest with a deep expression. So this thing that Dr. Jutland has implanted within me isn't purely a physiological matter. It's strongly related to my mentality. Perhaps it's even directly related to spirituality. He always suspected something like that might be true, but he subconsciously dismissed it all of this time because of Dr. Jutland's crazy ravings. His constant rants about the importance of developing the mind over the body sounded crazy back at the time, but now, VS couldn't help but reconsider his words. Had the mysterious and rebellious 5 Scrolls Compact been on the right track? Why had they fallen out with the CFA and MTA? A chilling dread ran through his spine. Dr. Jutland appeared to be an outcast of the heretical organization. If the higher-ups of the Compact took him a little more seriously, they might have been able to master the phenomenon of spirituality. Fortunately, from Jutland's resentment, VS gathered that the 5-Scroll Compact focused most of their efforts on enhancing their physical bodies. They pursued a completely different direction. It's not like they can help it. Human science is still biased against things they can't observe. As long as no one could sense or measure spirituality directly, even the most radical scientists in the Compact possessed no clue. Still, VS did not underestimate the ingenuity of the human mind. Like Dr. Jutland, there must be several other hermits and outcasts who might be on the right track, if only coincidentally. At some point, the secret wouldn't be a secret anymore. At least I have a head start in this field. The benefit of being a pioneer was that he could reap the benefits first. VS became more determined to develop his mental attributes and find a way to grow his spirituality to even greater heights. He took the rest of the trip back to Cloudy Curtain to rest his mind. He cleansed his mind of any distractions and attempted to bring it to its peak state. He shoved aside any concerns about designing a rifleman mech for later. He also halted his attempts to integrate the influx of physics knowledge. The Barracuda took a little longer than necessary to return to Cloudy Curtain. Even though she possessed enough capability to hop directly from the Joe's system to the Bentheim system, such a straight and obvious trajectory could easily be traced back to VS. Thus, Captain Sylvester chose to obfuscate their presence by transitioning to a number of uninhabited star systems before they finally approached Cloudy Curtain without passing through Bentheim. The monitoring equipment in the Cloudy Curtain system was extremely rudimentary. The captain believed that it wouldn't be able to pinpoint the exact star system the ship had made their final transition. "Good work, Captain." VS nodded to Sylvestra as he stood on the bridge while the Corvette made her final descent onto his home planet. "I won't be needing the Barracuda for a couple of months, I think, so she should get back to regular duty." "Understood, sir." The Barracuda had become something of a status symbol to the executives who needed to commute between Cloudy Curtain and Bentheim. Her sleek appearance and impeccable coalition pedigree always impressed their business partners. Once they reached the spaceport, VS left for his old workshop with his intangible pet in tow. At first, the security escort dispatched by Sanyal Ablin looked nonplussed at Lucky's casual ability to pass through the plating of the armored shuttle. "Ha ha ha, don't mind my pet. He recently received a couple of upgrades." VS quickly attempted to defuse their suspicions while trying to grab onto his lawless cat. Unfortunately, he utterly failed at grasping onto Lucky as he floated through people and fixtures with no regard. The journey back to the old workshop therefore became a little tense. VS had no doubt the security officers would report their sightings back to Sanyal Ablin's office, which would then pass on the intelligence back to the Kansa clan. VS had made no attempts to hide Lucky's new state. Even if he could get his cat to obey him, the benefits decisively outweighed the risks. He had done some studies of Lucky's intangible state with the help of his Vulcan eye. It turned out that Lucky had become as elusive as if he entered the field emitted by the privacy shield. Although optical sensors could still detect the mechanical cat, many other sensors ceased to work entirely. This turned Lucky into a great spy and thief. VS had become well aware of the implications as Lucky had raided the Barracuda's stores of spare materials bare with impunity. Thinking about his losses prompted VS to stare his pet with a vigilant expression. Lucky had better not try to break into the storerooms of the LMC. "I'm keeping my eye on you." "Meow?" Lucky responded back, and tried to act cute. He floated down to VS and partially solidified on his owner's lap. "Meow!" VS couldn't help but take the invitation and stroke Lucky's back. He chuckled. He couldn't stay angry at his pet. A couple of hours later, the armed escort arrived at the outskirts of Freslin. The old workshop looked a little bit less lively since he last visited the place. When VS exited the shuttle, he met with Carlos, who waited on him at the front entrance. "Carlos, how's it going here?" "It's largely empty here at the moment. We've already moved most of our operations to the new complex. By the way, you forgot to name it. Everyone's calling it the complex or the place. It gets confusing sometimes." "Let me think about it on the way. First, I want to take a stroll through this workshop one last time." Before VS left for the Joe system, he ordered the LMC to pack up and move to their operations to the new complex with haste. Even if the construction project hadn't been finished yet, VS wanted to hurry up with the move because it was already a lot safer to work from there. As VS entered the halls, he instantly noticed a lack of furniture and people moving around. Previously, the office areas of the workshop had been packed with workers. Now, their absence left a gaping void that could never be plugged again. The old workshop already attained a touch of history in its empty halls. Almost everything from the desks to the monitoring equipment had been removed. Only the old cleaning bots still moved within these halls. The old machines had been left behind because the manufacturing complex possessed a better suite of bots. After glancing at his old personal office, VS wandered over to the yard the empty storerooms, and the fabrication hall. The Mech technicians had already packed up the Dortmund and the rest of the main production line and moved them away. The absence of all the large machinery had turned the hall into an empty cavern. Just think about it, Carlos prompted. Almost 2 years ago, you began your business with a single old printer and assembly machine. I doubt you had more than a couple of million credits to your name. Now your net worth must have ballooned into the billions. With his enhanced mind, VS sensed a subtle thread of envy in the voice of his friend. It's all thanks to my designs. Without my work, the LMC would have never grown so big at this point. As the first person who joined me, I won't mistreat you. He felt the need to reinforce Carlos' loyalty. VS casually handed him a bonus of a couple of million credits, but they both knew that such an amount of money wouldn't change anything. You've already been more than generous to me, VS. He responded as he looked at VS with a despondent expression. The money is great, but it's the practice and the books that's truly useful for me. I've been studying under you for all this time. How far have you come along? Further than when I started. I've even designed some variants of the Black Beak in my spare time. Would you like to take a look at them? If you wish. This time, VS gazed with interest as Carlos transferred some files to his COM. He projected the design schematics and studied them with his full professional attention. He knew why Carlos opted to design a variant of the newer Black Beak instead of the older Mark Antony Mark II design. The latter was an extremely complex hybrid knight, while the Black Beak was one of the simplest mech types in existence. However, just because the Black Beak appeared relatively simple didn't mean it contained a lot of complexity. VS incorporated a lot of subtlety and nuances into the Black Beak. Those who failed to see through these secrets would never be able to trump his original vision. VS only took a minute to determine that Carlos had missed the most essential points. His variants all increased the Blackbeak's power at the cost of endurance. That didn't sound so bad on the surface, but many of the Blackbeak's components specialized in lasting power. To turn that around and force them to perform past their shallow peaks meant that they'd be worn out within months at worst. For a design that VS intended to last for at least a decade, that was blasphemous. If that wasn't bad enough, Carlos had also botched the trade-offs. He traded far too much endurance to squeeze out just a little bit more peak performance out of his variant. If VS made a casual effort, he could easily double the gains, not that he would ever want to. Carlos opted to pursue a vision that was diametrically opposite to the original intention of the Black Beak. As for the X factor, VS generously didn't include that factor in his evaluation. Carlos hadn't been clued into that particular secret anyway. When VS wiped away the projection of the design schematic, he turned his eyes towards his friends. I don't know how to say it, but your work could use a little more maturing. That bad, huh? Carlos replied with a low voice. It was as if he already accepted that he botched his designs. Can you tell me what I should work on? VS quietly sighed in relief. At least his friend hadn't been in denial and accepted his shortcomings. There was hope for him yet. Before you design a variant, it helps if you set a vision for it that's compatible with the base model. You can't turn a marathon runner into a sprinter in a single go. Figure out a set of criteria that your variant has to meet that's also not too different from the parameters of the base model. Won't that defeat the point of my work? If my variant performs too similar to the original work, what's the point of publishing a variant in the first place? That's not exactly wrong, but it's better to err on the side of caution. Get some practice in first before you begin to deviate further. Try to figure out a way to add a new capability without sacrificing too much performance. For example, the Black Beak has always been a little bit poor in terms of heat management. If you can come up with a solution with regards to that area, then you can save me a lot of trouble. Hope sprung in Carlos' eyes. You can count on me, VS. Chapter 357 Benson In truth, VS didn't think that Carlos could come up with a solution that the LMC could accept. His friend's foundation was still too lacking, and his talent and learning ability was decidedly average. He would never amount to anything in the mech industry unless he ate a lot of attribute candies. That put VS to thought. Would Carlos be able to benefit from the attribute candies as well? If that was true, then VS might be able to nurture Carlos into a welcome and much-needed assistant. Right now, the LMC depended too much on VS to do all of the essential design work. If he could offload some of the more trivial tasks such as designing variants of his own designs to Carlos, then the company might be a lot better off in the long term. Carlos, he began. What do you see yourself doing 10 years from now? I see myself working alongside you as always, his friend replied with an aspirational tone. I know it's going to be difficult catching up with your growth, but I'm a hard worker. I know I can do it. Don't forget that I helped build the LMC to its present height as well. It's my baby as well, so I'll work as hard as I can to make it into an ever greater company. This reassured VS. If the LMC ever grew to the point where it needed to bolster its design capabilities with a team of designers, then Carlos would certainly play an important role. His shallow foundation and average talent could always be amended with the help of the system. Still, VS wasn't in a hurry to do so. Besides having a lot of matters on his plate, he also had to figure out a way to prevent exposure. After finishing his tour of the old workshop, VS boarded the armored shuttle and flew towards the manufacturing complex. An hour later, they had arrived at the immense site, which looked a lot more finished than before. Jake waited for him outside the landing pads. VS, I hope you'll stick around longer this time. If nothing unexpected happens, then you'll certainly get your wish. VS chuckled back. Fill me in on how the LMC is doing these last couple of weeks. Has anything changed? There's a spike in orders. The entire mech industry is getting swamped with customers. Every outfit that have earned a killing in the glowing planet are eagerly trying to bolster their capabilities. Some of the smaller gangs that participated in the event have already been robbed and killed by rivals who missed out. VS nodded when he heard what had happened. The influx of the nouveau riche had turned the entire Bright Republic on its head. Too many outfits gained an abundance of money, but sustained severe losses as well. They turned into the best kind of targets to vultures looking for an easy score. How has the market responded? These newly enriched outfits generally adopt two different buying patterns. The smaller ones with less capabilities are prioritizing delivery speed over quality. They want to take immediate ownership of their purchase and aren't willing to wait for more than a day. Quality doesn't matter too much, so the smaller players of the market with readily available stock are having a field day at this moment. That sounds great, but it probably doesn't have anything to do with us. We've never been able to build up an inventory of mechs. The LMC fabricated mechs as fast as they shipped out, so the news hadn't been relevant to VS. His company had long grown past the definition of small player. That's where the second type of customers come in. These are the big players like the Major Mercenary Corps and the Blood Claws. They've all placed a big batch of orders for our products. The waiting list has practically doubled in the last couple of weeks, and it's only growing longer by the day. He smiled at that. He had anticipated that this would happen. That was why he agreed to take out a major loan in order to finance an expansion in the company's production capability. Are the 2 new production lines up and running yet? It's been shipped a week ago. Chief Cyril took charge and brought them down to the fabrication floor. Last I heard, the chief and his men are still in the process of setting up the production lines, but I'm not an expert in this matter. That's fine. I'll go down and help out in person. I know more about the production equipment than anyone else in the company. Before you go, VS, the manufacturing complex needs a name. It's a multi-billion-dollar project, and it will one day house thousands of employees. It's a great start to a major undertaking of the LMC. It's destined to become one of this planet's most iconic landmarks. Landmark, huh? VS uttered as his mind drifted off. Let me think of a name. When VS initially planned the construction of the manufacturing complex, he hadn't fixated on a name. He figured he could casually come up with something on the spot, but now he thought that the complex deserved a more considerate name. The future of the living Mech Corporation rested on this massive company's site. This was the exclusive domain of his company, and everyone who stepped foot here day by day would put their hopes on its prosperity. Besides serving as a production site for Mechs, the complex also featured a lot of fortifications. The walls, turrets, mech patrols, and other security features ensured that anyone who attempted to attack the complex had to pay a price. The LMC had signed a more extensive contract with Sanyal Ablin to ensure that the site would not receive any disturbances, either from sabotage or overt attacks. The beefed-up contract added to the company's expenses, but with the impending addition of 2 production lines, it should be able to shoulder the extra burden. Since this complex is the center of the LMC, it needs a name that reflects the ideals of the company. How about the Mech Nursery? Jake was absolutely floored at the name. The old man tested the words in his mind for a little bit. It's an unconventional name. I don't know if it will fit the complex. Although his COO still held some reservations on the name, VS didn't change his mind. The more he thought about it, the more the name fit the aspirations of the company. He wanted to create mechs with life, and what better than to call their place of origin as the Mech Nursery? Even if it sounded weird, it reinforced the impression that VS wanted to convey to the mech industry and his customers. His products carried the spark of life, and they deserved to be treated that way. Right now, Jake reluctantly registered the name through his comm after signing some paperwork. The complex would officially be known as the Mech Nursery. It already churned the old man's stomach. Haha, let's go inside now. I want to see what you've done to the place. Under the company of Jake and Carlos, VS proceeded to tour the complex from top to bottom. He visited the above-ground offices first. Most of the floors hadn't been put to use as of yet, but VS envisioned a time when these empty white halls would be brimming with people. Modeled after Marcella's office, VS enjoyed the top floor to himself. The wide open spaces, the gold and brown furnishings, and the exquisite furniture all added to his prestige. He would definitely be able to imitate the likes of Marcella and Mr. Chandler of the MTA if he sat behind his imposing desk. VS tested the padding of his desk chair and realized that it hid a large number of features that added to his comfort. Lucky also perched at the top of the chair and partially materialized to test out its functions as well. The seat had evidently been designed to accommodate pets. I'm very glad with the look and feel of my office. It makes me feel like a successful CEO. That's good. We've especially hired a number of renowned interior designers to decorate the offices. As pleasant as his new office looked, the real work was done below. They left the top office and took the elevator that brought them straight underground. VS only briefly toured the underground floors. He already visited them a few weeks ago, and besides some additions, they largely remained empty due to a lack of capacity. Only the manufacturing floor possessed a lot of liveliness. The Dortmund production line had been moved to the first production hall. A number of mech technicians could be seen working on fabricating another silver-labeled black beak. VS left the workers to it and visited another hall. A larger number of mech technicians gathered around the brand-new production line. It consisted of a full set of 3D printer, alloy compressor, chemical treatment machine, and assembly machine. They all came from the same company called Benson Industrial Machinery. Benson enjoyed a significant amount of renown in the Bright Republic for producing lines of fairly excellent mech manufacturing equipment. Chief Cyril had evidently been a fan of them, since he chose to purchase 2 of their upscale production lines in a single go. Chief! Come over here, VS! Help me with the configuration of this Benson printer. VS figuratively pulled up his sleeves and stepped close to the 3D printer that formed the core of the production line. What's wrong? I don't know if we missed something, but the printer refuses to work. It spits out a bunch of error codes, but the manual only provides us with a brief description. Have you called for support? BIM support lines are swamped with calls for help. The LMC isn't the only company who decided to expand their production. Our competitors are joining in the race as well, since there's a lot of money going around these days. Without the influx of customers who had recently gotten wealthy off the glowing planet, VS wouldn't have pulled the trigger and taken out a loan to finance the Benson production lines. The other mech manufacturers must have performed the same calculus and accelerated their expansion plans as well. Looks like we need to fix this ourselves. Let me take a look at it. VS had bought a fair number of assembly skills from the system, so he quickly figured out the root of the problem. The 3D printer and the rest of the machines function normally, but they required a lot of connections in between. Without effective communication between the different machines, the production line lost a lot of efficiency. With the help of VS, the chief and the rest of the technicians became enlightened about the problem. Once the source of the problem became known, the technicians could fix it on their own. VS left the mech technicians to their jobs but pulled Chief Cyril aside for a private talk. How effective do you think the Benson production line will perform? The chief scratched his stubby chin. Compared to the Dortmund line, it's a lot more automated, so it's bound to be faster. However, the Dortmund you've retrieved is unparalleled in precision and quality control. I'd say there's going to be a little more waste if we utilize the Benson machines at their full capacity. If you want to achieve the same level of quality as the Dortmunds, then we'll have to cut our production speed by at least 30%. That's unacceptable. VS shook his head. Even though he constantly emphasized the importance of maintaining a high level of quality, it didn't come at the cost of common sense. The silver label black beaks will be fine with a small drop in quality. We can catch the worst faults in time if we scan and double-check each part that comes out of the 3D printer. That will slow down our production process as well. Scanning each and every part as they come out is a laborious process, although it's faster than slowing down our overall rate of production. Then we'll do so. It's very important to scan our parts for their integrity. I don't want to hear about any cases where our customers died because we haven't been prudent enough to check our own parts. The chief nodded in acknowledgement. He agreed with the sentiment. That's a good choice. It will cut into our earnings, but it will give our customers some peace of mind. After questioning Cyril about how other matters, VS finally left the manufacturing floor. Once they stepped into the elevator, he decided to go down to the lab floor. Jake frowned as he stood beside VS. Why do you want to enter the lab? We've already visited it. I'm about to conduct a very important experiment. I'm sorry about the short notice, but I'll be indisposed for up to 3 months. I won't be coming out and I won't be accepting any interruptions during this time. What? Chapter 358 Transcendence. VS thought about it carefully. The value of the Transcendence pill lay in its ability to overcome the human limit without any side effects. It only cost him time, while precious, would never be short in stock. Therefore, even if the Bright Republic faced tumultuous times, the benefits of the pill absolutely outweighed the cost. Even if VS ultimately couldn't finish his second original design in time, he would still be able to use his increased capabilities in other ways. A special elevator slowly descended many kilometers deep into the earth. It passed through a number of checkpoints and defenses that surrounded the sensitive lab and private workshop floor. When the elevator doors finally opened, VS stepped into the lab with Lucky floating behind him. The cat quickly darted away, passing through a number of walls without encountering any hindrance. Besides Lucky, nothing should have been able to penetrate the thick defenses of the lab. An uncountable amount of defenses and security measures hid behind the alloy-paneled walls. Advanced electronic defense systems thwarted the intrusion of any bugs and jammed any form of signaling or transmission. A secure but expensive quantum entanglement node formed the only method of communication with the outside galaxy. Closed air circulation and filtration systems ensured that the entire floor was completely sterile and free of contaminants. A storeroom filled with water and nutrient packs as well as an excellent organic recycling system ensured that VS would easily be able to last inside the floor for more than a decade. The way the security systems had been set up made it difficult for Sanyal Ablin to snoop in on him. A thick layer of signal-blocking material enveloped the entire floor. The only way that they'd be able to receive telemetry was if some kind of miniature bug hitchhiked on his body, or inside his comm. Good luck with that. The system practically monopolized his comm and didn't allow any form of malware or spyware to invest his most important electronic device. As for external bugs, Lucky often snacked on them every day. VS even went to the trouble of hiring several other security companies and consultants to supervise the construction of this floor. He even asked the Larkin Sun estate to send their own specialists to keep an eye on the supervisors. All of this had ballooned his expenses, but VS wasn't short on money these days. From now on, this is my temple. VS became inspired to construct a private workshop after Oleg invited him into Master Olsen's workshop in Limar. Despite her absence, her workshop carried a majestic air that made it clear that miracles emerged from that place. Right now, his own workshop was half empty and rather barren. Much of the fancy machines cost much more than 10 times the total worth of the LMC. VS had no choice but to set aside his intentions of purchasing all of those expensive machines and settle for the basics. It's sufficient for now. He planned to make full use of what he got once he started designing his rifleman mech. Right now, he had a pill to ingest. He left the working area and entered the attached living space. After freshening himself up yet again, VS called out to Lucky. "Come over here!" Lucky floated through the walls and stopped in the air in front of VS. "Meow? I'm going to be out cold for a time. I don't know how long it lasts, but make sure nobody enters this floor, okay?" Meow. "Hey, don't argue with me. I left a whole batch of high-value minerals inside the storerooms. Feel free to munch on them while you guard over me." Meow. This time, Lucky appeared to comply with his orders. If nothing else, VS could always bribe his cat with food. Once he finished making his final preparations, he took out the Transcendence pill he received as a reward at the end of the Glowing Planet campaign. The thumb-sized pill carried an organic gold luster, as if it had been condensed by the blood of a god. If the system is able to bring out a Transcendence pill, then someone in the galaxy is able to produce them. How difficult is it to make such a wondrous pill? Gene boosts already cost a fortune to produce, and they only provided marginal effects compared to the Transcendence pill. This tiny object had the potential of transforming the life of anyone who ingested it. The price for this pill must certainly be horrible for any single person to bear. The depths of the galaxy hid an uncountable amount of powerhouses. Master mech designers emigrated from the galactic rim and the galactic heartland all the time in order towards the galactic center. Besides competing for the best technologies and the most miraculous exotics, VS guessed they also struggled to obtain the favor of organizations that grasped the production of these precious pills. There's nothing in the galactic rim and galactic heartland that can keep these master mech designers interested. The Komodo star sector especially had it bad. As one of the most backward star sectors in the galaxy, over 2/3 of the masters that emerged from this region had eventually said goodbye to their old states and journeyed to the center of the galaxy in order to join the Terrans or the Rebarthans. Would Master Olson choose to go for greener pastures as well someday? She only advanced to the rank of Master a fairly short time ago. She's still too young at 100 years old. With a sufficient amount of life-prolonging treatments, a wealthy individual could easily push up to 600 years. Many fossils that experienced the violent transition from the Age of Conquest to the Age of Mech still clung to their lives to this day. He estimated that Master Olson should take at least another 100 years to shore up her foundation before she made her play. Once that happened, everything would change. VS knew that if he tried hard enough, Master Olson would certainly extend an invitation for him to join her expedition to the center of the galaxy. If VS was a normal mech designer, he'd certainly look forward to it. But with the system, who knew if he would still be Master Olson's apprentice in 100 years? Perhaps he'd be able to treat her as his equal by that time. If Master Olson is a genius who can advance to Master in 100 years, then I'll certainly be able to accomplish the same. Advancing to Master in 100 years, how ambitious! VS even harbored ambitions of reaching such a height well before he turned 100 years old. The renowned star designer who held the title of Polymath held the record for the youngest advancement to Master. She took less than 50 years to rocket straight to Master, astounding the entire galaxy in a single feat. All of that is still too far away. He sighed and turned his attention back to the Transcendence Pill. This shall be the next step in my road to ascension. VS carefully laid down on his bed and popped the pill into his mouth. He didn't require any water to swallow down the pill. In fact, it had turned into liquid as soon as it entered his mouth. A rush of energy emerged from his stomach and shot straight to his brains. Before he could even contemplate the feeling, an invisible pillow smothered his consciousness. An unknown amount of time went by as VS slumbered on his bed. He completely fell into dormancy, and wouldn't wake up even if he grew hungry or needed to relieve himself. Naturally, he already prepared some bots to take care of those issues beforehand, but strangely enough, his body remained in a state of stasis. Besides his respiration, almost every other bodily function had paused. Sometimes, Lucky emerged from the walls and landed atop VS. His mastery over his intangible state allowed him to materialize completely for short moments of time by now, and he often did so in order to bump VS from his sleep. Meow. Unfortunately, nothing he did manage to wake VS up. Sensing the futility of his actions, Lucky gave up on the idea and instead spent most of his time sleeping atop his owner. As for VS, his mind had been cast far away from the Komodo star sector. The Transcendence Pill had a marvelous effect on his mind. He felt as if he experienced an out-of-body moment yet again, but instead of being brought into someone else's body, his mind and soul had reached an immeasurable height above the galaxy. His incorporeal senses gazed down at the splendid disk of the Milky Way. The galaxy spun much faster according to reality. Thousands of years went by with each second that passed by. It clued him in that he was looking at an illusion. Still, real or fake, the unfiltered sight of the revolving galaxy had impressed him beyond belief. It's so beautiful. The galaxy is much more vast than I can imagine. Red dwarfs, blue giants, black holes and more made up the fabric of the constantly spinning galaxy. At the center of it all lay the supermassive black hole that kept the stellar objects together. Witnessing the wealth and breadth of the galaxy through his soul affected him more than he thought. As he gazed down at the galaxy gazed up at him. An immense, primordial energy that spun with the galaxy quietly seeped a tiny portion of its being into his soul. As soon as that happened, VS received a mighty shock to his mind that instantly catapulted him out of the illusion. Back at the underground private workshop, VS woke up with sweat streaking down his body. His breath became disorderly as his mind and body momentarily fell out of sync. It hurts! His brains heated up as it experienced an inexplicable transformation. VS groaned and squirmed on his bed as he tried to endure the pain. He blacked out once again. The next time he woke up, he found to his surprise that the pain had subsided. His sweat-stained body had also been cleaned up by the bots that stood by. After VS tentatively prodded his head, he sighed in relief as he didn't appear to be suffering from any further side effects. That was one hell of a trip. Moments later, Lucky passed straight through the door and solidified his body in order to cuddle against VS. Meow! Ha! I miss you too. From Lucky's urgency, VS deduced that the Transcendence pill had eaten up a fair amount of time. He quickly activated his comm and looked at the date. 33 days went by. That was better than he feared, but worse than he hoped. Just over a month went by, which meant that anything could have happened in between. Before he inspected his changes, he first wanted to contact Jake and hear from him if anything had happened during his coma. Since the quantum entanglement node on this floor had been confined to a closed system, VS couldn't use his own comm to contact the outside world. VS slowly slid from his bed and shakily walked out of the apartment. He approached a closed chamber which held a solitary terminal that connected directly to the quantum entanglement node buried just underneath. He connected to the galactic net and entered his mailbox. Nothing serious happened. He arranged for Jake, Melker, Marcella, Calcy, and Gavin to send him weekly reports. Although plenty of notable events took place in the past month, nothing directly affected the LMC in any detrimental way. A few raids on Bentheim and the surrounding systems, price inflation, shortage of rare exotics. Melker finally finished recruiting his cadre for the Avatars of Myth. With an abundance of money and authority from VS, Melker eventually succeeded in hiring 8 capable mech pilots. He also spent much of his allowance on purchasing mechs for them to begin their live training, although the 2 night pilots still waited to receive their gold-labeled black beaks. That can still wait. Once he reassured himself that nothing critical demanded his presence, VS shut down the terminal. Right now, he mentally stimulated his mind and tried to figure out if anything had changed. He resumed the long stagnant process of integrating the senior-level physics knowledge that he succeeded in obtaining. It's faster! The integration of knowledge happened at least 10 times faster. The difference between before and after couldn't be compared. His processing speed had sped up by an entire order of magnitude. Yes! My gamble succeeded. My intelligence has broken through the human limit. What did that mean? From now on, VS would rapidly be able to learn and process all kinds of esoteric knowledge. He could even branch out into fields that shared no relations with mechs, though he didn't plan to do so. How high is my intelligence right now? Chapter 359 Second Original Design. His mouth gaped open as he called up his status page. Much of it remained the same, so he skimmed over them entirely. Instead, his eyes narrowed down on his intelligence score. Intelligence, 2.1. Just 2.1? The difference of 0.1 at this level actually produced a sea of change. Obviously, the attribute scores didn't follow a linear pattern of growth. For example, someone with an intelligence of 2.0 wasn't twice as smart as someone with an intelligence of 1.0. Each increment of 0.1 provided a different amount of improvement. Reaching a score of 2.1 was a vast gulf of difference, especially when it had reached a stable state. VS once reached a height of 2.2 in endurance, and that had transformed his body in many ways. It was a pity that he gained such strength from Dr. Jutland's insane experiments. Jutland hadn't actually been able to break the human limit, so the abnormally high endurance actually started to break down his body. If the CFA hadn't reverted some of the changes, he would have died when he reached 50 years old. It's far too soon for me to die at 50 years. Let alone 50 years, VS believed he could easily last more than 500 years. Once VS understood his changes, he didn't hesitate to integrate the immense amount of knowledge provided by senior-level physics. What previously took months to digest now took up just a week. For the next week, VS did nothing but sit behind a desk while casting his mind inward. An extreme amount of theories with regards to fundamental physics became understandable over time. Much of the knowledge enabled him to understand and work with various types of exotics. Before mastering this level of knowledge, the only way that VS could integrate exotics into his own design was if he obtained a readily available license. For example, the Veltrex armor system with its 3 layers of armor plating that withstood different damage types came with several ingenious formulas. The research institution poured a lot of resources into developing these formulas that combined several exotics into special alloys that provided a wondrous effect. Previously, VS was purely a consumer of these formulas. Now, he gained the minimum qualifications to produce his own formulas. Still, it's not that simple. The senior-level physics only provided him with a broad but fairly shallow foundation. If he wanted to develop an actual formula, then he needed to supplement his main skill with several sub-skills raised to a certain height. Right now, VS didn't hold any ambitions of developing his own component designs. Even though it cost him a lot of money or merits, making use of existing licenses saved him a lot of time and energy. A mech pilot doesn't have to know how to build a mech. A ship captain doesn't have to know how to build a ship. A doctor doesn't have to refine his own medicine. VS believed that it should be enough to focus on his core job of designing new mechs. Even if the system easily allowed him to unlock a myriad of specialties, he did not have any intentions of imitating the polymath. I have my own way of making mechs come to life. Even without the relevant sub-skills, the main skill alone provided a lot of benefits to VS. He easily understood the heart of each phenomenon and became more proficient in handling advanced technology. In particular, he gained a comprehensive boost in understanding laser weapons. If before he could only design an average gamma laser rifle design, now he would easily be able to improve the Tainted Sun by more than 20%. Once a week went by, VS fully integrated his long-awaited boost. Now, he directly met one of the criteria to advance to journeyman mech designer. According to the demands set by the MTA, he only needed to formulate his design philosophy and pass some tests before he could officially leave his apprentice days behind. I still have to design a number of original mechs. The MTA set a strict bar for anyone who wanted to be acknowledged as a journeyman mech designer. They had to design 5 original mechs. Naturally, the designs also had to meet a minimum performance standard. In that regard, the Black Beak already passed the test, so VS wasn't worried about failing to meet the standard. VS first checked his messages again on the isolated terminal. Nothing special had happened, although the amount of raids by the Visions had increased. He figured that the LMC could last a little longer without his presence. I've been delaying my next project for too long. It's time for me to make the first step. He finally felt ready to embark on his next design project. His inadvertent adventure with the crystal ruins had given him a lot of inspiration on how his next design should look like, and he was eager to turn his ideas into reality. Immediately, he faced an important choice. First, should he collaborate with someone on this project, and second, should he log his every action in detail? Different from designing his first original mech, VS faced a lot less constraints this time. He already went through his debut and proved that he could design an original mech without any outside assistance. Now that he gained the mech industry's acknowledgement, he enjoyed a lot more freedom this time. VS thought about his gains from the crystal ruins. Once he began to design his mech, it would become obvious that he incorporated alien insights into his work. When the MTA checks the logs, they won't care about these matters. To a behemoth like the MTA, they wouldn't lift their brows if VS applied some of the principles that powered the alien ruins. His recent upgrade in intelligence and his acquisition of senior-level physics had vastly improved his understanding of the crystal builder's technology. Even if he still couldn't unlock the secret behind the circuits, he still harvested in many other ways. While VS had a lot to hide, he didn't mind being stared at by the MTA. Logging his design process would instead ensure his claim on his own design and prevent others from accusing him that he stole his design from someone else. That happened more often than anyone thought. Still, VS did not entirely wish to rely on himself this time. He knew the challenges of competing directly against the mainstream models and their variants. The market for rifleman mechs was too competitive for VS to make an impact even with all of his recent gifts. VS gently stroked his calm when the time was right. He'd disable the logs and activate his super publish function. He hoped that he could elevate the quality of his design just enough to break into the market. As for how to explain the jump in quality, VS could just hand out an excuse that he let an unknown expert make a pass on his own design. Mech designers with a lot of connections often invited experts to elevate their designs to another level. Most of the time, these experts insisted on being credited by their works, but sometimes they wished to remain anonymous. In this regard, VS could easily explain his super publish function by crediting an anonymous contributor. The only downside to the super publish function is that I won't earn any DP from its sales. This was a very steep price. However, as long as he captured a small chunk of the market for rifleman mechs, the profits would be immense and his prestige would rise well above his fellow apprentices. Right now, VS desperately needed to enhance his prestige and reputation. Otherwise, the Mech Corps wouldn't value him when they eventually called him up to serve the Republic. VS moved back to his design project. Alright, a good design starts with a solid vision. He aimed to pin down a vision and complete a draft design within a week. After that, he would solicit everyone's opinions before he moved on to turning his draft into a full design. I already have a great idea for a vision. Through his first-hand experiences in the Glowing Planet campaign, VS acquired a rich perspective on rifleman mechs. As the mainstay of any mech force, they would often be fielded in great numbers. Rifleman mechs are rarely sold one at a time to any single customer. A small-scale buyer like a single squad Mech Corps might only ever purchase one night. As for rifleman mechs, they wouldn't hesitate to buy at least 2 to 4 of them in a single instant. The market for rifleman mechs is big and profitable. The high volume of sales alone is enough to fight over. Under these highly competitive circumstances, VS had to carve out a place for his own design. He set his sights on the upper premium segment of 60 to 70 million credit mechs. In the Bright Republic, the vast majority of rifleman mechs sold for 50 million credits or less. The mainstream mechs were no exception, which also made them so attractive in the first place. It wasn't enough that they delivered a higher level of performance, but their pricing also bankrupted many aspiring local mech designers. Still, the Republic wasn't completely clueless, and imposed a number of tariffs and other barriers that made it slightly less attractive to purchase a foreign mech. The Bright Republic wouldn't be able to host such a lively mech industry if they let the transgalactic corporations operate with impunity. The most expensive mainstream mech still costs only 50 million credits. VS shook his head. It's hopeless for me to compete directly against them at this price point. The Black Beak managed to be successful due to his decision to design a rarely seen offensive knight. VS purposefully avoided the crowded market for defensive knights, and thereby avoided direct comparisons between the Black Beak and the mainstream knight models. He intended to do the same with his second original design, only this time he wanted to differentiate his product through its price category. With my existing licenses, I can easily clad my rifleman mech with compressed armor. With the help of my improved skills, I can also beef up the capability of its primary weapon. As long as VS managed to control his costs, he believed he could design a very strong rifleman mech that performed a notch above the mainstream models. Perhaps it would lose out in terms of optimization and refinement, but the boost in raw performance would easily make up for that disparity. A rifleman mech that costs at least 60 million credits is absolutely a mech fit for a leader. With a powerful laser rifle and an ample amount of armor, only the best could make full use of these capabilities. It had to offer a certain level of rounded performance in order to appeal to highly skilled mech pilots. I can take some inspiration from the modifications I made for Fada's mech. Speed and mobility is essential to a modern rifleman mech. This should be my first priority. I can't skimp on this area. Firepower was a close second, followed endurance and staying power. Since he intended to reuse most of the licenses he acquired to design the Black Beak, his next design should also be able to last an entire war. Armor is only the fourth priority, but that doesn't mean I should neglect it entirely. It had to be good enough that his buyers would willingly stomach forking over at least 60 million mechs. That meant that VS wouldn't be able to cover his mech only partially with compressed armor. He had to give his mech the full treatment without weighing it down too much. That's going to be a major challenge. Even assuming he succeeded in balancing the speed and armor of his rifleman mech, he also had to distinguish his mech from the competition in other ways. I need a gimmick. Chapter 360 Gimmick. VS already worked with gimmicks before. Back when he designed the 3-star virtual variant of the hoplite, he adapted one of the spear-wielding knight's gimmicks to the young blood. The gimmick consisted of various enhancements to the shield of the young blood so that it would be able to bash its shield with greater speed and momentum. The implementation came with a number of flaws. The young blood could only enhance its shield bash for a limited number of times, because the batteries embedded into the shield carried only so much charge. In addition, the components lacked sufficient sturdiness and could easily be rendered inoperable. Still, it doesn't matter if the actual implementation is disappointing. It's an attention grabber. The mere existence of the gimmick attracted a lot of attention. The young blood became known as the ultimate shield-bashing knight mech, and its existence had been imprinted on countless Iron Spirit players. The best gimmicks bestowed otherwise normal mechs with seemingly inconceivable superpowers. Meanwhile, the worst gimmicks actually turned out to be a detriment on the battlefield. No matter the case, a gimmick always attracted a lot of attention, thereby making them the perfect marketing material. VS knew that purist mech designers disdained the use of gimmicks. They would rather focus their efforts on maximizing the core performance of a mech. The more a mech designer emphasizes a gimmick, the worse the overall performance of the design in question. Adding a gimmick to a mech always came at the cost of weight, space, power, or heat management. It also raised the price of the mech and disproportionately increased the maintenance burden. A good gimmick justifies its existence. A bad gimmick becomes a weight that drags down the design. VS did not even have to browse the galactic net to come across countless failed implementations. For example, one iconic example often bandied about in the mech industry was the Grenadier. Nominally, the designer designed the Grenadier as a skirmisher. However, it carried a bandolier of high explosive shells on its torso. The purpose of the Grenadier was to sneak behind enemy lines and inflict severe disruption with minimal footprint. Compared to missiles, grenades took up a lot less space and weight, and didn't require any launchers either. The grenades also didn't cost a lot of time and money to produce. Alas, the actual implementation fared much worse than the designer had intended. Almost every grenadier that got caught got blown up when its opponents focused their fire on the bandolier. The grenadier might be carrying around a lot of explosive might, but compared to missiles, they lacked much of the preventive measures against premature detonations. I also can't forget about the Adaptress. The Adaptress was a so-called multi-environmental mech. It was a heavy mech that was simultaneously an aquatic mech, a land-bound mech, an aerial mech, and a space-borne mech. The mech designer of the Adaptress piled his mech up with so many systems that it could adapt in almost every circumstance. The logic of the Adaptress was that since it could be fielded in almost every situation, it could be produced and fielded en masse. The advantages of scale would eventually outweigh the inherent inefficiencies in the design. Heavy mechs always strained the resources and industrial capacity of a state. If the Adaptress could be produced in enough numbers, then the heavy mech component of its military force would become 10 times deadlier. Sadly, the designer had a few screws loose in his head. He somehow succeeded in pitching the idea to a handful of third-rate states, which allocated a huge portion of their limited industrial capacity in producing these gimmicky heavy mechs. For all their adaptability and theoretical performance, the mech designer hadn't actually designed a good mech. The heavy mechs came laden with flaws due to the excess of different systems stuffed inside their frames. The most fatal flaw was that they ran out of power up to 70% faster than a normal heavy mech. With countless more examples just like this, the mech industry adopted a wary stance towards gimmicks. If a mech designer wanted to add something special to their mechs, they should better restrain themselves and keep their implementation modest. VS did not intend to flaunt that rule. The only mech designers who resort to gimmicks are those who can't compete the normal way. Why did crazy designs like the Grenadier and the Adaptress come into existence in the first place? It was because their mech designers faced too much competition. They couldn't compete against the market with their normal capabilities. It's too difficult to compete directly against mainstream mechs. The dominant transgalactic corporations ruled over the galactic mech industry from their headquarters in the Galactic Center. Design teams numbering dozens masters and hundreds of seniors focused all of their immense expertise into perfecting a single standard design at a time. How could any average mech designer compete against the best that humanity had to offer? Even though the Galactic Center was tens of thousands of light years away from the galactic rim, any newly published design from the center would instantly reach the rim through the galactic net. Within a single week, mech manufacturers around the galaxy would instantly produce at least 1 billion copies of the new design. Within a single month, the number of copies might surpass 1 trillion. The amount of demand for the latest mainstream mechs from the most reputable transgalactic corporation could make any single mech designer die from envy. Fortunately, many states wouldn't allow these transgalactic corporations unrestricted access to their mech markets. They adopted a variety of measures, from tariffs to quotas, to give their domestic mech industry a chance to survive. States had to be careful in implementing these trade policies. If they acted against foreign mechs with a heavy hand, they risked coddling their mech industry into complacency. Without the pressure of outside competition, the state's domestic mech designers faced little incentive to exert their full efforts into maximizing the performance of their mechs. The difference might not become evident in a couple of years, but this sort of change always took its time to seep into the vitality of a state. After 20 years or more of continued decline, the strength of the domestic mech industry would be a shadow of its former self. The mechs that proliferated in this state that closed its market to outsiders wouldn't be able to measure up against the mechs of their rivals. Many states ended up grinded beneath the feet of their neighboring states because they disregarded outside advancements. On the other hand, if a state treated foreign mechs too leniently, then their domestic mech industry would eventually atrophy, crippling its ability to design purpose-built mechs for their mech forces. This indirectly weakened the state's ability to wage war, because mainstream mechs would always be analyzed to death by the entire galaxy. Their strengths and weaknesses would quickly become clear to all, including any possible opponents. It would be trivially easy to exploit these traits if an entire mech force consisted of the same handful of mainstream mech models. The Bright Republic is in a difficult spot. I can't blame them for opening up their market to mainstream mechs. The Bright Republic had to square off against the Vija Kingdom, a larger and more populous third-rate state. It couldn't afford to put too many restrictions on the high-performing mainstream designs that constantly proliferated from the galactic center. These extremely well-designed mechs provided the Mech Corps and the various private forces that operated within its borders with a readily available supply of high-quality mechs. Naturally, the Vijans often exploited the well-known weaknesses of these mainstream mechs, but that couldn't be helped. Much more importantly, the pressure of galactic competition separated the wheat from the chaff. Incompetent mech designers had no place in the Republic. Only the best and most resilient mech designers continued to survive under these circumstances. Still, I'm far away from competing against the mainstream mechs in an upright clash. I can only resort to tricks. VS already had something interesting in mind. Before his latest trip to the Joe system, he agonized over the problem, but after he explored the crystal ruins, he quietly formed some ideas. The key to his gimmick lay in the composition of the crystal structures. Even if he didn't understand the circuits embedded into the crystals, he would still be able to attempt to reproduce a copy of the naked crystals. All of this became possible due to his timely purchase of the Vulcan Eye. The crystals bared all of its secrets against the powerful multiscanner. As VS studied a projection of the crystal's composition, he put his formidable knowledge and enhanced mind to use. Could he fabricate the crystals by himself? It's not possible. He shook his head. It's too costly. Coincidence or not, the composition of the crystals from the Crystal City utilized exotics available in the Komodo star sector. Perhaps that might be why the crystal builders left behind a presence in the Joe system. However, an unimaginable amount of time had passed since the passing of the tiny alien species. The Komodo star sector back then looked a lot different than today. Several of the core ingredients could only be found in the center of the star sector, smack dab in the middle of the Friday Coalition. Now that the Friday Coalition is clashing directly against the Hexadric hegemony over the glowing planet, they'll keep all of their high-value exotics to themselves. VS also couldn't forget about the drying imports. The surrounding star sectors also became engulfed in war. Few shipments of rare exotics made it all the way to the Komodo star sector these days. If I can't use the original composition, what about using substitutes? Substituting an expensive or scarce material for a more readily available one happened all the time. VS was no Master Katzenberg, but his breadth and depth of skills and sub-skills gave him the basic qualifications to figure something out. If labs contain samples of pretty much every exotic available in the Republic, as long as Lucky hasn't emptied them all, I'll have a good chance of creating an inferior copy. VS fixated on the crystals because they formed the key to lowering the bulk of his laser rifle. He already applied some of the insights he learned from the crystal ruins into cutting down the bulk of the tainted sun. However, he could have done a much better job if he had some actual crystals to work with. The gamma laser rifle eventually failed to live up to its potential. My next laser rifle will be a far cry from the tainted sun. He already gained a lot of experience designing the laser rifle's big brother. Grazer rifles demanded the utmost in terms of integrity, tolerance, power supply, and heat management. VS faced a lot less pressure if he designed a regular laser rifle. The first gimmick will be to implement as much crystals as possible in the laser rifle. VS already envisioned the laser rifle being smaller and slimmer than a standard model. Combined with the reduced weight of his rifleman mech design, the entire package would allow mech pilots to move faster and nimbler on the battlefield. At the very least, its mobility could compete head-on against the swiftest mainstream mechs in the same weight class. Still, this isn't enough. A better laser rifle only scratched the surface. VS intended to embed a crystal in the frame of his design as well. A bold idea surfaced in his mind. He imagined a large crystal embedded in the head or the chest of a mech. It would accumulate energy over time, perhaps even absorbing enemy laser beams to charge itself faster. Once its energy accumulated up to a critical point, it disgorged its entire charge in a single powerful light beam. The idea sounded very fanciful and unrealistic. At the very least, VS couldn't recall any mech that had used such a gimmick. While many designs did in fact embed laser projectors directly onto the frame of a mech, only the most expensive second-class or first-class mechs employed such a gimmick. Laser projectors are vulnerable and present potential weak points. I'll have to find a way to reproduce a crystal that's both resilient and affordable enough. VS turned to his lab and eyed the handful of high-quality equipment. This would be the first time he put the capabilities of his lab to test. Chapter 361 Realm of the Imaginary. The work put his new capabilities to the test. If he hadn't pushed his intelligence and physics to the next level, VS wouldn't dream about reverse engineering the alien crystals. However, he long stepped out of the confines of what an apprentice mech designer should be capable of. His leapfrogging into senior-level physics provided VS with a rudimentary ability to play around with exotics. Naturally, he wouldn't be able to match the capabilities of a seasoned journeyman or newly advanced senior. The main reason why VS maintained his confidence was because he could reference his detailed scanner readings as well as a live sample. He carefully opened the box that held the corpse of the crystal builder he found in the Crystal Garden. As the supposed leader of the Crystal Garden, his cyborg corpse incorporated the highest quality of crystals. It varied only minutely with the composition of the Crystal City, which in itself served as some sort of capital or refuge for the alien race. VS treated the undecayed remains with reverence and respect. I can't imagine how many millions years it rested beneath that strange mass of plant meat. He tried to date the remains, but failed to do so. His lab equipment didn't come with this kind of capability. After all, why would a mech designer need to figure out the age of an alien artifact? He wasn't an exobiologist nor a treasure hunter. All of the organic bits in the crystal-laden corpse had long decomposed into nothing, leaving only the resilient crystals that served as the body's armor and mechanisms. VS couldn't imagine what kind of powers these augmentations bestowed to the leader. He must have been a formidable alien when he was still alive. He continually speculated on the alien leader's story as he studied the crystal remains. He didn't do so on a whim or because he was bored, but because he had a use for it later on. While he worked on deciphering and decomposing the exact nature of the alien crystals, he already branched out a part of his mind on the next phase of his design project. Now that he set a vision for his rifleman mech, he was ready to proceed with the construction of the images that powered its X-Factor. It's been a long time since I last worked on the X-Factor. His stint with the Whalers and the Glowing Planet campaign exposed him to a lot of mechs, but he didn't get to design or produce any new ones. He mostly spent his efforts on repairs and modifications. These situations didn't allow him to bestow any spirituality to the mechs he worked, except for maybe the black beak he gifted to the Whalers. I wonder how my first production model is faring. The potentially historic and priceless mech could have been saved up and sold for a massive fortune, but he gave it away without hesitation. It was a shame to part with such a valuable treasure, but VS needed to prove his sincerity to the Whalers and couldn't bring out any other mech at the time. He thought about asking Walter's Whalers to hand back the first production model, but didn't do so in the end. Now that the Whalers became one of the few small-scale gangs that earned a handsome reward for their efforts, they would soon grow in power and influence. Ordinarily, such a small but obscenely wealthy gang wouldn't be capable of holding on to its assets. However, their previously hidden relations with the Blood Claws scared away the vultures eyeing all of their wealth. From the latest weekly reports sent by his subordinates, VS remained apprised of the gang's current situation. It was no secret that they recruited a whole bunch of mech pilots and issued large amount of purchase orders for mechs as well. Strangely enough, this time they set their sights higher. Instead of buying bargain bin mechs valued at 3 to 5 million mechs, they started buying more expensive mainstay mechs with an average value of 30 million credits. Furthermore, they also ordered a handful of advanced mechs for their veteran pilots. They even placed a generous order for a handful of silver label black beaks at the LMC. VS sent back a message to prioritize the fabrication and delivery of the black beaks to the Whalers. At this point in time, the interests of the LMC and the Whalers intersected with each other. They both occupied a vital position on the sleepy planet of Cloudy Curtain. VS had even broken his rare isolation and initiated a call of Calcy through the isolated terminal to apprise himself of the latest news. Calcy, what are the Whalers up to right now? They're doing a lot of things at once. The Whalers are continuously expanding their numbers. They're also upgrading their bases into highly defensive fortifications. I can tell that once they've finished their expansion, they'll start to swallow some of the neighboring rural star systems. That's an ambitious plan. They sure have a big appetite. In a time of war, the Whalers opted to spread their wings and expand their influence. It was a bold and risky action, but if they succeeded, they would no longer be putting all of their eggs in a single basket. If the Cloudy Curtain system fell, they still had a number of escape routes available to themselves. How is the rest of Cloudy Curtain faring under these changes? Support for the Whalers have never been higher. The increased recruitments means that a lot of locals are joining up with the Whalers. Even if they aren't very good mech pilots, the Whalers have hired a large number of trainers to shore up their new recruits. Right now, they only have numbers on their side, but after a couple of years of training, their strength will enter a whole new level. This meant that the Whalers would transition from a small and inconsequential rural collection of thugs into a true interstellar gang. Such a shift in scope brought a lot of prosperity to the Whalers, but only if they successfully pushed out their surrounding rivals. VS turned to another topic once he finished asking about the Whalers. Has anything changed in the political landscape? I don't believe the farming consortiums are resigned to let the LMC and the Whalers take over their home planet. I'm afraid you're correct. Calcy regretfully sighed. The farming consortiums along with the White Doves and the Greens have been collaborating quietly behind the scenes. It's hard to keep track of their movements when the LMC and the Whalers make so much noise. Once they sprung their plan, it's too late for the pioneers to intervene. That sounded serious. VS began to frown. What happened? Our opposition pulled back their influence from Freslin and concentrated all of their strengths in Orinoco. Politically, they've abandoned Freslin to the mech fanatics and the supporters of the pioneers in favor of turning Orinoco into their bulwark. It's become impossible for us to penetrate the capital. VS was taken aback at this news. With the onset of war and the increased prominence of mechs, he never imagined the ossified elites who long ruled over Cloudy Curtain like their own fief to stop the bleeding in this fashion. The more he thought about it, the more he admired whoever came up with this plan. By relocating their headquarters, businesses and supporters to the capital city, they maintained an impregnable position that couldn't be assailed. Their decision had split Cloudy Curtain in half. So right now, our influence is near absolute in Freslin, right? That's correct, but that's not as valuable as holding the capital. They still control the spaceport. They can implement any number of rules or collect any number of fees for every shipment that comes in and out of Cloudy Curtain. VS scratched his chin in consternation. It's unlikely they'll do so immediately. They'll face a backlash if they purposefully hinder the LMC. That's what the pioneers think as well. They're keeping the white doves and the greens in check for now, but that's no guarantee for the future. Kelsey looked at VS as if she hoped he would relent on his stance of maintaining his neutrality. The young law graduate had always made her allegiance to the business-friendly group very clear. VS indeed continued to retain her for her connections. That didn't mean he was inclined to change his mind. Monitor the situation for now and inform me of any changes. VS cut off the conversation and threw the local situation from his mind. Right now, what happened on the surface had little bearing on his work in the labs. His studies into the crystals had progressed to formulating different compositions of crystals. Using the machines in the lab, he produced more than a dozen attempts to reproduce the essence of the alien technology. He didn't have any high-value exotics on hand, but the lab did come stocked with all manner of regular exotics in regular supply. All of his attempts so far resulted in outright failures. Every crystal he cultivated so far ended up as brittle as glass. If they possessed the strength to propagate a laser beam, then they only emitted enough energy to light a closet. Difficult! 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 VS did not expect to succeed in a single day, but he hoped to make an early breakthrough. The more time he wasted on trying to get this gimmick to work, the more he delayed to completion of his second original design. He set a solid deadline for himself. If he couldn't produce a satisfactory result in 2 weeks, he would abandon any plans on implementing this gimmick in his design. In the meantime, he continued to ponder on the construction of the images. The triple division technique lay at the root of his current methodology in fostering the X factor in his designs. The strongest result he had ever achieved only scored into the C's. VS had always strived for breaking through the invisible barrier that held him back from scoring a B. Right now, his recent breakthroughs in spirituality showed him a light in the dark. It remained a possibility for now, but the idea in his mind presented a possible way to finally break through that persistent barrier. The triple division technique is a way to superimpose 3 distinct images into a single amalgamation that's stronger than the sum of its parts. Although it's not possible to stuff 3 material objects into one, the rules in the imaginary dimensions are much less strict. The 3 images consisted of the base model, the totem animal, and the human myth. Up until now, VS treated the latter 2 as something completely within his mind. He could invent any number of imaginary creatures or persons with the traits he desired. However, their strengths remained largely in his mind. He only deviated from his pattern when he used the triple division technique on the Black Beak. For the human myth, he took inspiration from Jackknife Jake, the deceased captain of the Velton Myrmidons of Moira's Paradise. The aquatic planet lively mech scene and intense underwater mech duels had a profound effect on VS, and Jackknife Jake's tragic ending inspired VS to incorporate the captain's dauntless courage into the Blackbeak's human myth. VS hadn't thought about it at the time, but now he realized he missed a precious opportunity to elevate the human myth. The realm of the imaginary is powered by thoughts and emotion. Something which only exists in my mind can only hold so much strength. What if I use an image that's shared by many, or carries the weight of history? VS eyed the miniature husk of the crystal leader that had endured a countless number of years. How many aliens looked up to this leader? How much influence did this alien wield in his lifetime? When VS focused his sixth sense on the corpse, he could faintly sense a desolate flavor. The ancient alien corpse carried a unique strength that VS hoped to borrow for his upcoming design. What would a rifleman mech look like if it carried some of the spirit of a long-dead alien leader? Chapter 362 Lady Amalia. At the opening of the Komodo Star sector, a fair number of colonists descended upon the far-flung region. Barren as it may be, its official recognition as a star sector under the collective rule and protection of the CFA and MTA turned it from a lawless frontier into a safe tract of stars. Right around the same time of the founding of the Bright Republic, another sovereign entity came into being. Founded by a wealthy individual with delusions of grandeur, the Vigia Kingdom came into being. The two newly founded states butted heads almost immediately. The Bentheim port system formed the main sticking point. While the Vigians already occupied two other port systems, the greed and ambition of the newly inaugurated Vigian king knew no bounds. The fairly pacifistic Bright Republic had no choice but to stand their ground, or be engulfed by the Vigians over time. A third-rate state with control over three strategic port systems would certainly grow into a regional bully. If the Republic possessed no port system at all, it would never be able to match the growth of their neighboring rival. A war ensued almost immediately. As the Komodo star sector had been opened fairly early in the age of Mechs, the two states mostly fumbled around with the new technology. The ancestor of the Larkin sons took part in the war on behalf of the Republic as a mercenary, and distinguished himself against the unending aggression of the Vigians. Ever since then, the Vigians declared war and brazenly invaded the Bright Republic almost every single generation. As much as the Brighters wished to counterattack and deter the Vigians from lusting after their stars, they couldn't match their lifelong opponents in population and industrial capacity. As the perennial underdogs of the conflict, the Bright Republic had no choice but to endure and take up a defensive posture. Months into the war, the Vigians took full control over the nominal border between the kingdom and the Republic. The aggressors only considered this takeover as an appetizer. The main course had yet to be served. On the expansive command center of a majestic Vigian fleet carrier, an extravagant amount of bridge officers tirelessly worked to prepare their fleet-led for the upcoming operation. An officer clad in a dark brown uniform slowly hovered up to the floating circular platform that looked down on the command center. A young woman barely in her 30s sat upon an ornate throne-like chair with her back as straight as steel. Her brilliantly coiffed blonde hair framed a charmingly delicate face, which unfortunately took on an iron-willed expression. Her purple uniform stood out from the rest. In addition, a distinctive golden epaulette adorned her left shoulder. It depicted a hand holding aloft a notched sword with 5 blazing silver stars on top. Anyone in the Bright Republic and the Vigia Kingdom knew what this image represented. The kingdom adopted the hand with the notched sword as their national symbol. It represented the nobility of their polity, and only a fraction of the population earned the right to wear this symbol. Those who carried the hand with the notched sword on their epaulette served in the Mech Legion. Practically every officer in the Mech Legion was invariably a noble. With the 5 silver stars shining down on the hand with the notched sword, the lady in purple stood above the rest. The Vigian Kingdom adopted a condensed version of the standard human ranks of nobility. The number of stars reflected the rank, while their color hinted at their relation to the rank. The lowest and only non-hereditary rank was Knight. It only shone with a single star. Most often, those who earned the rank of Knight distinguished themselves in battle. The rank of Knight opened up a lot of avenues to these warriors. They were always addressed as sirs. The next rank was Baron, and it was the first true rank of nobility. Not only was it hereditary, it also came attached with a fief. Their houses often formed the backbone of the middle ranks of the Mech Legion. The rank of Baron shone with 2 stars. The rank after that was Count. Anyone who inherited the rank of Count was a true mover and shaker within the kingdom. Many higher officers carried the rank of Count, and they also had a say in how the kingdom should be run. The rank of Count shone with 3 illustrious stars. Arguably the most powerful rank was Duke. A small number of dukes and duchesses carved up the Vigia Kingdom into several dukedoms, over which their houses ruled with near absolute impunity. Even the Vision royals only exerted a limited amount of influence in the core stars ruled by the dukes. This powerful rank shone with 5 blazing stars. The second to last rank was the rank of Prince. Only a member of the Vision royal family carried this rank. They wielded a vast amount of power, but simultaneously held very little authority. The rank of Prince shone with 7 fiery stars. As for the monarch who ruled over them all, only the king carried the right to bear the 9 majestic suns. The symbol incomparably outshone the rest. Besides the royal ranks, the symbols could further be distinguished from the color of the stars. Those who carried stars in bronze only shared peripheral relations with the noble in question. These would often be members of branch families or those who had been adopted in the family of the noble. Those with silver stars consisted of the direct descendants of the noble that ruled over their lineage. They possessed the right to inherit the title and properties of their parents. Only the true holders of the rank carried golden stars. They ruled over their noble houses with a tyrannical amount of power. Only they earned the right to be addressed by their ranks. Besides knights, the other members of their house could only be addressed by lord or lady. In that regard, the Vija kingdom hadn't deviated too much from the standard pattern of neo-feudalism in human space. Currently, the woman possessed an immense amount of power. Her epaulette directly indicated that she stood a chance of inheriting the Amodri's dukedom. She carried as much authority as the Duchess of Amodris herself, who ruled over the dukedom with an iron fist. The noble lady looked over the expansive projection engulfing the entire front portion of the command center. Hundreds of fleet carriers, combat carriers, and transports awaited her command. The amount of power at her fingertips would intoxicate any individual, but the woman treated it as normal as breathing air. Once the officer arrived at the throne, he thumped his chest with his fist. "Reporting, ma'am! Every regiment of the 3rd Amodri's Legion has reported in. The fleet is ready to transition into FTL. Has the destination been set, Sir Jameson?" The knight nodded submissively at the woman he had served since the start of her career in the Mech Legion. "The fleet will arrive at the uninhabited Coxer system in approximately 7 days. The woman frowned. "That is too slow. This is only the first of 7 hops. The Duchess has commanded me to reach the Bentheim region within 2 months. The entire strategic deployment of the Amodri's Mech army rests on the timing of our operation." "My apologies, Lady Amalia." Sir Jameson bent her head. "I shall convey your wishes to the Admiral and exhort him to make more haste." "That is good. I do not wish to hear any further excuses." Dismissed. Half an hour went by as a handful of engineers across the fleet prepared their ships for a distant transition. The further their destination, the riskier the hop, especially if they wanted to travel to a smaller star. If they failed to navigate the gravitic waves in the higher dimensions during FTL, they might get thrown off course and emerge hundreds, or even thousands of light years away. Oftentimes, they ended up in a completely random position in space as well. Many wayward ships that encountered mishaps in FTL ended up several star sectors away. They lucked out compared to the rest, as over 60% of the ships that went off course would never be heard again. People used to believe they disappeared somewhere else, until extensive investigation revealed that they'd been sucked into a major gravity well. That almost always meant they crashed into a sun or a black hole. Thus, the coordinated jump into FTL had to be done with care and precision. The transports that carried the supplies and provisions of the fleet required extra attention in this regard. Their engineers poured every bit of energy into pushing the transports to keep up with the rest. Once Lady Amalia received another notice that the fleet would arrive at their initial destination a little faster, she stood up from her throne. Hidden recorders flared to life. The massive viewscreen in front of the command center switched to project the commanding officer of the 3rd Amodri's Legion. Almost every single projector aboard every ship relayed the same event to the rest of the fleet. Citizens of Emodres. On this day, my mother, the Duchess of Emodres, has given me a command. Within 6 months, the pathetic Republic's precious Bentheim region must burn and quake. The Third Emodres Legion will be the vanguard of their doom. As the tip of the spear, we shall drive the Briters to tears. Emodres. Every serviceman of the Third Emodres Legion had stood up and held their fists to their chest. Whether they served as spacers or mech pilots, they respected Lady Amalia from the depths of their hearts. She carried the will of the Duchess of Emodres. Fight well, hold nothing back, and kill as many Briters as you can. Their republic is soft and ripe for the picking. We have devastated them time and time again, rendering them helpless and kneeling for peace. Visions! Shall we grant them mercy? No! The entire bridge thundered. The same word echoed throughout the rest of the fleet as the servicemen of the Third Emodres Legion collectively stood behind their leader. In the coming operation, we will transition deep into Republican space. I hope to see the Third Emodres Legion smash aside their feeble in-system defenses and stomp their precious industries to the ground. The perils of fighting behind enemy lines are great, but we are doing Emodres and the rest of the kingdom an important service. Does the Third Emodres Legion lack any courage? No! Because we are fearless! We are dauntless! We are invincible! Emodres! 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 The entire legion became invigorated by her speech. Their hunger for glory and their duty to Emodres drove them to a state of hysteria. Every subject of the kingdom had been brought up to hate the bright Republic since birth. The kingdom's conflict with the Republic was deep-seated and irreconcilable. Conflicts of territory turned into an accumulation of grudges and a never-ending cycle of revenge. The Visions would never rest until they ground the Republic beneath the heel of their boots. Emodres shies away from battle. The other dukedoms may be dragging their feet and continue to cautiously probe the Mech core, but Emodres is different. We shall take the bull by the horns and teach our enemies a lesson they won't forget. Once the history books speak of this war, it will be the Third Emodres Legion who will shine the brightest. For the Third! For Emodres! For the kingdom! Lady Amalia maintained her impassioned posture and kept on grinning before the recorders. She only dropped her performance once the transmission cut off. Once she returned to her throne, she seated herself in a languid manner and resumed her next calculations. She turned back to Sir Jameson, who had been quietly standing by her side. Major, what are the odds of success? Tell me the truth. Our analysts aren't optimistic about our current plans. Jameson minutely frowned. Her Grace the Duchess of Emodres expects much from the Third. Too much, perhaps. Lady Amalia smiled coyly. That just indicates my mother's regard for me. It is true that we are about to enter headlong into the jaws of the decrepit beast that stands for the Republic, but this is a role that I volunteered for myself. If we succeed, the Third Emodres Legion shall be known throughout the kingdom as the legion that has struck the first true blow. The Major nodded at her words, but refrained from voicing his misgivings. As veteran of the previous war, Jameson knew that the bright Republic wouldn't roll over for the Mech Legion without a fight. Perhaps Lady Amalia knew that herself, but she desperately needed to distinguish herself on the battlefield. As the sixth born of the Duchess of Emodres, the fight to inherit the dukedom was not in her favor. Her older siblings had decades ahead of her and built up a vast network of nobles. No one in the noble circles favored the tragic Lady Amalia, who had been born too late. She wanted to prove them all wrong. Chapter 363 Solitude. Back in the underground labs of the newly christened Mech Nursery, VS continued to develop new iterations of crystals. He minutely adjusted their composition and patterns, gaining more data by the day. Most of the time, the crystals turned out to be outright failures. VS had never eliminated the odds of producing brittle and opaque pieces of crystal. Let alone being embedded into the chest of a mech, they wouldn't even qualify as laser pointers. Why is this so difficult? A depressing week marked with constant failures had already gone by. VS kept trying to discover suitable substitutes to the original composition of the alien crystals with unerring persistence, but even his upgraded intelligence and physics hadn't been able to guarantee a quick success. The unending setbacks taught VS that he underestimated the enormity of working around exotics. Properly speaking, VS should have delegated this work to a team of specialists. Lately, he started to consider if it might be a good idea to get some people on board this project. After weighing the pros and cons, he decided not to do so at this time. The LMC hasn't grown to the point of justifying a dedicated research team. VS could easily hire a horde of average researchers who graduated from regular institutions like the Rittersberg University of Technology. However, average wouldn't cut it. His senior-level physics vastly outshone almost every other physicist in the Republic. An accumulation of the highest mech-related physics knowledge over several decades was nothing to scoff at. Only other older mech designers or true talents in the field of physics could match his intellectual acumen. It's useless to take on a bunch of dummies when I can do everything better myself. If I have to form a dedicated research department, then I'll have to find a way to hire the best. Only true talents and leaders in their fields entered his discernment. However, it was exactly because of their competitive that everyone else already valued them highly. Major companies, institutes, and governments had already hooked their claws in them even before they graduated. As long as any student revealed some talents, they'd be recruited on the spot and received extensive training from their organizations upon graduation. These talents would quietly disappear from the public and henceforth dedicate their entire being for the organization that coddled them like precious treasures. VS wouldn't be able to hire anyone with actual skill from the job market for this reason. I can't form a design team the conventional way. The LMC had only just begun to transform into a medium mech manufacturer. It still fell behind a true medium manufacturer in many other ways, from production capacity to research and development. In a way, it hadn't completely shaken off the trappings of a small mech manufacturer. Well, I still have one more week to go. I refuse to give up now that I've generated all of this data. Each failure brought him closer to success. He continued to rule out the wrong directions, leaving only a handful of narrow paths which might bring him to his desired outcome as long as he didn't stumble upon a dead end. In the meantime, VS mentally tried to construct an elaborate set of images for his upcoming design. This time, he planned to incorporate an alien into the human myth. Actually, calling this type of image the human myth was just an expedient way for VS to describe its purpose. The base role sets the foundation, while the totem animal strengthens the primal instincts. The so-called human myth is needed to insert higher thought into the gestalt that influences the X factor. VS was no exobiologist, but he believed the crystal builders had developed their own form of civilization. Their ruins provided no evidence that they acted like savages that acted solely on their baser instincts. Thus, even if he knew almost nothing about the crystal builders, he still wished to draw upon the existence of the deceased crystal leader as an image. In order to build up an accurate image and take advantage of the crystal leader's immense potential, VS tried to commune with its remains, in a sense. He constantly attempted to prod and poke the crystal leader's crystalline corpse with his severely underdeveloped spirituality, while he continued to work on forming new crystals. He mainly relied on a set of assumptions to drive his current action. No human in the galaxy knew how spirituality worked, let alone VS, but believed his original design would gain a lot of strength if he succeeded in roping in the spirit of the crystal builder. Whether it's the alien's actual spirit or merely an imprint that he left behind in the fabric of history is still a question. What happened when someone died? Humanity developed all kinds of fanciful theories, and VS developed his own idea. If someone's spirituality became detached from their bodies due to death or other reasons, VS believed that he could reel it in and make use of it in his designs. VS tried hard not to refer to the spiritual remnants as souls, because it carried a lot of theological implications. Religions around the galaxy would go nuts if they heard a description of what he planned to do. In their perspective, what was attempting to do might be considered necromancy, or an attempt to play God. He had to stifle his chuckle. It's not like I'm trying to resurrect the dead. If some spiritual remnants are floating around in the imaginary realms for eons, then I might as well repurpose them for something useful. Spoken like a true rationalist. He did not consider his actions as desecrating the dead and felt absolutely no guilt about his actions. All that talk about reincarnation, purgatory, redemption had nothing to do with him. Well water didn't interfere with river water. In general, citizens of non-religious states always held a bias against any form of religion. The Bright Republic valued rationality very highly, so it was the strongest adherent to this unspoken rule. VS never stopped giving up his attempt to trace the spiritual remnant of the Crystal Leader, although his hopes started to dim as a few more days went by. In contrast, his constant experimentation with the crystals started to bear fruit. They stopped being easy to break and they became capable of projecting a significant amount of power. Looks like I finally grasped the right direction. Right now, I need to strengthen the formula. He only created a nail-sized piece of crystal. This was barely large enough for a toy laser pistol. A laser crystal suitable enough for a mech-sized rifle should at least be the size of a chair. As for the crystal that VS planned to embed in the chest or head, it should be at least twice or thrice as large. Whenever he attempted to synthesize anything larger, cracks and faults started to appear. VS believed that he would eventually be able to minimize the incidence of faults as long as he became more proficient. Still, the process demanded the utmost of his capabilities and his extensive familiarity with the nature of the crystals. No one else would be able to replicate his feats even if they got a hold of the blueprints. While seniors and masters should be able to crack the secret, they had better things to do than to pay attention to a trivial apprentice mech designer. At the very least, none of his direct competitors would be able to imitate his gimmick. While it gratified him to achieve a significant amount of process in this area, his search to grasp the spiritual remnant still remained empty-handed. Eventually, VS stopped his lab work and took a break. He entered a small kitchen area and pressed a button on the large automatic cooking machine. The advanced device recombined the stored nutrient packs into a close imitation of sausage and mash. VS grabbed his plate and set it down on a nearby table and begun to dig in. A few minutes later, Lucky floated through the walls and brushed against VS in a familiar greeting. When VS attempted to scratch Lucky's face, the mischievous cat quickly turned intangible again. Meow! Oh, come on, little buddy. You can't avoid my touch forever! Lucky swirled around VS in a playful gesture before landing atop the kitchen machine to rest. In the past few weeks, Lucky continued to break inside the highly secured storerooms that secured a precious stock of expensive exotics. Not a single security measure proved capable of hindering Lucky's thieving claws. At the very least, the cat didn't abuse his powers too much. He only nibbled a few bites before he contentedly left the storerooms. VS still had plenty of inventory left to continue his experimentation on the crystals. As he ate his meal, he looked at his contented cat with a thoughtful expression. How well can you control your intangible state, Lucky? Meow. Lucky lazily shifted from tangibility and intangibility and back several times over, demonstrating a complete level of control over the strange phenomenon. VS looked down on his own hand and willed his mind to turn the limb intangible. He failed. Damn it, why doesn't it work for me? Is my spirituality attribute not high enough? VS experienced a lot of crazy things ever since he embarked on his career as a mech designer. He discovered the X Factor, ate a strange heavenly flower in Graining 4, and met a ghost that looked and acted a lot like his mother on the glowing planet. In his latest adventure, he even peeled back the veil on spirituality and unified a lot of related theories and assumptions. Nevertheless, spirituality remained a marginal buzzword so long he couldn't make use of this knowledge. I'm missing something important. Why can't I extend my reach into the imaginary dimensions? Why am I unable to turn my body intangible? Perhaps an individual could only specialize in a narrow application of spirituality. For example, VS excelled in creating images from nothing and imprinting them onto a design. Lucky took to intangibility like a fish to water. Elite mech pilots specialized in drawing out the hidden potential of exotics through resonance. High-ranked mech designers fitted different configurations of exotics together and bestowed new strengths onto their designs as if they performed magic. Can someone only do one of these things at a time? VS did not believe that was the case. Perhaps elite mech pilots were the ones who monopolized the ability to resonate with exotics, but every other ability should be within his fingertips. If only he had some sort of guide in this endeavor. From the start of his exploration into spirituality, he worked completely by himself. He could trust no one else with his advancements. He had no qualms in admitting his selfishness. If he discovered something good, would he share it with the rest of the galaxy like a good Samaritan? Nope. He wanted to keep his secrets to himself and take advantage of everyone else's ignorance. Why shouldn't he profit from his own work? The rest of humanity fared well enough on its own, and besides, everyone withheld their own secrets. The MTA, the CFA, the first-rate superstates, and the heretical organizations like the Five Scrolls Compact all hold their own secrets. If they aren't sharing anything, why would I? Therefore, as much as VS wanted to bring in others to help him with his research, he persisted in charting his course alone. Perhaps the only people he would make an exception for were his parents. "Father, where are you?" Last he heard, his father still mixed with the dark mercenaries in the lawless region of the Nixian Gap. VS hoped his father kept his head down there. He had no doubt his father would be able to avoid his pursuers and eke out an existence among the endless asteroid fields of the Gap. As for his mother, VS tried hard not to think about her. He always believed she had died quietly in her bed when he was young, but recent events kept prompting him to reconsider his beliefs. "Are you still alive?" As much as he wanted to move on from his mother's death, VS still couldn't get over his hopes. Too bad VS had left the ghost behind on the glowing planet. With the hegemony and the coalition fighting over the resource-rich planet, it shouldn't last very long. Once the planet broke into pieces, any hopes of meeting the ghost of his mother would fade away. Just then, a slim, pale hand reached out from behind and placed a juicy apple in front of his empty plate. "You shouldn't eat those foods assembled from nutrient packs all the time. It's not as healthy as organically grown food." VS yelped and jumped from his chair like a scalded cat. He threw aside the table with the plate and apple and rolled forward in panic. He fumbled inside his pockets until he retrieved the Amastendera. He pointed the laser pistol straight at the floating white specter that had crept up behind him. "Mother!" Chapter 364 Cynthia. "Mama! Papa! Come here, Vesey boy!" A cute, black-haired toddler waddled over to his parents, who looked down on their son with eager grins. Wrinkle Larkinson, a mech pilot of the Mech Corps, and Cynthia Larkinson, a wedding photographer and graphical artist, waited until their boy stumbled out of their house with his little legs. Cynthia picked the boy up and gave him a loving smooch. "Who do you love more? Mama or Papa?" Little Vesey gazed at his mother and father with a confused expression. He put his thumb in his mouth and sucked on it. Mommy! I love Mommy the best! The two began to cuddle affectionately while their father Wrinkle ruefully looked on. But you love Daddy too, right? Daddy! The little boy, now a little bit older, felt warm all over as his mother tucked him into his bed. She kissed him more than a dozen times on the cheek, making him feel as if the scary night had faded away. Mommy? Yes, honey? I want a sister. Can you get me a sister? Oh, Vesey. His mother kissed him yet again. Just wait a couple of years. It's not time yet. Please hurry. All my other friends have sisters, but I don't have any. I promise you, VS. You will have lots of brothers and sisters to play with in the future. His mother stroked his cheek and couldn't resist giving VS another kiss. After making sure the little nightlight stayed on, she left his room, allowing the little boy to enter a blissful state of rest. Mommy! Look at what Daddy got me! The little boy, having grown up a little bit more, scampered over the grass towards his mother. He held a toy rifleman Mech in one hand, which he showed with childish glee. A slim, dark-haired woman sat next to a tree under the murky clouds of cloudy curtain. Despite the grim-looking skies, the woman smiled as if nothing in the galaxy could ruin her day. She picked the little boy up and held him on her lap. Oh, what's this, Vesey? It's the latest Oncolix Systems GTNVC-39B. It even has the underbarrel grenade launcher attachment. Look at how cool it is. Cynthia indulgently stroked her son's head. Vesey boy, your father has given you enough Mech for toys. Isn't it enough? How about a stuffed tiger? No. I want more. I never have enough Mechs. The boy kept nagging his mother for more toy Mechs. He wanted to play with the entire collection of Oncolix Systems. VS only had their rifleman and skirmisher mech models. His friend Joey, who lived down the streets in the suburbs of Freslin, constantly bragged about owning all 9 toy models. I'll promise you another toy if you've been good. If you make Mommy happy, I'll buy you another toy next month. Mum! That's too long. The Oncolix Systems Mechs will grow old by then. His mother sighed. She understood nothing about his son's fascination for Mechs, yet she knew that every other boy was just the same. Get back, I've got a gun! VS, now a full adult, pointed the resplendent-looking Amistendera at the apparition that suddenly appeared behind him without warning. It should have been impossible for anyone to sneak into his private workshop floor. Several meters of pure alloy walls engulfed the floor, which was several kilometers underground. State-of-the-art sensors monitored any disturbances in the soil around the exterior of the floor. As long as anyone tried to penetrate the vicinity of the mech nursery, they would undoubtedly get caught. At least, that was the intention. Yet he made a massive oversight. VS had not considered defending against energy beings that could turn their entire bodies intangible. The trivial manner in which Lucky passed through high-security walls and vaults with contemptuous ease should have triggered some warning bells in his head. The ghost looked much more formidable this time. Last time, the energy being that pretended to be his mother had casually stolen the high-grade Rorica's bone that should have been his reward. Thankfully, he excavated another sample of high-grade ore on his own, but he always wondered why his mother took it away. Now he knew. The ghost obviously used up the Rorica's bone to her own benefit. Her exterior shone with milky white radiance that closely matched Lucky's own appearance. The resemblance was uncanny. Nothing except high-grade Rorica's bone could have caused the two to look so similar. His mother dismissed his pistol-brandishing form with a wave of her dainty hand. VS, put that toy away. You're no soldier. It's dangerous to play around with guns. The way she commanded him to put away his weapons sounded extremely familiar to VS. She used to adopt the same motherly tone of voice when VS stayed up too late while playing with his miniature mechs. Some instinct buried deep within his bones moved his body before his mind could process the request. His arm automatically lowered the pistol before he sobered up. "Your tricks won't work on me!" An angry frown appeared on his face as he raised his pistol and aligned the barrel to his mother's figure. "Stay back! I'll really shoot you if you come close!" The ghost tooted as she slowly hovered forward. The closer she neared, the more VS felt pressured. An invisible cloying miasma surrounded his mother that brushed against his sixth sense. Strangely enough, this time his mother didn't leech off his internal energy cycle. His mother seemed much more complete. Perhaps she had grown stronger to the point where she didn't have to rely on outside sustenance for the moment. VS did not let down his guard in any case. This deceptive energy being certainly had an agenda of some sorts. Her intentions would certainly be detrimental to him. His attitude remained harsh, and he even dialed up the power of his laser pistol. "Stop! Don't come any closer! Lucky, help me!" Meow? Lucky kept lounging on top of the kitchen machine. The abrupt presence of another intangible presence hadn't alarmed him in any way. He completely treated the ghost that wore his mother's face as family. His mother smirked and held out a hand. An unknown piece of glowing mineral materialized in her palm. Once it became solid, she threw it towards the cat. "Lucky, is that what Vesey named you? Be a dear and play outside. I need some time alone with my son." Meow! Lucky jumped up to catch the mineral in his jaws, having partially materialized his upper body to manage the feat. Once he secured his snack, he eagerly floated away, leaving VS to fend off his mother without any backup. Even though he expected the betrayal, he still looked disappointed. This stupid cat. "As I said, my dear, don't forget who gifted you these toys. You have no idea where he comes from. Only your father and I are aware of his origins." "Stop it! Just stop it!" VS couldn't take it any longer. "My mother is dead. You are just some wraith who somehow managed to escape from the glowing planet. I don't know how you got out, but don't think you can act with impunity in my presence. This time I can hit you back." His mother dropped her smirk. She closed her eyes in exasperation. "Vesey, while I am not happy that you've clung to Mechs in your adulthood, at least you haven't become a soldier. I'm proud to see you grow up to become a successful man, but you should at least recognize that you have no business pointing a gun at your mother." As she spoke, she slowly floated closer. She completely disregarded the threat of the Amastendera, as if she treated him like he was a 5-year-old holding up a toy gun to her body. VS struggled against the competing impulses of his instincts, his fear and his rational mind. The ghost had crossed the halfway point by the time he resolved his internal contradictions. No matter the truth, he couldn't allow the ghost to get close. Before he ascertained the threat, he should keep it well away from his vicinity. "Stop! If you come closer, I'll really shoot. This is your last warning." Again, his mother didn't look deterred. She calmly floated closer, as if she wanted to bait him into action. After several seconds of second-guessing, VS steeled his heart and pulled the trigger. A bright and thick laser beam emerged from the Amastendera and pierced straight through his mother's intangible form. The beam continued to strike the wall behind and bore a hole straight through the thick layers of alloy, ceramics, and composites. Against the might of a fully powered laser beam from the Amastendera, everything in its way devolved into non-existence. The beam carved out over 500 meters of solid walls and bedrock before its energy ran out. Such a mighty laser beam could have threatened a mech or carved open the belly of a transport ship. Even more remarkable, the laser beam also carried a hint of spirituality. It was one of the Mastercraft pistol's most cherished features, and allowed the wielder to fend off all manner of energy beings that roamed the galaxy. It should have annihilated his mother, or at least inflicted grievous wounds on her intangible form. Instead, the instant before he pulled the trigger, a hole had already emerged in his mother's intangible form. It lined up exactly with the trajectory of the beam. Thus, his mother evaded damage entirely. The peripheral heat that bloomed around the laser beam posed no threat to intangible forms at all. The hand that held the Amastendera started to shake. VS had never expected the ghost to pull off this kind of move. Such an insane reaction speed akin to precognition wouldn't have been out of place if he faced an expert mech pilot, but this was his mother. When she was still alive, she was a photographer. The quick reaction further reinforced the idea in his mind that he faced an imposter. VS attempted to pull the trigger again, but held off at the last second. His mother would likely react in the same manner. The first laser beam had already inflicted a large amount of collateral damage. The containment of his private workshop floor had been breached, and it was extremely expensive and troublesome to fix all of the damage. He instead walked back, trying to keep his distance from his mother. He started to circle in order to avoid cornering himself like last time. His mother followed suit, and they slowly spun around the kitchen area as if he was a giggling young boy running around in circles while his mother playfully chased after her son. Naturally, VS did not feel any amusement at the tense standoff. "Tell me why you're here. How did you escape the glowing planet?" The woman shook her head. "The so-called glowing planet was never my home. I do have to thank the Republic, though. Without their intervention, I would have never get past the monsters that you've called the Devourers." Obviously, his mother took advantage of the vacuum that ensued when gregarious wrath met and killed off the Devourers and Devourer King. "What does that have to do with your presence here? Why can't you bother some other schmuck?" "Because I only have a single son. You are my only child, and nothing will stop me from meeting you again." Her mother spoke those words with such a sweet tone that VS mentally admired her performance. She truly performed her role to perfection. Even VS couldn't spot any flaws. "I suppose you stowed away aboard one of the ships that evacuated from the glowing planet. An energy being like you can probably make yourself undetectable if you wanted to. Am I right?" "Correct, but that is not the entire story. You see, you are sorely mistaken if you believe I am some indigenous life form from the glowing planet." VS widened his eyes. "The glowing planet is merely an opportunity. I've always been there. Only now am I able to appear before you in this form." Deceptive witch. Her words muddled up his judgment until he became completely confused whether he should treat the ghost as his enemy or his mother. Chapter 365 Fragment. VS tried hard to keep his mind on track. No matter what her mother claimed to be, she still remained a potential threat. "You haven't answered my question. Why are you here?" The ghost definitely had a purpose in revealing her presence to him at this time. Indeed, his mother smirked and materialized a familiar object in her grasp. "You've been bumbling around like an idiot with this toy for over a week. As your mother, it's my duty to set you back onto the right path." "What?" VS recognized the object in her palm. It was the crystalline remains of the leader he found in the Crystal Gardens. Ever since he started on developing the gimmick for his upcoming design, he continually studied the intricacies of the corpse. All the organic parts had decayed away, leaving only pure crystals behind. VS discovered that the quality of the miniature crystals surpassed those that made up the ruins the alien race had left behind. He even figured out some of the rudimentary principles of the crystal augmentations. The tiny corpse that could fit in the palm of his hands possessed a lot of powerful cybernetic prowess in its crystal circuits. Last he remembered, he left the corpse behind in his lab equipment. I know what you intend to do, his mother continued as she waved around the crystal leader's corpse. You are doing it wrong. Do you realize the enormity of pulling back a vestige of the past? How arrogant to believe you can take what you want. VS temporarily ignored his mother's identity and the fact that she held one of his precious artifacts. For more than a week, he attempted to connect with the remains and attempted to trace some sort of spiritual presence that had been left behind. So far, he completely failed to grasp a single useful thing. Thus, despite facing a ghost, VS couldn't help but grow curious. What do you suggest? There are many ways of accomplishing your goals, but most of them will result in fruitless outcomes. You are too weak and ignorant to know what you are doing. There is only one method that is suitable for a human with your strength. VS practically stood on his toes. He eagerly wanted to hear his mother's solution. What method is that? You must beseech the individual from beyond the grave. Resonate with his life, and let it borrow from your strength. A price must be paid. Resonate with a dead person's life? She demonstrated the method in front of him. Her milky white ghost-like form flickered as she concentrated on the object in her hand. The sentient being who inhabited this corpse has left behind a lot of regrets. His race is dead. His legacy is gone. Too much time has passed. What remains is only traces of his former self. Yet it is exactly those traces that are the strongest and most enduring parts. You only need to gather the most suitable one for your purposes. VS saw the light. He previously believed that the alien leader's spirituality might have drifted somewhere in some distant dimension. He hadn't realized that it might have been split up. How do I attract a portion of its spirituality? As I said, you resonate with its desires. For example, his mother looked down on the small but incredibly durable crystal corpse. This individual is part of a long-dead race. What stands out for you? It's exquisite and small. Indeed, it's small. His entire race is small. You can fit an entire crowd of these aliens in your hands. Now ask yourself, how do their stature compare to the average sentient alien beings in the galaxy? Leaving out the weirder forms of life like the silicate sandmen, they're really tiny. You can hardly find any smaller humanoid aliens out there. In the perspective of these aliens, the rest of the galaxy is a frightening place. It is filled with monstrous giants who can easily crush them beneath their feet if they will it so. Their bodies, their weapons, and their ships are tens or hundreds times larger than those of this diminutive race. VS started to understand what the crystal leader felt. The tragedy of the small. Indeed, the tragedy of the small. Their race held a lot of potential, but the scale in which they worked with has crippled their development as soon as they met other spacefaring races. VS could easily imagine what others' races thought of the tiny aliens. At first contact, those aliens with normal body sizes compared to humans must have treated the crystal builders with contempt. It is this alien's eternal regret that their race has been born so small. No matter which alien race they tried to engage, they were never taken seriously. It has even led to their eventual downfall. How did you know all of this? Because the fragment that holds this regret has told me so. Her other palm flickered and a tiny silvery flame hovered over it. VS became shocked when he sensed his sixth sense pinging at the flame. It was another form of life. Is that? Indeed, this is a fragment. VS worked so hard to summon something like this. A small part of his mind believed that it couldn't be done because it sounded so fantastical. Was there really life beyond death? His mother thrust out her palm, which pushed the flame away from her. It gently drifted over to VS, who tried to take hold of the flame. He failed. The flickering flame pushed right past his hand and went through his body. If he couldn't stop it from traveling forward, it would certainly disappear into the earth. Use your gifts, Vesey. I know you can do it. Driven by panic, VS hastily focused his mind on his free hand. He still held onto the Amastendera, but he threw all thoughts of shooting his mother to the side. Compared to her foreboding presence, he eagerly wished to obtain her insights. VS eventually managed to halt the flame from submerging into the walls. It took a very special kind of focus to affect this silvery fragment. His mother had been right in that he needed to understand their perspective. He didn't actually stop it with his hands. Instead, he reached out with his mind and tried to connect with it with a sympathetic viewpoint. The fragment acted much like a bot who responded to only certain commands. With his mother's help, VS finally cracked the secret. I understand. The fragment is a remnant of a sentient life, but it isn't actually capable of independent thought. The only way to influence it is if I send out thoughts that drive the fragment to action. Just then, VS resonated with the fragment by plainly showing it an image of a rifleman Mech. His rich creativity painted a detailed scene which compared the Mech to the scale of the Crystal Garden. The Mech practically towered over the collection of crystals like a monolithic giant loomed over a bunch of ants. The sheer difference in size might have scared away the fragment, but VS communicated a desire to implant the spiritual fragment into the Mech. In essence, he wanted to solve the fragment's lifelong regrets by granting it a body that towered over many other alien races. The sheer might at its fingertips would turn about its racial inferiority complex and give the fragment a taste of what it was like to own a towering body. There was no question whether the flame would respond. It instantly turned docile and patiently hovered above his palm. What do I do with it? You cherish it and feed it until you have constructed a mental lattice in which it can rest. His mother responded patiently with a smile as she toyed with the crystal leader's corpse. The fragment looks frail, but as long as you give it hope, it will continue to persist until you need it. Do not worry about its health. Indeed. Through his sixth sense, VS could feel a strengthening conviction in the fragment. It wanted VS to deliver his promise of integrating the fragment with a Mech. So long as that remained a possibility, the fragment would do everything in its power to remain in the material dimensions. His mother had pointed out the light in the dark. Now that she gave him a direction, VS could figure out the rest on his own. His animosity towards the ghost had dropped to the point where he could tolerate her existence. He still felt highly uncomfortable about her presence, though. An awkward silence ensued where VS wasn't sure about holding his mother at bay with the Amastendera. Even this wondrous weapon came with limits. Against a foe who could easily manipulate her intangible body around a laser beam, the Amastendera offered very little countermeasures. VS had studied the weapon for a time, so he knew it came with a wide-area light projector. Basically, the light projector mode turned the straight and narrow laser beam in a cone of light that spread out quickly. Ordinarily, such a mode would quickly diffuse the energy to the point where it hardly inflicted any damage. However, with sufficient power, it would still be able to cook an armored man within a distance of up to 10 meters. Maybe he could still exorcise this ghost this way, yet the collateral damage would be huge. Without an armored suit of his own, the heat would affect his body as well. Even then, he wouldn't be able to guarantee that his mother would pull off another trick. She seemed incredibly capable of avoiding a light projector. His mother smirked at him, as if she guessed what was on his mind. I must take my leave now. You are old enough to stand on your own, and you don't need your mother to tell you what to do. Mom! Before she left, she focused on the crystal leader's corpse. Slowly, her humanoid form flickered, as if it lost some stability. Her form behaved as if it reflected off a pond which rippled from a stone. Then, something drastic happened. Her intangible bone-white substance got pulled into the crystal leader's tiny corpse. It was as if some kind of hole sucked her inside. The crystal leader's corpse continued to hover in the air despite no one holding it aloft. It started to shake a few times before the crystals that made up its limbs started to glow in white. Some of the cavities in the strange alien's head started to glow, as if all of its eyes had turned to life. A sound emerged from the corpse. "Ah, that was harder than I thought. This body is more older than I anticipated." The crystals embedded into the corpse started to reconfigure themselves into different orientations. The hunched posture of the tiny alien straightened up, and the body started to resemble a human female. The cavities that dotted its entire head closed up. Instead, two symmetrical eyes opened up, adorning the faceless head with a touch of humanity. VS was taken aback. He stood there with his mouth wide open as his mother intricately molded the cyborg body to her tastes. VS never knew such a thing was possible. Had the corpse always contained this function, or was it something she forced with her own powers? Whatever the case, it didn't change the fact that his mother had taken possession of a body. Even though she looked like a doll, VS knew better than to underestimate its capabilities. The crystals possessed remarkable capabilities that could wreak havoc. He was certain that his mother was up to no good. After she finished her adjustment, she smiled again at VS and turned intangible. Once she made sure she retained the capability to pass through walls, she turned to go. "Wait! That artifact is mine! I still need it for my research." "I've seen your work. You are almost done with your research project. What's yours is mine, and what's mine is yours." His mother disappeared before VS could get another word out. She stole his artifact. VS could have continued to perform more research on the corpse and figure out more applications of the crystals. Now it was gone. Chapter 366 New Development. The departure of the ghost that pretended to be his mother left VS in a morose mood. His ambivalence towards her identity deepened with each subsequent meeting. Even with his superhuman intelligence, he still couldn't determine whether the ghost spoke the truth. She moved exactly like he remembered from his childhood, but her attitude had turned 10 times worse. Even though she helped him out, she wrapped up her benevolence with thorns. Her unilateral appropriation of the crystal leader's corpse particularly set back his future plans. Without a live sample of crystals to study, VS wouldn't be able to delve into its secrets and progress his understanding of the alien technology. Even though he took plenty of scans, they only offered a finite amount of data. Scans won't be able to substitute for the real thing. More disturbing than his mother's lack of sensitivity regarding the ownership of his property, she also showed competence in areas which she shouldn't know. It's like she's some sort of highly trained soldier or mech pilot. As far as VS was aware of, his mother lived a completely normal life. VS inherited a small portion of his artistic sense from her. In her spare time, she enthusiastically played with recorders and snapped a lot of images of their family. She made a small business out of recorded some of the weddings in Freslin. Even though a couple of recorder bots and some automated software could do the job, they would never be able to convey the emotional impact if a human stood at the helm. His mother truly stood out in that area. My mother spent her lifetime developing those skills. It's impossible for her to be good at fighting. VS came up with 3 different answers to this discrepancy. Either she gained a lot of new skills after her death, or she was never the person she pretended to be when she still lived. As for the final answer, the ghost used to be someone else, but for some reason or another assumed his mother's identity. This is far too complicated. He could speculate all day, but from the evidence at hand, he failed to make up his mind. If the ghost assumed any other identity, then he may have been able to look at this conundrum in an objective manner. Yet when it came to his mother, his judgment became clouded with emotion. He was not a bot who could strictly look at a situation and spit out a yes or no. Bots had the luxury of ignoring everything that fell out of their consideration. VS enjoyed no such luxury. At least she didn't suck out the life of me this time. He faintly sensed that she became more formidable each time she paid a visit to him. Previously, she seemed more primal and ephemeral, as if she was one step away from oblivion. Now, she behaved much like a living human being, as if she had truly been resurrected from the grave. Obviously, the ghost constantly sought to strengthen herself. Otherwise, she wouldn't go through the trouble of stealing his high-grade Rorica's bone and his crystal artifact. Even if we're related, that's no reason for taking away my stuff. Sadly, the ghost was nowhere to be found. She came and went according to her own whims. Even if she hovered right next to him, as long as she exerted her utmost in hiding her presence, VS wouldn't know he was being spied upon. His glowering mood turned even gloomier at that realization. The only reason why he didn't panic was because his mother wouldn't expose his secrets to anyone else. She was just like his father, who offended a dangerous transgalactic secret society in order to deliver the mech designer system to him. If she's truly my mother, she only wants the best for me. He turned his attention to the fragment that hovered before him. VS carefully treated the flickering silvery spirit with care. He slowly drew it from the mess hall and brought it back to the labs. Let's see what makes you tick. VS proceeded to subject the fragment to all manner of tests and scans. Unfortunately, most of the machines failed to make sense of the fragment. It was as if it didn't exist. Similar to Lucky in his intangible state, the fragment could only be seen, not touched. He could forget about trying to manipulate it with the help of any tools. Even the Vulcan eye had to admit defeat in front of the fragment. While the multiscanner spat out a few more observations, it hardly told him anything he didn't know. In the end, a spiritual fragment only responds to spiritual stimuli. He gently manipulated the fragment between his hands. He became more proficient in tugging it back and forth. He found that he didn't need to employ his full focus to direct the fragment. As long as VS revealed a hint of emotion, the spiritual fragment eventually reacted. It had to be the right set of emotions and thought in order to work, however. The fragment yearned to be big. So long as VS intimated that he would put the fragment into a mech, the silvery flame became as docile as a pet. VS couldn't experiment too much with the fragment. As fascinating as its existence implied, he still had a lot of work to do. His research on finding a more economic composition of crystal was almost done. He only needed to solve the problem of producing larger crystals without flaws. Let's finish up the images. He sat down and relaxed while keeping the fragment in his view. The triple division technique called for superimposing 3 different images, but they didn't need to be of equal strength. Yet VS had never worked with an existing spiritual fragment. Even though it looked like anyone could snuff it out with a pinch of his fingers, it held a surprising amount of spiritual power. Over millions of years of drifting about in the imaginary realms, the fragment lost everything redundant, leaving only the purest thoughts and emotions. Whenever VS brushed his senses close to the fragment, he countered unyielding will. It lacked much of the context that he wanted to know. He knew nothing about the Crystal Leader's history. This made it difficult for him to construct a backstory around the fragment. Maybe it doesn't need anything more. Anything he added to the spiritual fragment wouldn't stick. Its unyielding will worked against VS whenever he wanted to alter its makeup. Unlike most of his other images, the fragment had already endured for eons. He set the fragment aside and focused his mind on constructing the other 2 images. VS already put a lot of thought to them, so he easily constructed the images in his mind. The base model consisted of a fast and nimble rifleman mech. It possessed the same defining traits as the Mech in his vision, although in a more idealized way. The rifleman Mech took up a starring role no matter if it fought alongside other rifleman Mechs or operated at the head of a squad. VS even added a little flamboyance to its performance. This would be a Mech meant to be piloted by the skilled. It catered to Mech pilots who demanded a high amount of mobility, while simultaneously wanted enough armor to triumph against enemy marksmen. My Mech has to be fast, accurate, enduring and tough. That was a very tall order, but VS possessed enough confidence that he could deliver the goods. The base model required little else. VS only strengthened its core traits as much as possible in order to put up a decent fight against the spiritual fragment. He also imagined its performance becoming better over time. Age didn't degrade its performance, but rather strengthened it to a higher level. Now for the totem animal. The totem animal had to fit the archetype. He needed to construct a mythical animal that fought with speed and finesse. Rather than scouring the galactic net over an existing example, VS conjured up an animal from scratch. After several weeks of thought, he came up with a skinny fire ape. Unlike most primate species which relied on their brute strength to fight, this animal relied on his supernatural ability to shoot out concentrated fire from its eyes. The fire ape began as a small and weak member of its tribe. Its differences and lack of physical prowess quickly forced it out of its tribe. As a young ape, it survived in the jungle by itself. It barely kept itself fed. All of that changed once it manifested its power of fire. Its eyes grew red and the fury it became capable of releasing constantly became more formidable. With increased strength came increased food. The more it ate, the stronger it grew. This cycle fueled the fire ape's growth, enabling it to range into the depths of the forest and contend with the kings that ruled over the animal kingdom. Up to the very end, the fire ape had become the sovereign of the forest. It commanded the allegiance of all the other apes, allowing its species to become the first species under heaven. Even then, the fire ape looked up at the skies and dreamt of breaking through the barrier that constrained it to its world. Just like the base image, VS made sure to incorporate a growth element in their story. His second original design shared a lot of traits with the Black Beak design. VS intended both of them to be enduring and resilient. They would definitely last long enough for their X Factor to experience a lot of growth. He already looked forward to how his mechs performed a couple of years from now. VS spent a lot of time on the fire ape's backstory because he wanted to bestow a lot of strength to the image. If the fire ape buckled too easily against the spiritual fragment, then there wasn't any point in employing the triple division technique. I'm going to have to come up with another technique soon. His studies into the X Factor had only scratched the surface. He came up with the triple division technique after recognizing that images could be superimposed together. A lot of time had passed between now and then. He gained a lot of new knowledge, from learning that the images and X Factor could grow, to the true nature of spirituality, to realizing he might be able to incorporate other sources of spirituality. To make full use of these new insights, VS required a new way of working with images. He wanted them to be strong and useful. The biggest downside to the triple division technique was that mutual cannibalism among the images resulted in a lot of waste. Even if the eventual victor consumed the essence of its defeated rivals, it was a stretch if they could repurpose all of their strengths. It's a way of turning 3 weak images into a stronger one. However, what would be the result of using 2 weak images and 1 incredibly strong one? VS guessed that the stronger image might outright reject or annihilate the weaker images without attempting to absorb their strong points. That was not the outcome he wanted. When VS looked at the fragment, he sensed an impenetrable wall. This spiritual remnant brooked no intrusion. He wondered whether he could soften it up before he performed the final phase of the triple division technique. If he left it like this, then the technique would certainly result in failure. This image spent too much time in limbo. It has gone through hell and back and survived where many other spiritual fragments have disappeared. However, V.S. called it a fragment because it was an incomplete portion of a whole. Despite its all-encompassing defenses, it longed to be reunited with its fellow fragments. V.S. figured out a loophole. If I can fool this fragment into recognizing the other two images as one of its own, what will happen? This notion went beyond the confines of the triple division technique. While it wasn't an entirely new technique, it deserved to be distinguished from the standard method. Still, all of his ideas might come to nothing if he failed to fool the spiritual fragment. His brows began to furrow as he tried to figure out how he could open up a chink in the fragment's armor. Chapter 367 consumed. V.S. thought about the issue for a couple of minutes. If I constructed the base model and totem animal in a way that matches the spiritual fragment, then there's a good chance they'll merge. The spiritual fragment didn't need any strengthening. Rather, it needed the traits that the other two images brought to the table. Otherwise, his X factor wouldn't be able to bring out a comprehensive enhancement. While his idea sounded like it could work, it wouldn't help him out in his current situation. He already constructed the other two images and they shared little in common with the spiritual fragment that V.S. wanted to employ as the human myth. The key to the triple division technique was to put together three distinctly different images. If he made them too similar, then that would defeat the point of the technique. This won't be the first time I'll handle a spiritual fragment. I can't keep making compromises if I encounter a recalcitrant fragment. He needed to find a different solution. When he turned his attention back to the spiritual fragment, he recalled its bot-like behavior. Another idea sprung to mind. The fragment couldn't think for itself. After all, it was only a small portion of a formerly complete entity. What if he issued a more elaborate command? Would the fragment behave according to his will? He needed to approach this in the right way. He didn't want the fragment to assimilate the other two images in a seamless fashion, and neither did he want the fragment to obliterate them either. Whatever the final product may look like, it had to be greater than the sum of its parts. It has to be akin to a complete form of life. Every other product of his triple division technique resulted in living images. His recent ones also incorporated a growth element in order to make them more formidable as they experienced multiple battles. V.S. knew how to approach this problem. He sent out a couple of mental directives to the fragment. He laid out some of the fragment's inadequacies, prompting it to strengthen its desire to become whole again. It's impossible for you to merge with the other fragments from the crystal leader that are left adrift. He wanted the fragment to be a little less discerning in its demands. It didn't need to seek out its original companions. V.S. could introduce it to two new friends. Even though the fragment proved obstinate, V.S. managed to lower its guard by experimenting and figuring out the right kind of logic that would pass muster. It's like a puzzle. After several hours of continuous probing, V.S. managed to soften the fragment up to the point where it would comply with his intentions. This was the point where he put all of his conjectures to the test. Failure would set him back a lot, and in the worst case the spiritual fragment might sustain irreparable harm. He coaxed the image to inhabit his mind space. After a moment, the fragment got sucked inside his head. Right now, V.S. felt as if his brain became a little stuffy. His thoughts flowed a little bit less fluidly as the fragment occupied a significant portion of his mindscape. He also sensed that the fragment didn't remain inert. It interacted with the errant thoughts floating in his mind and exerted an unknown influence on his mind. He imaged drastic changes to his thinking pattern if he let the fragment occupy his mind for an extended amount of time. Best get to it then. I can't let it stay like this for too long. VS proceeded to carefully introduce the other two images to the new presence. If the fragment appeared almost solid, the other images looked as if they would break like eggs if they smashed against its surface. The disparity was too big. The safest approach would be to encourage the spiritual fragment to assimilate the images. Yet he didn't do so because he thought it would lead to an imperfect merger. There needs to be some struggle. It can't blindly incorporate the good and bad parts of the other images. Therefore, VS conditioned the dim-witted fragment to treat the other images as supplements that could enhance its strength and make it become whole. In order to exert some control over the process, VS focused his concentration and gifted the other two images with a considerable portion of his mental power. They needed to last long enough for the fragment to consume them over time. After a bit more encouragement, the spiritual fragment went to work. It flew towards the other two images and clashed against them. Although the base model and the totem animal were much weaker than the fragment, they had the advantage of independent thought. As living images, they possessed enough self-awareness to understand their dire situation. If they didn't band together and push back against the domineering spiritual image, they'd be swallowed whole and disappear from existence. Come on! Put up a fight! VS continued to pump more mental power into the underdogs, yet it hardly availed them as the fragment's imposing strength overwhelmed their defenses with ease. The pushback only allowed the images to delay their foreordained deaths. He became a little distracted by the gruesome massacre being carried out in his mind. He felt as if he corrupted an innocent child into becoming a mass murderer. Worse, he offered his own children as its first victims. He did create the base model and totem animal out of his own imagination. As his creations, they deserve better than be fated to die. Cattle are born to the slaughter every day. He shook his head. I can't be too soft-hearted about what's happening. As long as he achieved his desired outcome, he wouldn't let any doubts get in the way. VS kept his full attention on the struggle for dominance. Both the base model and the totem animal fought to the bitter end. As for the spiritual fragment, it ceaselessly broke up the portions that it managed to dislodge from the other two images and incorporated into its own existence. The sheer disparity in strength meant the spiritual fragment hadn't grown any stronger. Instead, the additions prompted the fragment to lend some of its strength and fill them with life. The fragment transformed inside his mind. It ceaselessly filled up the portions it lacked and ballooned into an entity that looked more complete. Naturally, the fragment didn't restore itself to what it looked like before it was whole. That was gone, and could never be recovered. Instead, the newly incorporated additions contained the essence of the other two images. The spiritual amalgamation slowly shook off the identity of a fragment and grew into a newly birthed spiritual entity. Success. When the two sacrificial images finally disappeared into the belly of the spiritual entity, VS finally beheld the results. After a few more minutes of transformation, the spiritual entity showed off its new form. It looked like a crystal golem. The entity's physical appearance no longer looked like a flame. Now, it turned into an imaginary crystalline life form that clearly derived its form from the appearances of the other two images. The humanoid crystal golem released a formless pressure onto his mind. It was no longer a naive bot-like remnant that could be fooled by a couple of thoughts from VS. It possessed its own capacity to think and decide. It looked around his mindscape and kept up a vigilant stance. Every other image unconsciously accepted his presence. This was not so for the crystal golem. Hey, I didn't fool you. I made you whole, and I'm about to fulfill my other promise to you in a couple of months. VS got the sense that the crystal golem's patience would quickly wear thin. He had to work fast and complete his second original design fairly soon before the crystal golem did something drastic within his mind. He sighed and leaned back in his chair. The process had taken a lot out of him. He used up almost every portion of strength in his mind. I could use a break. VS decided to take a nap and let his mental strength recover while he slept. He left the labs and entered the bedroom area on the private workshop floor. Upon reaching his private bedroom, he came across a dozing Lucky. So there you are, you lazy backstabbing cat. Lucky softly purred in his slumber. The gem cat didn't even have the decency to do his bathroom business in his litter box. VS picked up the shiny blue gem the cat deposited on his bedsheets and inspected it with his system-augmented vision. Sylvanas of Swiftness. Increases acceleration by 8% when installed on a mech. Lately, Lucky's waste products started to come in the form of junk exotic gems. Sometimes, they even shone. This gave the gems a lot of class. Besides looking pretty, their effects also started to become more noticeable. A boost of 8% in any parameter could not be underestimated. This is one of the good ones. VS smiled and put it inside a small bag where he collected a number of other gems. At least you're good for something, Lucky. The cat softly purred again. VS shook his head and picked him up and shoved him a bit further down the bed to make room for his body. He laid down on his bed and went to sleep. The next day, VS went through his morning ritual and resumed his work. Even though he built up the crystal golem, he still had to finalize his work on the gimmick. He entered the labs and looked at his half-finished project. Just as he tried to figure out how to scale up the crystals without introducing cracks or other flaws, the crystal golem in his mind started to stir. What's going on? The crystal golem started conveying thoughts to VS. Initially, he failed to interpret the stream of thoughts sent in his direction. It was only when he looked at the crystals he attempted to synthesize that the thoughts started to make sense. Are you telling me I'm doing it wrong? The crystal golem didn't actually convey a lot of data to VS. What it did decided to tell him only amounted to a couple of key concepts that VS had a lot of difficulty trying to understand. The crystal builders adopted a completely different perspective on their technology, and VS had to employ his entire upgraded intelligence in trying to parse the alien thoughts. Still, the things he figured out proved to be very relevant to the situation at hand. I get it now. So that's why the crystals break. I've got to treat it as if I'm cultivating them. They're like organic growths. Just this lesson, along with some other interpreted insights, saved him a lot of time. VS immediately put his new notions to the test and synthesized a crystal the size of his head. He had to use another lab machine to do so, and he also used up several critical raw materials that he stored up. It worked! The crystal golem hadn't led him astray. While the new solutions didn't guarantee that VS would be able to synthesize a full-size crystal that could be embedded in the chest of his mech, it already proved sufficient to be integrated in a laser rifle. Even if he encountered some problems trying to produce a larger crystal, VS could figure out the rest on his own. Thanks, Crystal Golem! The image didn't respond. It had only been a remnant instinct for it to lend a hand to VS. Now that he achieved enough progress with regards to the crystals, VS was ready to move on to the next phase of his design project. I'll have to spend some time drafting up my new mech. It helps that I'm mostly going to reuse my existing component licenses. From the Trailblazer engine to the Veltrex armor system, VS intended to recycle as much component licenses as possible. Naturally, he wouldn't be able to incorporate every single license, but the ones he already possessed provided a solid framework to work around. I've got to finish this quickly. I've already wasted too much time on other diversions. Chapter 368 Shaping. The draft design took shape in a short amount of time. Even though this was the first time he put his conception of his second original mech into shape, he had always imagined its design beforehand. In his rich imagination, VS constantly tinkered with the design elements of his rifleman mech. Every available moment, such as when he fell to sleep or took a bath, his thoughts always flitted back to the design of his mech. A mech designer never stopped designing mechs. Even without a design program, a mech designer would use his own imagination to define its shape. Therefore, the design process right now actually consisted of constructing the second draft rather than the first. VS had already pinned down most of the major design choices he thought about beforehand. My mech has to be fast, accurate, enduring, and tough. In that order. Juggling those priorities took a lot of finesse. Over the course of a single day, VS drew up a three-dimensional wireframe model of what his intended design should look like. He only drew up the broad strokes of his design, but it already set a couple of factors in stone. First, the new design looked nothing like the Blackbeak. Besides using the same type of armor system, engine, and other components, the two designs had nothing in common. The Blackbeak's role is to attract attention. As a knight, it's inevitable that it's going to be put to use in attracting enemy firepower. In contrast, a rifleman mech would never volunteer itself as a target dummy. Only stupid and desperate mech pilots would call out attention to their lightly armored mechs. A rifleman mech armor carried at least half as less armor than a knight mech. It was not as if rifleman mechs couldn't pile up the armor if it wished to do so, but the costs outweighed the benefits. One of the most important reasons why was that all of that armor impacted the accuracy and precision of a ranged mech. This problem became much worse with higher classes of mechs, because the exotics incorporated in armor plating often interfered with the precision of the limbs. Either a mech can be light or precise, or heavy and strong. Only heavy mechs circumvented this unspoken rule. They possessed enough space and weight for mech designers to separate the interference and implement all kinds of compensation systems. Heavy mechs are mostly designed and produced by states. I won't be able to get in touch with heavy mechs in a long time. Right now, VS had to play by the rules, so he adopted a slimmer medium mech form optimized for speed and accuracy. If he wanted to design a skirmisher mech, he would probably strengthen the arms to make it capable of fighting up close. However, a rifleman mech didn't need that much power, so he kept them fairly slim. It's not going to take too much strength to lift up a rifle. It's more important to make sure they're stable and precise. The heavier the arms, the harder it became to ensure they operated precisely according to the will of the mech pilot. More mass meant more complications. Therefore, mech designers sought to cut them down to the absolute minimum, with perhaps a small allowance for armor plating. This was why rifleman mechs made for very poor melee mechs. They wouldn't be able to wield heavier weapons such as swords and spears effectively, and they made for a pathetic sight if they had to resort to their backup knives. This was why rifleman mechs needed mobility. An immobile mech was a sitting duck to any skirmisher, swordsman mech or knight that ran up to its face. As long as they can run away, they can maintain their combat effectiveness. Modern mech combat centered around the strategic positioning of rifleman mechs. The goal of both forces would be to smash apart the rifleman mechs of their opponents. As long as one side lost its rifleman mechs, its fate would be sealed. VS spent more time than he thought trying to draft up a good pair of legs. Different from skirmisher mechs, they didn't need to excel in top speed. Rather, they needed to accelerate quickly and be able to halt a mech's forward momentum in an instant. This took a fair bit of thought. Stronger legs required larger legs, but larger legs also added to weight, which in turn slowed down the mech again. Fortunately, VS already owned a number of high-quality component licenses, most of which he exchanged from the Clifford Society with merits. Those component licenses enabled him to make more generous trade-offs, thereby allowing him to achieve a decent balance between speed and weight. With a pair of fairly capable legs, the mech looked a bit unbalanced with the skinny pair of arms. Almost every medium rifleman mech looked this way, so VS wasn't worried about the negative consequences. The rest of the mech looked fairly slim as well. Compared to the Black Beak, it possessed a much slimmer weight, as VS had left out most of the excess armor. He only left a fair bit on the front torso, as rifleman mechs would often be employed against enemy rifleman mechs. VS figured that the amount of armor he had already added should be sufficient to win an even firefight against a regular rifleman mech. The armor largely plays the role of a buffer. It gives the mech pilot another chance after he screws up. His mech isn't supposed to get hit in the first place. His mech's high mobility ensured the rifleman mech wouldn't get hit nearly as often as the Black Beak. Thus VS didn't worry too much about the deficiency in armor. The rest of his design followed the standard convention for rifleman mechs. VS did not try to introduce any radical departures from the common standard for rifleman mechs. He needed a lot more skill and experience to attempt such a thing. VS decided to adhere to best practices in that regard. This prevented him from introducing potentially fatal flaws, but it also left out any major jumps in performance. It was not that VS rejected risk-taking, but he felt he wasn't ready to take that step. "I'll have to become a full-fledged journeyman mech designer before I attempt such a thing." While he designed his mech, he also continuously channeled his focus. Working with the crystal golem was a lot different than working with images he created from his own imagination. While the crystal golem largely possessed simple thoughts due to its unusual method of birth, it possessed a much stronger mentality than anything that VS had hosted in his mind. The crystal golem was alive, and keenly watched on as VS drafted the mech that it would eventually inhabit. Naturally, the crystal golem knew nothing about mechs, so it hadn't been able to offer any technical assistance besides the implementation of the crystals. VS embedded a smaller one in the laser rifle design and a larger one in the chest. The latter crystal was a bit special, because VS wanted it to be charged through multiple ways. First, any energy weapon that struck the crystal or around it would have some of its energy siphoned by it. Achieving such a phenomenon wasn't easy, and VS required a lot of help from the crystal golem to turn the idea into a feasible implementation. Fortunately, the crystal golem might have forgotten much of its original life, but it still held a wealth of expertise concerning crystal technology. It even amazingly taught him some of its race's simplest circuits, which facilitated the process of energy siphoning. "This is amazing!" The torso crystal would certainly make a big impact when it would be unveiled. Perhaps initially the market would dismiss it as another overhyped gimmick that could never deliver on its promise. When the new design finally demonstrated its capabilities, those skeptics and naysayers would certainly be stunned. 3 days later, VS finally finished his draft design. It incorporated most of what he wanted out of his second original design. The only thing he regretted was not being able to supply the rifleman mech with enough batteries. Its slimmed-down volume left a bit less space for batteries than he anticipated. Even if he utilized the same high-quality batteries as the Black Beak, it still wouldn't last very long if it continuously shot its weapon. "I've got no choice but to utilize a laser rifle design with external battery packs." Laser rifleman mechs distinguished themselves from ballistic rifleman mechs by their ease of supply. Laser rifles utilized standardized formats of batteries. As long as a large force brought enough copies of a handful of battery formats, it would easily be able to supply a motley crew of rifleman mechs. However, the use of an external battery pack came with a lot of hassle. Laser rifles that drew power directly from its wielder always provided more convenience to the mech pilot. It significantly reduced the supply burden and saved the mech pilot from fumbling around when they replaced a spent battery pack with a fresh one. Naturally, relying on internal energy cells came with its own downsides, one of which was that the entire mech would be drained much faster. At least with external battery packs, the worst a mech pilot could do was run out of packs. As long as his mech still possessed enough energy, he could always retreat. This was not so with a complete dependence on internal energy cells. The convenience was actually a double-edged sword. Even if VS was willing to accept the price, he still couldn't get around to the fact that his energy cells wouldn't be able to supply his laser rifle for long. He hadn't only been drafting his mech. He also spent at least half a day on his laser rifle. In fact, it didn't look too different from the Tainted Sun which he designed before. Much of the principles used in the design of the Gamma laser rifle could also be applied to a regular laser rifle. VS made sure to spice up its design in order to obscure the fact that he derived it from a forbidden weapon. This wasn't very hard to do. Gamma lasers demanded an insane amount of integrity and safeguards in order to handle its extremely high output. Once VS stripped most of the redundant features, he ended up with something that looked nothing like it could be used for anything illegal. Well, I think some smart people might be able to spot some clues. They could only hold their suspicions, though. At best, someone would suspect that VS studied under a weapons developer or mech designer who previously worked with gamma laser rifles. Such news might be able to land VS in hot water, but he knew very well that no such teacher existed. Who would his skeptics point at as proof that VS had crossed the taboo? Therefore, VS didn't take the threat too seriously. Besides, the crystal integrated in the rifle mechanism will certainly attract everyone's attention. The crystal acted as a laser propagator that substituted for a whole host of internal components. This might sound like a convenience, but in fact it added significantly to its cost. It also made the rifle harder to produce. That last point would prove to be a major demerit. External weapons such as rifles often wore out quickly. Their lack of armor also meant they easily sustained crippling damage. This wasn't anything to be concerned about in normal cases, as outfits often brought a bunch of spare laser rifles. Riflemen mechs also often exchanged their native weapon models with others. Some mech pilots even regarded it as natural as wearing a different set of clothes each day. The reason why such a custom came about was because laser rifles ordinarily didn't cost a lot of credits. However, VS would have a lot of trouble trying to get his customers to accept purchasing his more expensive laser rifle, given that it would cost at least twice as much as a normal rifle. It was very much possible that his customers would only use the crystal laser rifle that came with his product at the start. When it inevitably broke down, they'll just grab the nearest generic laser rifle instead of purchasing a branded one from the LMC. If I want to make my customers stick to my brand of weapons, I'll have to add more benefits to using them in conjunction with my mech. This wasn't an old problem. Plenty of mech designers faced the same issue, and they developed a set of standard solutions to make the pairing between mech and weapon more attractive. At the draft stage, it wasn't necessary for VS to work on that aspect. He decided to leave the issue for later while he finalized the draft, and made sure he hadn't missed any major design choices. He nodded in satisfaction. This is enough to give others a good impression of my mech. Let's see what others have to say about my work. Chapter 369, Leaving the Cave. Before he ended his isolation, VS quickly checked the system. In the last couple of weeks, his DP had crawled up. He noted with satisfaction that ever since the mech nursery got their hands on the 2 Benson production lines, his DP started to accumulate a lot faster. Still, it's going to take some time before I can accumulate a decent reserve. In order to design a competitive machine that could hold its own in the overcrowded market for rifleman mechs, VS relied on a number of advantages. Compared to a regular mech designer from the Bright Republic, VS enjoyed a decisive superiority in knowledge and ability. His extensive collection of skills and his enhanced intelligence far outpaced a regular apprentice mech designer. His physics skill alone enabled him to apply the alien crystal technology to his laser weapon, which was a massive boost. His extensive library of quality component licenses also enabled him to lift the quality of his design by several increments. VS could never stop praising the quality of the Trailblazer engine. Oleg's casual work might look nothing special in the Friday Coalition, but in the Bright Republic it had clearly earned the Black Beak design a lot of renown. Even if he lacked a number of essential component licenses, he could still purchase a small number of average licenses with his own wealth, or his company's wealth. If he wanted to obtain something better, then he could even break open his stash of merits and obtain something good from the Clifford Society. VS already considered licensing some supplemental internal component licenses from the Society. A good rifleman mech needed a comprehensive targeting system and various other aids that facilitated accuracy. He also wasn't entirely able to design a laser rifle from scratch. He still needed a base model to work from because he wasn't about to design a whole host of special components from scratch. Even when he designed the Tainted Sun, he relied on existing research notes to tide him over in this aspect. In essence, VS partially plagiarized someone else's work when he designed the Grazer rifle. For obvious reasons, it wouldn't be a good idea for VS to copy the exact same work for his next weapon design. Either he should come up with something original, or leave an obvious paper trail to an existing laser rifle design. VS chose to do the latter, because it wouldn't cost him a lot if he wanted to obtain a generic license. He didn't place too many demands on the weapon, so he had no need to work with something expensive. Extensive knowledge and good component licenses only formed the base of my confidence. Although it sounded as if he stood above his peers, in fact VS knew very well that talents could beat him in both aspects. He couldn't forget about Michael Dumont, who had been lying low all this time while ramping up production of his discounted Havellax. VS faintly felt as if his rivalry with Dumont hadn't ended yet. Someone was obviously propping him up, because his company certainly wasn't making any profit from selling the Havellax for 50 million credits. No, the true reason why he felt confident was because he possessed the opportunity to develop a mastery any time he wanted. While the price was steep, the benefits pushed him up to the same level as the direct disciples of master mech designers. Only through experiencing the perspective of mech pilots could mech designers develop a mech that fits all of their customers' needs. Still, VS had to wince when he saw how much he had to go. He was far too short from reaching 40,000 DP. According to the rules of the system, he earned 1 DP for every million credits in revenue. To accumulate 40,000 DP, the LMC needed to achieve a turnover of 40 billion credits. That was an insane amount, and couldn't be done in a couple of weeks. The last time, VS slowly piled up his DP through a combination of virtual and physical sales of the Black Beak model, with the former playing the main role. However, the Black Beak had almost reached its DP cap. Virtual Mech earned DP a lot faster, but would eventually reach an upper limit where it didn't matter how many virtual copies got sold. The system treated physical mechs differently. It could potentially deliver VS a lot DP, but only if he sold them en masse. Right now, his sales hadn't reached that level where it could overtake the DP income of virtual mechs. The delay grated on him. Until he obtained his mastery, VS didn't dare move on to the next phase of his design project. I'll figure something out after I collect some feedback. At worst, I'll design another virtual mech. VS thought he outgrew the necessity of designing virtual mechs, but reality proved him otherwise. It wasn't really respectable for a mech designer who owned a thriving mech company to go back to the sandbox and dabble with virtual mechs like a kid. Oh well, I'll take the hit in reputation so long as I earn enough DP. After tidying up his lab, VS exited the labs and private workshop floor and took the elevator up to the fabrication floor. From weeks of solitude, VS suddenly experienced a frenetic energy that could only come into being when a large amount of people stayed in the same space. Even though the different halls offered plenty of space, it couldn't obscure the effort poured into the activities that took place. This was where the LMC fabricated its mechs. VS smiled as he toured the 3 fabrication halls currently in use. Each hall hosted its own production line. The mech technicians all worked seriously around the Dortmund line. As the most advanced production line of the LMC, it required a lot of focus and competence to ensure no flaws emerged in the end products. As for the other halls, the mech technicians treated them with a little less care, though not too much. The new Benson production lines might not be able to deliver the quality of the Dortmund lines, but they made it up with increased automation and convenience. VS spotted Chief Cyril berating a handful of mech technicians slipping up on the job. He quietly approached the man and let him finish his rant. "Chief." "VS." He nodded. "It's about time you left your cave. You've missed a lot. We could have used your help in getting the Benson lines up to speed." VS looked at the machines at work and found them to be running smooth. "You didn't need my help. It's best to train the mech technicians into solving their own problems. They can't always run up to us whenever they hit an obstacle." It still took a week longer than necessary to get the production lines on track. "Are there still any problems related to production?" "None that requires your attention. Most of my mech technicians have become familiar with working with the Benson machines, and they are already highly familiar with the black beak design. They can pump out silver label black beaks in their sleep." "That's good to hear." VS smiled. When he returned from the Glowing Planet campaign, he relayed some of his experiences to Chief Cyril. After telling the chief technician how awful it was to work with a bunch of sad excuses of mech technicians from Walter's Whalers, he exhorted the chief to step up the training of the LMC's workforce. VS would rather stab himself in the chest than to supervise a crowd of lazy bums. After discussing some routine matters, VS brought Cyril to a private office where he showed him the draft design. "What you are seeing now is a draft of my next design. It's a rifleman mech with a number of unique points." VS explained the overall parameters of the mechs, as well as its special laser crystal rifle and the crystal embedded into the chest. Chief Cyril scratched his stubble, deep in thought. "You don't go for half measures, do you? This is a risky design. If you can deliver on your promises, I'm sure your design will be a commercial success." The premise here was if VS could actually bring his draft to life without compromising on any of its estimated capabilities. Still, if there was one thing VS didn't lack, it was skill. "I'm fairly sure I can manage. Tell me what stands out to you." "Besides the difficulty of realizing such an ambitious design, I think you're going to have a lot of trouble with the 2 basic concerns of rifleman mechs. Your energy supply and heat management doesn't look very fantastic. My design is almost as efficient as the Black Beak. Certainly, its top speed is nothing to scoff at, but the Trailblazer engine is able to do more with less." "That's only the engine. There are other components that suck up a lot of power as well, for example that fancy laser rifle of yours. According to your planning, it's supposed to come with both a rapid-fire and high-energy firing modes. No matter the mode, your mech won't be able to persist very long on the battlefield." Even if it relied on external battery packs, VS could still not go over the fact that his mech wouldn't be able to carry too many of them. That would negate all of the advantages of slimming down the mech. "I'm already aware of the power issues. There are no easy solutions to this problem. As long as the rest of the mech is able to deliver on its promises, I think my customers won't mind too much on this issue." "It's your call." Chief Cyril shrugged. "The second problem is that the armor looks a little thin. Are you aware that the Veltrex armor system won't work as well when you thin down the layers?" The Veltrex armor system consisted of 3 fixed layers of armor plating of different compositions. The Black Beak enjoyed an ample thickness for each of the 3 layers, so it was able to make full use of armor system. Chief Cyril pointed out an uncomfortable truth, and that was that VS took an armor system meant for knights and applied it to a rifleman mech design. It's a less than ideal use of the Veltrex system, I admit. VS had to concede his faults. It's true that I'm driven by practicality when I made this design choice. If I had the option, I would have used another armor system, but I don't think the additional spending is worth it. Even though the Veltrex plating loses a bit of effectiveness when they're applied so thinly, they still perform above average compared to the local market standard. VS licensed the Veltrex armor system from Limar. It couldn't compare against the regular compressed armor licenses that circulated in the Bright Republic. However, it didn't change the fact that VS had made a suboptimal design choice. Do you think it will affect the market evaluation of my design? Maybe not. It's not like anyone else, but other mech designers care about a slight misuse like this. The critics will torch you for this decision, but in my judgment the mech pilots won't care. It may even be of help to your fans. If they bought both your Black Beaks and some copies of this new design, then the logistics of maintaining and repairing them will be a lot simpler. Compressed armor was very difficult to fabricate, and used up a lot of materials. A single outfit would have an extremely hard time trying to carry all of the raw materials of several different premium armor systems. If multiple mechs used the same armor system, then that drastically lightened the footprint of any outfit. Some mech manufacturers designed a complete portfolio of mechs that shared the same materials for that reason. I think the Veltrex armor system has enough flexibility to be applied to any medium mech archetype. VS concluded after the chief raised this point. I don't plan on designing every popular archetype with the same armor system, but it's a nice benefit if I can make it work. Chapter 370 Security Concerns. The issue of earning DP continued to hound VS. Right now, most of his DP came from selling physical Black Beak copies. In this regard, his silver label Black Beaks only earned him a trickle, while the much more abundant bronze label Black Beaks actually drove most of his DP income. Even then, domestic sales of the Black Beak had started to slide now that most of the immediate demand had been met. Elemental Mech Engineering, the third-party manufacturer that marketed its products in the domestic market, already informed the LMC that they had already dialed down their production. Vaughn Industrial had picked up the slack, but it wasn't easy trying to introduce a brighter product into the markets of foreign states. Besides some modest success in the Protectorate and a couple of other states, Vaughn had failed to make an impact elsewhere. It's going to take at least a month before my DP swells up to 40,000, he judged. That was a fairly long time, and anything could happen in between. He did not wish to delay his project any more than necessary. In the meantime, VS kept collecting feedback from his friends and closest employees. He heard pretty much the same thing about power supply, heat management, and the effectiveness of the armor system from everyone, although they focused on different aspects. Different from last time, the LMC had now grown into a sizable employer. Besides asking other people's opinions in an informal setting, he also got roped into holding a meeting in front of a bunch of marketing managers he didn't even know his company hired. While they lacked the technical background to understand the nuts and bolts of his design, their understanding of the market provided welcome comments. The design looks to be on the thick side when compared to other rifleman mechs. That's not a bad thing per se, but your customers are wondering if the bulk adds enough value to your mech. Rifleman mechs these days come very light. The specs look good enough, but I'm afraid it won't give the design enough of an edge compared to the dominant models on the market. The crystal projector technology looks very interesting, but most buyers will look at it with a grain of salt. You need to demonstrate this feature in a live exhibition in order to make an impact. Your design's appearance looks very neutral and unisex. I think it will be better if you can adjust its profile to be more masculine. That's going to project more strength and make your buyers more confident about purchasing a good product. The more feedback he gathered, the more he gained a sense on how the market would receive his mech. VS had to admit the HR department did a good job hiring some insightful folk. Ever since the LMC moved to the mech nursery, VS noticed that every employee gained a sense of pride and accomplishment. Trading up from the shabby old workshop and a couple of rented offices downtown to a company-owned office and manufacturing complex added a lot of weight and legitimacy to the company. Another important event happened in between the feedback sessions. Melker finally brought his newly acquired mechs and mech pilots home. His cousin brought the nucleus of the avatars of myth to the mech stables erected close to the center of the mech nursery next to where Sanyal Ablin stashed their own mechs. When VS met with Melker, the newly christened force commander brought along his hired men and women. Their ages trended in the upper range for mech pilots, from the upper 30s to the lower 50s. They all stood at ranks as if they had never left the Mech Corps. Are they former servicemen? Most of them have served in the Mech Corps in some capacity as advanced mech pilots. Melker nodded. For one reason or another, they sought out jobs in the private sector. Don't worry, they haven't been dishonorably discharged. There are no problems in their background. Are they willing to stick around for a decade? As long as we maintain the same level of remuneration, there's nothing to worry about. They're on board for the long haul as they've all signed a fixed contract. VS nodded at his words. Every member of the Avatars of Myth received a very generous amount of compensation, well above the market average in fact. In return, the mech pilots would be obliged to keep their mouths shut and accept hazardous deployments without question. That's good. How are they taking their new jobs? We've mostly been training our teamwork and coordination in simulations. We also perform some live-fire exercises, but it's difficult seeing as our night mechs are supposed to be our backup models. I forgot about that, VS admitted. The Avatars of Myth was meant to pilot his own designs in time once he filled out the other roles. I'll divert some time to fabricate 2 exclusive gold-labeled Blackbeaks for your night pilots. We're grateful for that. The sooner you get that done, the earlier we can become a well-oiled machine. VS hung around the Avatars of Myth for a while and discussed some matters with Melker while observing the other mech pilots. From what he had witnessed so far, despite his age, Melker seemed to have earned the respect of the veteran mech pilots. They didn't treat him like a rookie who was way in over his head. Maybe Melker possessed a talent in administration and leadership. He looked like the type of person who was very meticulous and detail-oriented. It remained to be seen if he could keep his cool and direct the Avatars of Myth in an actual battle, however. After you've received the 2 black beaks, when will the Avatars be battle-ready? Melker had to think carefully how to answer that question. They are all competent mech pilots, so there is no questioning their capabilities. They can be deployed immediately in an emergency, but you shouldn't get your hopes up. Without sufficient drilling, they're liable to fight as 8 separate mechs rather than a single cohesive squad. Despite what Melker might think, VS knew the importance of improving coordination and building up a rapport. He still possessed some lingering memories from Barley during his first mastery acquisition. His evaluation of his cousin went up. No Larkin son was average. He grew more curious about why the Mech Corps let go of Melker in the first place. Did you get into contact with Riella while you recruited your men at Bentheim? I did. How is she? She's irritable to me, Melker answered as he adjusted the visor on his head. The Larkin sons have openly cut ties with her. Every family member on Rittersburg is aghast at her decision to join the Blood Claws. It's clear she doesn't want anything to do with the Larkin sons right now. VS shook his head in regret. Maybe he should have paid her more attention when she'd been assigned as his bodyguard. A small part of him also blamed Dietrich for bringing her to Bentheim and introducing her to the blood claws. Still, there was no use crying over spilled milk. Is she happy there? Oh, she certainly is. I think the separation has done some good for her, as the family's expectations for her has weighed her down. Some people aren't meant to bear this kind of pressure. She's found her own lot in life now. Well, she can always come back to us if she wants to get out. The blood claws aren't exactly the friendliest bunch to hang around with. Gangs aren't exactly the most stable employers in the galaxy. After commiserating about Riella's fate, they moved on to planning for the future. There's a war going on right now, VS said with apprehension. While Cloudy Curtain is probably too small to register in the radar of the Visions, they might look at us as an easy target. Are you prepared to defend the Mech nursery? Not on our own. Melker shook his head. We'll still have to rely on Sanyal Abelin to do the heavy lifting. Are they contracted to hold against overwhelming odds? Not as of yet. It's too expensive to make them fight to the death. If they face overwhelming odds, they'll prioritize their own lives. That was the downside of contracting a security company instead of setting up your own force. While security companies sounded more respectable than mercenaries, they essentially shared the same traits. Just like mercenaries, security companies prioritize their own benefits over the interests of their clients. In order to secure the full backing of Sanyal Abelin in the event of an overwhelming attack, VS would need to pay several billions of credits each year. Even then, they might still cut and run at the end. VS would rather invest in the avatars of myth than put his faith into Sanyal Abelin. Although their Conseclan origins sufficiently deterred the small fry from pulling any mischief, the Mech Legion wouldn't hold back their punches. It was not as if the security company stood directly for the Conseclan. At most, it represented a single interest group within the massive coalition partners' political landscape. Plenty of precedents proved that well-connected security companies like SAS purely adhered to the mercenary standard and avoided greater entanglement. It would be ugly if a group backed by someone in the Gage dynasty demolished a group from the Conseclan, and the latter followed up on the incident to the highest authority. Proxy wars should be kept at arm's length. In a sense, VS enjoyed the implicit backing of the Clifford Society and Master Olson's extensive network. Standing under their shadows, even if VS wasn't a part of their inner circles, saved him a lot of potential trouble. His enemies couldn't be unscrupulous in their methods to deal with him. Otherwise, VS would have been subjected to a lot more assassination attempts. Still, VS largely considered himself as an independent mech designer. Master Olson opened up a lot of doors for him, but he didn't enjoy her highest favor. That was reserved for direct disciples like Oleg, a freak so smart that VS suspected that his intelligence had naturally broken past the human limit in his teens. After commanding Melker to liaison with Sanyal Abelin concerning base defense, VS moved back to the underground fabrication floor and commandeered the Dortmund production line. He proceeded to spend the next 3 days on fabricating the gold-labeled black beaks for the avatars of myth. He demanded to work on both mechs alone to ensure the highest quality. The mech technicians around him didn't mind their exclusion at all. In fact, it left them free to observe his confident work methods and the exquisite way he built up the two mechs. Even though he spent much less time on fabrication than his mech technicians, his every move and action elicited praise from his grease monkeys. This is how a real master works. Even Carlos and the chief are left in the dust compared to our boss. How wonderful it is to witness the boss at work. With his skills, he could have easily become the lead fabricator in a major mech manufacturer. Lead fabricator? That's too small a job for our boss. Even if a big-shot company from the Galactic Center offered him a cushy job, he'd be a fool to give up what he built up on his own. Mech design is where his real passion lies. VS felt better when he heard the incidental praise, even though they hardly knew anything about the real mech industry. His assembly skills and sub-skills looked impressive, but any seasoned fabricator in the major mech manufacturers in the Republic could beat him down a notch. Those who dedicated their entire careers in this field couldn't be underestimated. Once VS finished the two mechs, he personally ensured they went to the avatars of myth. The two night pilots looked especially ecstatic to pilot his handcrafted work. His gold-label black beaks had earned an exalted reputation among the mech community, and their quality was as revered as their scarcity. The two machines will definitely make the men happy, Melker remarked to VS. Once you supply us with other types of mechs, the avatars of myth will really go into business then. They watched on as the cadre of the avatars surrounded the two artistic machines. The reliefs and carvings that the lower labels lacked elicited a lot of admiration. Now that VS had finished his chores, he thought it was time to get back to the main business at hand. He already collected sufficient feedback to make some targeted adjustments to his design. He was itching to go at it, but without possession of a mastery, the chance of going astray at some point scared him off. I need more design points. He frowned when he noted he was shy of 20,000 DP away from being able to afford his desired mastery. Chapter 371 Rabbit Clearwater. His recent foray to the Joe system and his subsequent translocation to the planet that hosted Crystal City drained all of his DP. VS did not regret the spending. Besides upgrading his physics skill to a ludicrous level for his age, he also cracked some of the secrets to alien technology and obtained a highly capable handheld multiscanner. However, it didn't change the fact that his latest splurge left him in an awkward situation. Even with the help of two third-party manufacturers, generating 40 billion credits in revenue could not be accomplished with a single wave of his hand. Do I really have to go back to designing a virtual mech? It would be the most expedient way to milk some quick DP, but only if he designed his virtual mech fast enough. If he sped up his design process too much, he'd be liable to cut too many corners and publish a subpar design. All of his care and attention into building up a reputation for quality would go down the drain by then. A good reputation is hard to erect but easy to tear down. He practically cornered himself in terms of delivering consistently high-quality products. If he slipped up a single time, his fans and the critics would eat him alive. The dilemma kept him paralyzed for a couple of hours as he took a break in his private office at the top floor of the headquarters. It's awfully empty here. Lucky had wandered off ever since he left the labs, but he came back after a while. Still, even with the presence of his pet, the office seemed too large for the purpose. Initially, VS was impressed by its grandiose enormity, but after time he found he missed his old office back at the now abandoned workshop. How things change. The LMC moved up and VS had advanced as well. The changes happened a bit too quickly for him to adjust. From worrying over earning several million credits, to raking in 1 billion credits each month, a lot of things had changed in a matter of 2 years. Other mech designers needed at least a decade to grow their businesses to this extent. A sense of alienation momentarily welled within him. He missed the days when his ambitions only encompassed running a successful mech boutique. Instead of selling a couple of mechs a month, he sold hundreds of them if he included the third-party manufacturers. Each of them sold for at least 60 million credits, well into the upper range of the local mech market, which was an incredible accomplishment for VS. Yet all of this wealth and fame doesn't allow me to do what I want anymore. Industry insiders watched his every move, waiting to see if he could go further than what he had already achieved. VS truly couldn't afford to show any signs of weakness. Unlike Michael Dumont, he didn't enjoy strong backing who was willing to hold his hand if he somehow stumbled on his feet. Only after he calmed his mind did he figure out an appropriate solution. If I can't publish a quick and sloppy design in my own identity, then I'll just use another one. The galactic net was home to trillions of different aliases and identities. It was fairly hard to be completely anonymous on the galactic net, but it could be done as long as he paid the price. Setting up a second identity on Iron Spirit that had nothing to do with his original Chasing Clouds account required a bit more finesse. Iron Spirit is very strict with regards to checking the identities of its designers. According to their regulations, it was to make sure that the virtual mech designer received the proceeds to the sales of his virtual mechs. In reality, they wanted to keep track of the designers and prevent abuse. For VS alone to try to circumvent these identity checks, he'd have to go through a lot of trouble. Luckily, he could turn to other sources for a more convenient solution. VS activated his desk terminal and logged into the Clifford Society's virtual portal. His virtual avatar emerged in the city before the mountainous landscape, and he quickly entered the shop region where he scoured for a provider of various shady services. He eventually found the same shop which previously hacked the Dortmund's processors for him. VS remembered that the shop offered a lot of other dubious services. He approached the bored-looking man sitting behind a shop counter. "Hi. Can you arrange a secure second identity for me?" "For what purposes do you wish you use your second identity?" "To browse the galactic net and open a second account in Iron Spirit. I don't want any of it traced back to me." The shop attendant yawned and waved his hand, summoning up a small list of relevant options. "Take your pick and pay up. You'll get your new credentials immediately." VS browsed the short list of options and realized that establishing a second identity came with a number of different origins. The simplest ones consisted of completely faked identities. These would essentially be persons that some shady organization faked into existence by hacking the databases of a planet or state. Most of the time, the hacked planets or states consisted of backwaters with a poor level of monitoring, such as the Mancroft Independent Harbor. These identities would be extremely shady and easy to mistrust. Many organizations on the galactic net even blanket banned anyone who claimed to hail from some of these places, or implemented rigorous background checks that his new account would almost certainly fail. The next step up would be to assume an identity of a deceased citizen of a reputable state. These individuals mostly disappeared in ship accidents. Whenever a ship's FTL drive failed or went astray, the occupants wouldn't be heard from ever again. Officially, they'd be designated as missing, and over time they would be marked as deceased. Identity forgers paid off certain local bureaucrats to quietly remove some individuals from the list of passengers. Officially, the passengers had never boarded the ship that disappeared into nowhere. On the record, they were still alive and well. They just decided to take an extended holiday to some isolated asteroid or something. While the shop sold even more elaborate identities, VS didn't have a use for them. After all, he only wanted to do some business on the galactic net. He wasn't planning on selling a physical product, which normally necessitated a much more rigorous false identity. "I'll take the deceased ID option for a mech designer," VS said. "That will be 5 merits. The shop actually overcharged VS for the service. Each merit held an incredible amount of value that couldn't completely be expressed in credits. He doubted that forging a false identity of a missing individual cost more than 100,000 credits. Still, VS could at least trust the shop to deliver on its promises and be discreet. Otherwise, the Clifford Society would have done something about them by now. If VS decided to be stingy and asked for a black market referral from Dietrich, it would be a complete guess whether the forger stuck to the agreement. A few minutes later, VS gained the unremarkable identity of Rabin Clearwater, a novice mech designer who disappeared when the passenger ship he traveled on had been chased into FTL by pirates in pursuit a decade ago. The identity forgers picked out his identity and made sure that no trace of his presence aboard the passenger ship remained in any databases. The shop promised the identity was foolproof. Short of Mr. Clearwater showing up himself, VS would not have to worry about the Republic or anyone else besides the shop getting wind of his identity. Does the Clifford Society know about my identity as well? Of course. The board man answered in a tone that made it clear he repeated the same words more than 1,000 times. He waved his hand around the entire ship. This entire virtual space is under constant monitoring by the Clifford Society's AIs. Every transaction is laid bare to them. If you wanted more privacy, then you should have at least visited our physical shop in the Lemar system. VS had no time to travel to Coalition space. I understand. Maybe I'll pay a visit if I need a more solid identity. This one will suffice for now. Thank you for your help. You're welcome, the shop attendant said while closing his eyes again. Under his breath, he grumbled some words. Why am I sitting here by myself? A bot could do the same job 10 times better. With a new identity in hand, VS felt as if he liberated himself from an invisible cage. The weight of expectations didn't affect him as much anymore now that he could assume the identity of Rabbit Clearwater. To be sure, VS scoured the galactic net for any traces and indeed found nothing outwardly suspicious. He studied Mr. Clearwater's past and memorized a handful of important details, such as his place of birth, his former residences, and the schools he attended. Everything looked boring and normal, exactly the way VS liked it. I can utilize this identity for more than publishing virtual designs. Perhaps he could also engage in other virtual activities that would be too inconvenient for VS to attend in his own identity. After he set up his Rabbit identity on his own comm, he went to work. He opened a second Iron Spirit account and rerouted a few million credits through an untraceable method. VS didn't need to resort to someone else to do that for him. Compared to falsifying an identity, sending money to another account in an untraceable way was trivial. Once Iron Spirit finished their automated background check and came up clean, VS received a prompt to name his account. He only had to think for a moment before inputting something random. Crazy War Criminal. He half expected the name to be used already, but surprisingly enough Iron Spirit actually let Rabbit take on this pseudonym. Maybe the other mech designers are wimps. He chose the word crazy because he wanted to use his second account to try all sorts of unconventional designs. He included the words war criminal because he had technically designed and fabricated a taboo weapon. The others in the game would probably think of his nickname as shameless boasting. Only he knew how true those words described his singular stain in his mech design career. Now that he took care of all of the hassle, he could finally start to design a quick and easy mech. VS already formulated some ideas while he arranged his second identity. This new account doesn't enjoy any of the renown and reputation of my Chasing Clouds account. The downside to assuming a new identity was that he couldn't use his public renown to use. His second identity came free of all of his entanglements, both good and bad. Starting over with a blank slate meant that VS essentially returned to the bottom. I already knew I have to pay a price for all of this convenience. VS already thought about how to attract enough attention despite his second identity's lack of reputation. He would design something that was both good and crazy. As long as his design attracted enough attention, he would easily be able to sell enough mechs to earn a measly 20,000 DP. He only cared about accumulating a set amount of DP in the fastest way possible. After he achieved his goal, he couldn't care less on how his crazy design performed in the virtual market. He would leave his second identity alone and go back to it whenever he needed to earn another batch of DP. Let's see. Since my real identity is involved with designing knights and riflemen mechs, I shouldn't go for these archetypes. It's probably not a good idea to stick with medium mechs either. His first choice would be to design a light or heavy mech. Both came with their own pros and cons. Which one will I go for? Chapter 372 Crazy. VS wanted to go crazy. Over the past 2 years, he gained so many new skills and experienced so many new things. His enhanced creativity constantly overflowed his mind with interesting mech concepts. I can finally unleash my wildest thoughts. Naturally, he had to be somewhat discreet in his methods. If his products under the Crazy War Criminal account resembled his existing offerings under the Chasing Clouds account, then people would easily be able to draw the lines. That would defeat the purpose of operating a second account. Therefore, VS had to adopt a different design method and avoid resorting to the same old methods. That won't be much of a challenge. As my skills keep growing, so do my bag of tricks. Deeper knowledge allowed for more elaborate branching of methods. Perhaps when he used to be poorly skilled, he could only tentatively utilize a single method to solve a specific problem. Once his knowledge widened, he became more proficient in applying that specific method, but he also became familiar with alternatives. It's like traveling from Cloudy Curtain to Bentheim. Previously, the only way I could travel from star system to star system was to book a second-class ticket on an average passenger ship. Now I'm still able to travel cheap if I want to, but I can also upgrade to a first-class ticket. Not that I need to, now that I have the Barracuda as my personal Corvette. The same principles applied to mech design. With a broadened perspective, VS could easily disguise his work by forcing himself to adopt different methods. Though the quality of his work would decline, trying out something different was still a useful exercise. Considering his options, he preferred to design a heavy mech rather than a light mech due to the wealth of design options available to him. Heavy mechs boasted vastly more weight and volume allowances, enabling VS to stuff as many systems as he wanted onto a suitable frame. The only problem with this option is that it takes a lot of time to design a heavy mech. Even if he designed a variant based off an existing design, he would still have to spend many hours in modifying and optimizing his frame just to achieve a basic level of quality. It's no joke to design a heavy mech. VS had never really attempted to design a heavy mech, even a virtual one. The only experience he had with working with heavy mechs was when he took part in the Young Tigers exhibition. Charlotte Hoffmeister's Kirby made an unforgettable impression to VS. He also remembered that his former classmate Patricia Schneider specialized in designing heavy mechs as well. Ever since she got snapped up by Master Null in the Limar Open competition, VS hadn't heard any news of her since. It would be nice to get in touch with her again, he thought. They shared the same class back at Rittersberg, and they had also been the only mech designers from the Bright Republic to have reached the finals in the Open competition. VS even harbored a tentative dream to collaborate on a design. Sadly, every message he sent to the woman disappeared into a black hole. VS didn't know if Patricia received his message, let alone deign to send out a reply. The only thing he got out of the Clifford Society was that Patricia had never Limar even once. She's likely taking her time to shore up her foundation. If VS was a conventional mech designer, he'd be doing the same thing. Fortunately, the mech designer system cut short the time it took for him to expand his knowledge, so he had no need to go to school again. After a moment of consideration, VS decided to make the practical choice and chose to design a light mech. Their smaller, slimmer builds left him with very little room for error, but it had the advantage that it didn't take too much time to slap a working mech together. It's not worth the effort if it takes more than a week for me to finish a virtual mech design. In this brief amount of time, VS wanted to test his capabilities to the limit by rushing together a design that would successfully make an impact in the virtual market. In order to achieve the latter, VS had to be creative and design a sufficiently shocking mech to overcome his second account's lack of renown. Now that he pinned down the weight class, he needed to decide on its star tier and archetype. While he was capable of designing modern 5-star mechs, VS chose to take a step back and tackle the more modest 3-star range. 3-star mechs might be outdated by more than 200 years, but that also made them a lot easier to work with, thereby speeding up his design process. 3-star mechs are also much more widely sold than 5-star mechs. The latter may be more prestigious, but they didn't necessarily lead to higher sales. VS wanted to earn a modest sum of 20,000 DP in order to afford his next mastery. While 5-star mechs came with higher DP caps, thereby ultimately earning VS a lot more points, it would take months to get that far. VS needed immediate short-term gains instead of long-term investments. As for the archetype, he thought about designing an aerial mech. He hadn't designed much of them, but his increased knowledge base gave him the option of working somewhat well with flight systems. I'll be designing an aerial production mech sooner or later, so it might be useful to get some practice. Thus, VS settled on an aerial light mech. As for the type, VS previously designed the Seraphim, which utilized a long-range rifle. Therefore, VS thought about going for a melee type this time. In general, aerial melee mechs in the lightweight class mostly consisted of skirmisher and scout role. They made for ideal mechs to ambush unsuspecting rifleman mechs that fared poorly in a fight up close. The problem with this combat method was that aerial melee mechs often got shot down before they reached their targets. Light mechs in particular only needed to be hit a couple of times before they started smoking. Skilled pilots worked around these limitations and ambushed their prey behind obstacles. They trained their patience to a level where they would be willing to hide atop a structure for days until an enemy mech passed by. VS couldn't expect the kids who fooled around with 3-star mechs in Iron Spirit to do the same. They craved quick action and wouldn't put up with waiting for more than 5 minutes in the same spot. He knew this because his Old Soul and the Dark Spear virtual designs didn't really sell all that well. Even with the partnerships the LMC had struck with the local game centers, not a lot of players chose to pilot these mechs, even for free. In order to counteract his design's vulnerability to anti-air, VS needed to come up with some sort of solution. Maybe a shield? A shield in this weight class wouldn't be of much use. The better choice would be to adopt some sort of stealth or ECM system, but aerial mechs emitted so much heat that it would be impossible to hide it from the sensors of any decent mech. Ordinarily, a mech designer who faced this problem faced a dead end. If he went through with his choice to design an aerial melee mech, then he'd have to accept the vulnerability inherent in the type without any recourse. VS was not an average mech designer. His ability already brought him in the upper 10% of mech designers, and although it was extremely hard to climb higher at this point, he still refused to be stumped by this problem. He actually had a very crazy solution in mind. An aerial melee mech meant to fight up close needs some protection at the diving stage. Most often, they do so by putting their legs in the way of any incoming fire. Aerial mechs put much less importance on legs than land-bound mechs. After all, even if their legs got torn apart, they could still move around the battlefield, although their balance would be out of whack. Therefore, the people who piloted aerial mechs had the tendency of using the legs as a disposable form of armor, to the chagrin of their mech technicians. Medium aerial mechs even possessed enough weight to crush any land-bound mech if they stomped their opponents from above. This mode of delivering death from above was highly popular in virtual games, but much less so in reality due to the enormous costs of wrecking a mech's entire pair of legs. VS wanted to take this concept of borrowing the falling force of a mech and adopt it to his light mech in a practical way. This would be hard, but VS already had an idea in mind. A light mech can still crush any landbound mech as long as its dive is lengthy enough to build up a lot of momentum. Still, the light mech will usually come out as the loser of this exchange if it's targeting a medium mech. In the worst case, it would be like throwing an egg against a wall. The egg would be completely demolished while the wall hardly noticed the bump. The story would be different if VS replaced the egg with a pick. A humanoid light mech that flies in the air doesn't need a conventional pair of legs. Instead of designing a pair of redundant legs, what if VS replaced it with a single broad spike with enough substance to make for a very sturdy lance? It would look like a mermaid mech, but instead of replacing the lower body with a flexible tail, VS wanted to utilize a hard and tough spike built solely to pierce through armor from above. This will also solve the deficiency in armor concerning my mech type. If he added some sort of disposable armor or padding to the exterior of the spike, his light mech would be able to last even longer. Even if this disposable layer couldn't hold on for long, the spike itself consisted of enough solid mass to endure a beating. As for the upper body, VS planned on arming his mech with a two-handed hammer. This would be the ideal weapon to deliver the finishing blow after it had come to a stop, preferably after having impaled through an enemy mech. A pair of knives won't have the reach to finish off an enemy mech impaled to the ground. Swords and spears won't cut it either, as the amount of power behind each blow won't be impressing anybody. Light mechs possessed a lot less power than medium mechs. Against a decently armored mech, their blows would more often than not bounce off the armor. Their mech pilots had to build up momentum or put the entire weight of their mechs behind their blows to inflict telling damage. For his experimental spike-legged mech, such an option wouldn't be practical. It had to finish off a damaged opponent from a temporary state of mobility. Therefore, even if such a weapon would add a lot to the weight, VS decided to settle for a light but long-handled hammer. This sounds like a crazy mech. VS leaned back in his chair behind his private workshop terminal and sighed. He decided to do his design work in the confines of his private workshop because he couldn't let anyone else find out about his second account. With Lucky swatting every spy drone that circumvented the other security measures every hour, VS did not have to fear any further exposure. Still, it's not like I'm completely anonymous. The Clifford Society knows, and so does the shop that sold me this identity. That was why, even if he had the option of incorporating technology derived from taboo weaponry, VS purposefully chose to avoid going down this route. The war criminal portion in his second handle merely represented his aspiration to break the conventional rules. I guess the system succeeded in corrupting some of my morals. Chapter 373 Heal. Now that VS finished defining his vision for his light mech, he proceeded to move on to the next phase. Should I even go through with the next phase for this design? The next step would be to come up with a suitable set of images, perform his triple division technique to infuse his design with life. However, if he did so, he'd leave an obvious trail of breadcrumbs from his second account back to his primary account. He shook his head. Maybe if I use the exact same technique, it might lead to questions. I'll just have to switch up my methods in order to fend off any suspicions. Therefore, instead of using the triple division technique, VS decided to make use of a single but extremely focused image. With a design like this, it can't be piloted in a conventional manner. An aerial light mech whose primary method of dealing damage consisted of thrusting its single spiked leg from above needed a special brand of crazy to work. Common sense had no place in this half-suicidal method of attack. VS decided to construct a single totem animal and infuse its entire instincts into the X factor of his design. He had no need for rationality or balance that the base model and human myth images normally provided. Instead, he wanted to achieve a single extreme. The more he thought about it, the more he became enthused by the prospect of such a mech. Only crazy people allowed. He didn't spend too much time on forming the image. He shaped a narrow-beaked pecker bird into being. He casually named it the impaling bird, which reinforced the idea he came up with for this image. As a mythical form of life, VS scaled up the bird to the size of a mech. The mythical bird possessed a fluorescent gray beak that was both sharp and tough. Its main mode of attack consisted of flying fast and embedding its prey with the point of its beak. Besides delivering a devastating blow with its beak, the impaling bird was also capable of finishing off its opponents by slapping it with its wings. After defining its shape and capabilities, VS spent a couple of hours constructing a fictional history along with the world in which the bird resided. Details were sparse, but VS included a lot of different combat situations where the impaling bird utilized its beak to great success time and time again. The impaling bird never got tired of running its spiked beak through its prey and predators alike. The cruel and primitive bird delighted in staking its entire life in a single attack run. It was a miracle that it hadn't died already. Once he finished the image, the extreme bird came to life within his mind. Bird immediately moved as if it wanted to cause some trouble in his mind, but when it suddenly noticed the spiritually strong existence of the crystal golem, it instantly became meek. "You better settle down until I finish your design." The bird might be suicidal sometimes, but it never attempted to attack an opponent out of its league. After making sure the crystal golem wouldn't come after the impaling bird and vice versa, VS proceeded to move on to his design. "I can't design a mech without parts." Even if he chose to design an original mech, he still needed plenty of components to bring his work up to par. He quickly visited the virtual license database and bought a slew of fitting virtual licenses. Most of his purchases consisted of average components. VS wanted to keep his prices low to encourage sales. He only made a concession when he bought a separate armor system for the spikes. The new set of plating possessed an extreme amount of resistance against sudden shocks and impacts. It fared less well against heat and laser-based weapons, but VS accepted this trade-off as long as it didn't splinter apart after it impaled a mech from above. As for the other licenses, they fitted aerial light mechs rather well. The major components all specialized in delivering a high level of peak performance. While this limited the endurance of his design, it would at least maximize its chances of success. The flight system also deserves some attention. VS needed a flight system that could keep up with the demands of his light mech. VS left efficiency to the wayside and picked out a fairly robust system for a light mech. It was capable of surviving plenty of bumps and could bring an aerial mech back into the air in rapid tempo. Too bad it uses up a lot of energy if it does so. This wasn't a problem in a duel format. Just like the Havalax, his light mech wanted to end the battle quickly and avoid a battle of attrition. The more its opponent encounters the move, the more they put up their guard. Over time, people would become familiar with the tricks of a difficult design. This depressed the performance and win rates of those specialist designs. Disgruntled buyers would flood the sales pages of those mechs, discouraging others from taking the plunge. "Even if my design will end up being a temporary fad, it's already worth it as long as I can achieve a few thousand sales." All of the component licenses together set him back several million credits. To VS, such an expenditure was a drop in the bucket compared to his vast private wealth. Even leaving out his 70% ownership in the LMC, he still received several billions credits after Walters Whalers paid him what they owed according to their agreement. The most expensive license consisted of the special armor formula that made up the single spiked leg. With all the ingredients at hand, VS proceeded to cook up his design over the next 6 days. The challenge of drafting an entire frame from scratch always daunted him, but he already benefited from his previous experience. The lessons he learned from drafting the Black Beak and his upcoming rifleman mech design helped him out a lot. It also helps that light mechs don't have a lot of meat to their bones. While this didn't eliminate all of the complexity, it did cut down on the number crunching and busy work. VS spent more time trying to achieve synergy between the components he picked out than to force his frame to perform to a strict standard. The only part where he encountered difficulties was when he began to design the bottom spike. He could have made it thin or thick and broad or narrow. VS casually tried several different configurations and threw them into a simulator which basically dropped the mech onto a target down below. Only after he ran the design through simulated combat conditions did he realize how difficult it was to ensure the mech's survival after it had landed. The spike always broke off if he made it skinny and narrow. While the narrow profile also helped the penetration, allowing his design to pierce through heavy mechs, it also snapped like a twig after every dive. This gave his design no second opportunities. VS did not wish for his design to become a useless lump of metal after it had performed a single dive, so he opted for beefier designs. Once he broadened and deepened the spike, the mech became a lot more resilient. The extra armor sufficiently protected the mech from anti-air and also added extra oomph to every diving attack. However, if VS went too far in this direction, his design lost too much mobility. It could barely stay aloft, and would take ages to climb up to a higher altitude. Thus, after experimenting with many different shapes, VS opted for a configuration that fell in between the two extremes. The spike was fairly broad at the hips but tapered down to a wicked spike at the end where the feet of the mech normally reached. When VS stepped back and looked at his design from a distance, he could almost mistake its silhouette for a woman in a dress. Maybe it's not a bad thing if I emphasize its gender a little more. He shifted some mass around here and there. He basically narrowed the stomach area and widened the hips and upper torso. Naturally, he wouldn't go too far to the extent of being obscene, but he definitely didn't leave any ambiguity on the gender of his design. Now that he thought about it, a lot of light mechs adopted feminine contours. The weight class lent itself to this profile due to how narrow and light it was. As long as mech designers didn't go too far, nobody paid attention to it. Men wouldn't hesitate to pilot a feminine-looking mech as long as it delivered a solid level of performance. It also looked kind of absurd for this feminine-looking mech to wield a long, two-handed hammer. The hammer brought a significant amount of heft to the design, and could crush the head of any mech it came in touch with. Sadly, it wouldn't be able to inflict more than a dent to undamaged armor, as VS hadn't made it as heavy as hammers wielded by medium mechs. Still, this hammer will do fine if it strikes a weak point. The logic behind this somewhat dainty hammer was that his design would strike the hammer through a tear that it opened up beforehand by performing a devastating dive attack. With the power behind such a move, it was inevitable for the stricken mech to expose some of its internals. A couple of whacks with a powerful enough hammer should be able to wreck the insides with ease. At the end of his 6-day design spree, VS tentatively concluded that his design made the mark. He nodded in satisfaction. It's not that much of a challenge to design an original 3-star mech. The technology available to him was primitive and simplistic compared to the modern standard. VS easily managed to do the same in front of a crowd during the Limar Open competition, though those rushed products came with a large number of flaws and weak points. I probably haven't managed to eliminate every flaw in my design, but at least I've addressed all of the critical ones. VS had to make do with that result, as his lack of time really limited his options. For the last couple of days, VS thought about bringing in someone else to spread out the workload. Carlos formed the most obvious candidate. While VS did not hold a lot of confidence in his first employee's skills, he possessed enough competence to run some models as long as he received some instruction. In the end, VS decided to prize his secrecy over convenience. It was not as if VS desired to deliver a top-notch product. As long as he ensured a basic level of quality, the design would surely sell. I think I'm about finished at this point. He only paused his frenetic design process when he had to come up with a name. During the design process, he went through many possibilities, but all of them failed to click with the design in question. The name of the mech shouldn't only fit his unconventional design. It also had to call out attention and make it easy for people to refer his mech to their friends. The name has to sound good as well. After half an hour of brainstorming, VS settled on the best option possible. Lady Death's Heel. The name succinctly summed up the feminine nature of the mech and paired it up with its main mode of combat. Lady Death did not suffer fools gladly. Whenever she encountered an idiot, she crushed them apart beneath the heels of her feet. VS smiled when the impaling bird finally fled from his mind and took up residence in the finished design. Lady Death's Heel instantly carried a faintly palpable threat, especially to men like him. The mech and the impaling bird made for a fitting pair, especially since the imaginary life form exerted a fair bit of influence on the design. Now, let's see how the virtual market reacts to your introduction. Chapter 374 Woman's Mech. To finish the virtual design, VS had to fabricate a copy personally. He quickly rushed the fabrication within half a day, which was only made possible due to the outdated technology and the state-of-the-art virtual equipment provided by the game. VS quickly let the system evaluate his design, but didn't pay much attention to it besides the extra DP he got from finishing the design. The parameters of Lady Death's Heel looked quite good, but it wouldn't astound anyone who came across this strange-looking aerial mech. Most of the draw came from the design's strange and extreme mode of delivering death from above. VS hoped that players would take a serious look at this design once they came across its distinctive profile or got wrecked by it in matches. Unfortunately, Crazy War Criminal's lack of reputation sent his virtual design at the bottom of the heap as soon as VS published the design. An uncountable amount of designs flooded Iron Spirit each day, and it would take an extraordinary mech to catch fire from out of nowhere. Even with his peculiar design, VS had to compete against even crazier eccentric designs that mech designers cooked up on their own. Still, VS already had an answer for this problem. He spent the remaining millions of credits in his second account for a short, but intense automated ad campaign. One of the ways in which Iron Spirit made money was to accept paid advertising for their in-game market spaces. Although people only barely paid attention to any form of advertising these days, the exposure alone helped increase the odds that someone would stumble upon it and decide to purchase his product on an impulse. Naturally, he set the prices to the minimum possible. VS did not seek out a profit at all, nor did he wish to cultivate a reputation for quality and class. The price range of his products indirectly indicated its status, and VS sometimes raised his prices higher than the minimum in order to make a better impression on the crowd. Not this time, though. He wanted to lower the purchasing barrier as much as possible in order to harvest a quick sum of DP. Well, now that I've published the design and spent some money on advertising, my job is done. Now it's up to the market and the player base to see whether my new design catches on. It was an unconventional mech for sure, but VS held a decent amount of confidence in its appeal. Even if his buyers maintained a little bit of doubt, once they hopped into the cockpit, the impaling bird's instincts that suffused the design's X factor should quickly influence their perceptions. A wicked smile appeared on his face as he thought about the impact that would make. He would have never dared to pull off such a stunt with his physical mechs. One of the most dominant traits of humanity was that they utilized their smarts on the battlefield. Patience, guile, and strategy formed the mainstays of their martial prowess. One reason why humanity predominantly preferred humanoid mechs was because it afforded them the flexibility to employ different approaches. VS basically threw all of those complicated considerations away when he designed the Lady Death's Heel. It destroyed its opponents through a combination of two one-dimensional attack modes. The first strike dealt a crippling blow from above, and the second strike delivered the coup de grace. As long as something went wrong, the heel would fall in a precarious situation. The lack of legs meant that if its flight system got crippled, it would lose all forms of mobility. At least other aerial mechs could still use their legs to function as a downgraded land-bound mech. Not so for the heel, as its pair of legs had been replaced by a single broad spike that provided the mech with no form of locomotion at all. Well, it's not like people care that much in a virtual setting. What worked on a physical battlefield might not work in a virtual battlefield, and vice versa. VS prided himself on his understanding of the mech market. Although he couldn't match the breadth and wealth of Marcella Bollinger's market pulse, he always paid attention to these sort of things. VS left the Lady Death's heel to the whims of the market, and went on to prepare for the next design phase. He already possessed quite a lot of knowledge, but he hadn't bought any licenses yet, nor gathered any specific knowledge on how to design a laser rifleman mech. He proceeded to spend the next couple of days on borrowing some relevant books from the Clifford Society's Moon Library. Although he valued his merits very much, the books he borrowed provided extremely valuable first-hand experiences of mech designers trying to design complete rifleman mechs from scratch. The knowledge contained in these books would benefit each and every ranged mech he designed from this point on, so VS considered the merits to be well spent. If I'm ever short on merits, I can just do another mission. Even though most of the Clifford Society's missions came with danger, as long as he could shore up the avatars of myth into a competent personal force, he could handle the risks. VS quietly worked for several days without checking his sales figures. He didn't wish to procrastinate over each and every sale, and decided to take the initial waiting period as a much-needed break. When he became bored, he diverted some attention into browsing the MTA's list of component licenses. After finishing his draft design, he had a pretty good idea on what kind of component licenses he needed to acquire to round up his rifleman mech. He especially paid a lot of attention to different laser rifle models. The weapon model had to be modular and open to extreme adjustments. He disdained the rifle models that came with all sorts of gimmicks and bells and whistles. He was content with a basic rifle with a solid design that didn't cost too much to fabricate. After 4 days of placid research, VS finally couldn't contain himself any longer. He went back to the terminal and logged in with his second identity. He then visited his Crazy War Criminal Store page and looked at the amount of sales. 9,000 sales! What? To many mech designers, achieving 9,000 virtual sales sounded nothing impressive. They could easily achieve such a feat in their sleep. These days, VS would also be able to reach such a height with his primary identity. However, to achieve 9,000 sales in 4 days with a completely unknown account was something else. Perhaps the handful of millions of credits in advertising money achieved some results, but VS knew very well that the Lady Death's heel only fulfilled a tiny niche. VS browsed the comments of the heel's product page and found that most of the players left extremely positive and extremely negative comments. Those who evaluated his model positively turned out to be those that bought a virtual copy. Death to all men! This is my favorite 3-star mech of all time. It's so womanly. I feel gorgeous piloting this mech, and it feels great to stab a man's head from above, before crushing the area between their legs with the nifty hammer. I love it that it has enough reach to do so. Nutcracker! 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 In my professional opinion as an amateur mech pundit, this is the ultimate female empowerment mech. Crazy War Criminal is obviously hell-bent on exterminating men, and has come up with this man-hating mech for the sole purpose of putting the brutes in place. I approve! The comments provided VS with a vari-colored picture. Evidently, most of his buyers had actually been women. As for the men, they posted extremely negative comments in order to discourage anyone from buying this controversial mech. Don't buy this mech. It's ugly. Its legs are too tiny and its butt is too fat. Look at that chest, there's hardly any weight in them. If you want to look like an ugly pair, be my guest, but if you want to look pretty, go elsewhere. I hate this mech. This is a disgrace of an aerial mech. Where is the balance? My swordsman mech can't do anything but wait for death once this mech decides to pick me out as its target. Its opening strike alone is enough to split my mech in half. Any man who pilots this mech is a disgrace to all men. You gender traitors might as well hand over your man cards and undergo a gender change operation, because you're not welcome among us anymore. Ouch. My nuts! This mech is the living embodiment of an enemy of man. It's a flying war crime that seeks to impale men's behinds and crush their fronts whenever they get the chance to do so. This plague of a mech must be stopped. The amount of controversy his latest virtual design had sparked completely overshadowed its initial appeal. Somehow, his mech had turned into a focal point of gender conflict. VS scratched his head. He never anticipated such an outcome. He underestimated the frustration of the victims and the passion of its pilots. Let me take a look at some footage. VS browsed some public recordings and played them back, focusing only on the highlights. Time after time, the Lady Deathsheal dove into their victims from the air. In the first day, the early adopters struggled to hit their targets. They often found their mechs to be difficult to control during a high-speed dive. Over time, they got the hang of it though, and when they hit their opponents, they almost always managed to cripple them. The convenient hammer that came with the mechs always ensured their targets died. It was only from the second day onwards that the gender disparity began to widen. The female pilots turned into screeching banshees as they openly taunted their opponents on the open channel. They even started to dive on their opponents in a shallower angle. Instead of aiming for the head or shoulders of their targets, they instead attempted to impale the lower waist whenever possible. Front or back, it didn't matter, but it was an unprecedented humiliation for any man to allow a woman to jump their mechs in that kind of fashion. The Lady Deathsheal quickly gained a reputation for being a man-eating mech. Women began to flock to the model while the men tried to stay as far away from the mech as they could. The local players already started keeping a vigilant eye on the skies. As soon as they spotted an aerial mech, they instantly unleashed every bit of firepower they possessed. They could not let the man-eating mech come close. VS simply laughed when he saw the polarizing responses to the rise of his mech. All the bluster and energy surrounding his mech would quickly disappear once the fad had blown over. Behind all of the shouting and hating, VS carefully studied the actual battle performance of the heel. Besides a number of talented female pilots, the rest of his buyers hadn't been able to make the most out of their purchases. The Lady Deathsheal could destroy any mech in an instant, but it was incredibly difficult to line up all of the conditions. In fact, many of his customers actually dropped in their rankings. Still, the design did its job. VS easily harvested a bucket load of DP. He earned 5 DP every time he sold a 3-star virtual mech. His near-empty DP balance increased by more than 45,000 DP in a matter of days, and would reach the 50,000 DP cap on earnings before tomorrow. VS somewhat regretted designing a 3-star mech. 50,000 DP used to be a fortune to him, but the more he progressed, the more he needed to spend to climb even higher. I need millions of DP to upgrade my Vulcan Eye and my comm augments. He relied on his privacy shield and the full stealth augment for so long that he wanted to improve their capabilities. VS only bought the entry-level versions so far, and to extend their durations, he needed to accumulate a lot more DP than he had earned up to this point. That's going to take a while. In any case, VS earned more than enough DP to embark on his next task. A shudder ran through his spine as he looked forward at what his next mastery would bring. Chapter 375 Nutcracker. A handful of fanatics came across the Lady Death's heel in a completely coincidental manner. VS pushed the mech to the forefront of the catalog with a modest amount of spending. Every player in the Bright Republic encountered images of the mech in a handful of days, but most didn't pay attention to it at all. They quickly regretted their neglect for this mech. Over a span of a couple of days, it had grown into the latest fad. A decent number of bold girls with plenty of credits, or in-game gold to spare, started to purchase the heel by the thousands. After that, they rained death from the skies. One of the most successful and iconic heel pilots was a 17-year-old girl called Irino. As a daughter of a pair of bureaucrats on Rittersburg, she enjoyed a lot of privilege when she grew up. When the government discovered she possessed the aptitude to pilot a mech, her parents encouraged her to train her potential abilities. Although she lacked the talent and the drive to work hard, Irino nevertheless enjoyed so many tutoring sessions that she had reached the top 10% of her age group. Her parents' money and influence ensured she attended one of Rittersburg's elite mech academies, and she flourished under the high-pressure learning environment. In actual fact, she had become a little bored of the life of a potentate. She spent most of her time training for class or training according to the schedule made by her tutors. Irino hardly spent any time with her friends. Iron Spirit formed an important part of her training as the other simulators played like single-player games. No matter how sophisticated they tried to emulate human mech pilots, they always felt too robotic. The sheer chaos, genius, and unpredictability of fighting against humans taught Irino to stay on her toes. People pulled off all kinds of crazy things. Since she lived a rather sheltered life among the cultured society of Rittersburg, she constantly got bullied around online. That all changed when she first saw an ad for the Lady Death's heel. The distinctive-looking feminine mech appealed to her fashion senses. Its sharp and narrow profile, along with its elegant and fashionable curves, appealed to her aesthetic sense. Its highly distinctive fighting style sounded completely different from every other mech she had seen so far. She desperately wanted to stave off her boredom, and an interesting mech like the heel sounded just about right. Without any further hesitation, she threw a bunch of credits at the store. "Now you're mine." She went over the specs of her latest purchase and understood somewhat on how to use the mech. The Lady Death's heel excelled against melee land-bound mechs. They couldn't retaliate against the aerial light mech when it started its descent. On the other hand, a bunch of rifleman mechs will easily be able to chew this mech apart. Irino bit her lip. She decided to take the mech for a spin in a massive 200v200 war-torn instance. Even though the mech couldn't be run for very long, the war-torn instances offered plenty of opportunities to replenish spent supplies. It was more important for her to maximize the chance of encountering a land-bound melee mech. In duels, it's a complete guess whether I'll face a melee mech or not. I can only pick the largest battle I can enter and find my own targets. After a short period of waiting, the matchmaking process finished and the players connected onto the hangar that brought all 200 mechs in a single place. Irino ignored the bickering armchair generals trying to organize the players into following their chosen strategies. She had her own game plan in mind, and it did not entail working together with others. As soon as the hangar door opened, Irino engaged the heel's flight system and flew out. The battlefield this time consisted of a half-frozen aquatic moon environment. This was both good and bad for aerial mechs like the heel. On one hand, the lack of air makes it difficult for the heel to vent its heat while in the air. On the other hand, it can quickly dump its head onto the frozen ground as long as it lands. Other aerial mechs that possessed a working pair of legs would find no trouble landing on the ground. I was a different case for the Lady Death's heel, which could not even stand upright on the ground. It had to lay in an unladylike sprawl when it lost all of its power. Irino ignored this minor inconvenience and set out from the base. The instant she dove her consciousness deeper into her mech, she felt some kind of energy passing over her mind. She shuddered a bit as a previously latent desire to kill became a little more prominent. I really want to kill someone with this mech. Her desires became stoked, and her bloodthirsty side started to gain strength. She boldly swept towards the enemy side of the battlefield and started to sweep her eyes over the light mechs that occasionally flitted past. Even though she immediately wanted to make an attack run, she knew that light mechs would not let themselves be caught. I've got to find a medium or heavy mech. After a few minutes of circling, the area became a little more crowded with enemy mechs. She often had to swing her aerial mech away from the anti-air pointed in her direction. After she had been driven out to the periphery of the front lines, she happened to have encountered a juicy target. That's a medium knight. He's all alone. Knights almost never moved alone. They always grouped up with at least a single ranged mech in order to cover situations just like this. Irina grinned, and she started to see red. Dive, my mech! The Lady Death's heel hovered several kilometers in the air, but abruptly started descending. The lack of air resistance on the battlefield enabled the heel to dive even faster. Despite this, the mech shook a little as its flight systems exercised its full effort into accelerating the fall. The night mech's low-quality sensors finally alerted the pilot to a potential threat from the air. Its main head swiveled towards the air and found a tiny speck closing in. The pilot of the night started to panic. An aerial mech! Damn! I thought this route was safe. Due to a lack of better options, the night pilot controlled his machine to brace itself against the groan. It knelt down on one knee and braced the enormous kite shield against its arms at an angle facing upwards. The pilot didn't bother trying to dodge. His night mech was too slow, even if it barely fell into the medium weight classification. In the meantime, the more the Lady Death's heel dove down, the more her passion became stoked. Her heart beat faster as her anticipation ballooned to an unprecedented level. Her smile grew wider and crooked as various thoughts sprung to her mind. Within seconds, the heel reached the ground. The night mech put up a desperate struggle, not quite knowing what it faced. If it knew a little bit more about the heel, he might have chosen to dodge or find some kind of alcove in the frozen seas. Ha ha! Death from above! The collision happened instantly. Irina underestimated the force her mech brought to bear. Even if she piloted a light mech, they still consisted of many tons of alloys and composites. Not even the thickest mech armor could withstand the power of a falling mech concentrated into a single point. The heel's pointed spike mounted on its lower body did its job. It pierced through the night mech's shield as if it was paper, and proceeded to dump an incredible amount of kinetic energy in its chest. The penetrative qualities of the bottom spike had instantly bumped against the chest armor of the knight, which was one of its best protected portions. It lasted only milliseconds before the spike ran straight through the frontal armor. Still, the armor did bleed off a decent amount of momentum, so while the spike had managed to pierce through the back, it ran out of steam at that point. This mech is fantastic! Irina exclaimed, but quickly halted her celebration when she found out the mech below her spike still showed signs of moving. It tried to grasp onto a sword that had fallen a bit away from its fingers. Oh no, you don't. Your time is finished here. This time, Irina remembered that her mech came with a light hammer. She raised the handle of the weapon and swung it down against the torso of the knight. She hadn't meant to aim at anything in particular. She just wanted to wreck the sitting duck apart. This time, the hammer just happened to fall in front of a very sensitive area to men. Yuch! That hurt! The other pilot cried over the open channel. The neural connection between pilots and mechs went both ways. If the pilot got hurt, the mech got hurt, and if the mech got hurt, the pilot received a little damage as well. In the game, This reciprocal connection was kept to a minimum in order to prevent the players from being overwhelmed by pain. It still felt awfully unpleasant for men to get hit down below. Irino grew a little interested at the man's extreme response. Her mech raised its hammer yet again and let it fall on the exact same spot. My nuts! Stop it! Please have mercy on me! The woman grinned when she heard the pleas. Ordinarily, she should have finished off her opponent and find some other prey in order to tilt the battle in the favor of her team. Yet some kind of urge held her back from moving on. She wanted to derive more satisfaction against the mech that her mech had mercilessly impaled onto the ground. The hammer rose and fell for at least a dozen times. The torso area became more dented and broken with each swing of the hammer. The knight adopted a defensive build, so its waist enjoyed a lot of protection. A single light hammer wielded by a light mech wouldn't be able to break the shell with a couple of swings. Nevertheless, Irino didn't mind this at all. Instead, she began to get lost in her own world as the hammer kept banging against the mech's lower waist. Even its engine module broke down from all of the stress and shocks. The knight could not be piloted anymore, and the entire mech turned into a grayed-out mech. That meant its mech pilot had forcibly logged out of the match. Anyone who left the match prematurely suffered a lot of penalties from the game. The knight pilot suffered so much redirected pain that he couldn't take it anymore. Ha 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 ha! Irino laughed in a deranged manner as her satisfaction broke through the roof. It felt good to hammer down a man. More! Her mech lifted up into the air with difficulty. The brutal collision damaged the spike to the point where it incurred a minor mind. The woman cared nothing for this, and sought out another prey with gusto. She eventually found an isolated medium swordsman mech and chose to impale it from the skies. This time, her opponent reacted a little smarter and moved his mech into speeds. It darted along the frozen wastelands in order to make it hard for the heel to pin it down. Still, despite its best efforts, Irino succeeded in predicting its final moments. The swordsman mech became impaled upon the frozen sea. The shock to the heel was immense, but it had been designed to withstand several of these kinds of shocks in quick succession. The mech wouldn't fall apart that easily. The swordsman mech impaled to the ground started to struggle. It had managed to keep hold of its sword, and began to slash apart the spike that nailed it onto the surface of the moon. Nah! You won't get away from me! The hammer banged down against the sword, flicking it out of the swordsman mech's reach with a single blow. The subsequent hammer blows fell down onto the lower waist of the defenseless swordsman mech. Its pilot howled as Irino went to town with his mech. The swordsman mech pilot quickly logged out as well, depriving her of her latest toy. Oh well, it's not like I can find a new toy to play with, she said to herself as she lifted her increasingly battered mech to the air. By the end of the match, she ruined 5 different mechs. Her mech had become one of the most prominent ones on the battlefield, and everyone who took part in the war-torn instance got to see a quick highlight of her actions. Witnessing the mech demolish 5 mechs in a row with the exact same brutish methods led to extreme indignation among the men. Whoever designed this mech is a devil!